Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Wine Sword Immortal. Divine Level Winemaker, Drunkenly Kills Tianmen. Chapter 1. Langya Province, Tianjian City, the second elementary level middle school. Early morning, Class 8 of the 3rd grade of junior high school. Have you seen the news? In order to complete his rank 8 spiritual food, Chef Lu Qing went to the wild alone and took over the lair of the rank 8 peak beast, the cloud leopard. It's really awesome. To cook, I carried 2 kitchen knives and chopped for 3 days and 3 nights without blinking. That video was really exciting to watch. It's so powerful, it's simply the ceiling for a chef in the new era. New Oriental is winning this time. I also graduated from New Oriental, and my vocation is to be a chef. Why is my dad so rubbish? Your father is only an E-level talent, Lu Qing talent. Suddenly, the class door was pushed open, and the noise in the classroom stopped abruptly. All the students focused their attention on the door. I saw a young man with a bruised face and blood-stained clothes limping into the classroom carrying a dusty school bag. Seeing this, the classmates around him quickly went up to help him. "Monitor, what's wrong with you? Oh my God, who hit this? Come on, 2 boys and take him to the infirmary." The classmates in the class reacted instantly, and a group of boys rushed to the boy. "Squad leader, let's take you to the infirmary." Looking at his classmates who cared about him, Wong Shenan shook his head. "No need to trouble everyone, I've already been there." After saying that, he dragged his body back to his seat. Feeling the pain in his body, Wong Shenan clenched his teeth gently and continued to use his energy to adjust his disordered breath. At this time, the students in the class started talking one after another. It must have been done by Wang's gang. Could it be that Wong Baiken who was in charge again? Isn't Wong Baiken the squad leader's biological brother? What's wrong with them? They all belong to the Wong family, so why do they always bully the squad leader? How many times have the elders in their family not cared about it? This is the Emperor clan, disgusting. Don't be so loud. If the Wong family hears it, you will be rewarded. It's so frustrating. While the classmates were discussing, the classroom door was opened again. This time it was their class teacher who came in. The head teacher coughed twice. "Everyone, be quiet and let me say a few words." Seeing the classmates gradually calming down, the head teacher nodded with satisfaction. Teacher knows that everyone is looking forward to today's awakening ceremony, but the arrangements for these days are equally important. First of all, the teacher would like to congratulate everyone on successfully completing the high school entrance exam, and also wish you can achieve satisfactory results. The second thing is about the arrangements for these few days. We will only go to school for half a day today. After attending the awakening ceremony and completing registration, everyone can get out of school freely. Upon hearing this, the students instantly became excited and began to yell. The head teacher smiled helplessly. "Quiet, everyone, be quiet and listen to the teacher. When you get home in the afternoon, remember to discuss with your family whether you want to take the martial arts exam. Students who are willing to take the martial arts exam should come to school tomorrow to fill out the application form. As for students who are not willing to take the martial arts exam and have decided to go to a vocational high school, they don't need to come. You just need to wait for the results to come out and register online. Of course, if you don't understand anything about registering for a vocational high school, or need recommendations, you can return to school at that time, and the teachers will also help you. Okay. Now everyone clean up and go to the corridor to line up." Hearing the teacher's words, the students in the class rushed to the corridor. Only then did the head teacher notice something strange in the back row of the classroom. "Wong Shenan, what's wrong with you?" The deputy squad leader who was supporting Wong Shenan said quickly. "Teacher, Wang's people are." The deputy squad leader was interrupted by Wong Shenan before he finished speaking. "Teacher, I'm fine. I just fell when I went out." The head teacher also guessed the answer in her mind, with some worry on her face. "You kid, how could you fall like this?" Even though she knew the truth, she was powerless to change anything. "Vice squad leader, school committee member, please take him to the infirmary to treat his wounds. In addition, find him some clean clothes. Many city leaders will come to the school today." Watching the 3 people leave, the head teacher let out a long sigh. This Wong family is too outrageous. Infirmary. The school doctor touched Wang Shenxian's body with his hand, and then activated his vocation skill. Treat. Immediately afterwards, the surface of Wang Shenxian's body began to light up with a milky white light. At the same time, the bruises on his body began to disappear quickly. After the treatment, the school doctor patted Wang Shenxian on the shoulder. Okay, let's go to the playground. After the three said goodbye to the school nurse, they did not rush back to the playground, but walked slowly on the path. The deputy monitor and the school committee looked at Wang Shenxian, who was silent and did not choose to ask. They are all good friends of Wang Shenxian and understand his temperament. The school committee member's name is Li Yu. She is a girl with short hair. She is young and has a bit of heroic spirit. She recalled the skills the school doctor had just displayed, feeling a little envious. It would be great if I could also awaken to my medical vocation. Rather than fighting and killing people all day long, I prefer saving other people's lives. The deputy squad leader's name is Zhao Hu. He is a short-haired boy with his hands behind his head. I hope to awaken as a swordsman and carry out the word handsome to the end. However, we can't decide our calling. Whatever we awaken will be what we have. After speaking, he looked at Wang Shenxian beside him with envy. Brother Xian, I envy you so much. There are two types of vocations, combat and life. The awakening probability of combat vocations is even less than 20%. You, the Wong family, must have awakened to the vocation of swordsmanship, and the talents of your family members are not low in quality. The bloodline of the great emperor is so terrifying. Oh, I don't want to be like my father and wake up as a chef. Cooking is too tiring. Wang Shenxian lowered his head slightly after hearing this. Others envy his bloodline, but for him, what this bloodline brought to him was more of a kind of harm. Li Yu, the academic committee member, snorted coldly after hearing this. What's wrong with the chef? Does it mean that the combat power of life vocations must be worse than that of combat vocations? Isn't Lu Qing's vocation as a chef also a lifestyle cook? Isn't he still trying to beat the strong ones at the same level? There is no such thing as a rubbish job, only rubbish talent. Talent is what determines the upper limit of a martial artist's growth. The deputy monitor and the school committee are childhood sweethearts and also enemies. Seeing that he was being refuted, Zhao Hu quickly choked back. Are you daydreaming? Are high-quality talents so easy to get? The talent of the Chef King is SSS level. Looking around the world, such talent is said to be rare in 10 years. Li Yu was not willing to be outdone. If you don't have a dream, what's the difference between it and a salted fish? What if you awaken an even better X-level talent? Haha, why don't you tell me that I have awakened an EX-level talent that is rare to see in 1,000 years? Zhao Hu, why do you look down on Uncle Zhao? Li Yu was a little angry. Li Yu, your ears are just for decoration. When did I look down on my father? You do, you look down on the chef. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Shenxian listened to the argument between the two and sighed helplessly. These enemies were his best friends in school, but their relationship could be described as acrimonious. The two of them were either at war or on the way to war. Seeing that the two were about to take action, Wang Shenxian quickly stopped them. Two heroes, listen carefully. The principal has already started speaking. Let's go quickly. The two men glared at each other, then turned their heads at the same time. Snort. However, noisy, they still dare not joke about the awakening ceremony. The three of them quickened their pace and walked towards the playground. At this time, thousands of junior high school students were standing neatly on the school playground. Their young faces were filled with nervousness. Everyone kept as quiet as possible. They were listening attentively to the principal's speech on the podium. 10,000 years ago, the gates of heaven opened wide, the spirit chi revived, and strange beasts descended. The alien beasts are ferocious and kill the human race with abandon. I, human race, am fortunate to be blessed by heaven. With my vocation and talent, I set foot on the great Tao of martial arts and start the era of martial arts. After 3 years of study, I think everyone has mastered the basic theory of vocation. Today will be the day when you awaken to your vocation and talent. It is also the day that determines your destiny. I hope everyone can awaken to their favorite vocation. May all Chinese students be like dragons. I announce that the awakening ceremony has officially begun. As the principal's words fell, the students standing below began to line up in an orderly manner. At this time, a group of high-spirited boys and girls walked out of the student team with proud expressions. They formed a new team and stood at the front of all teams. When the students behind saw him, they started talking quietly. That's the young generation of the Wong family this year. I don't know what kind of talent the Wong family can awaken this year. I don't know, it's just that he's not weak. I remember when I awakened last year, Wang's most rubbish talent also reached B level. I really envy them. Even if we work hard for a lifetime, we may not be able to reach their starting point. The Wong family is the Emperor clan. If your ancestor can also produce a great emperor, you can also enjoy the blessing of this bloodline. Some people are born in Rome, and some people are born as cows and horses. Quote. While the students were having a heated discussion, in the awakening formation in front, a huge beam of light rose into the sky, shaking the sky. In an instant, the light beam transformed into tens of thousands of flying swords and appeared in the sky. Everyone at the scene was shocked by this spectacular vision and froze in place. After a brief silence, there was an overwhelming exclamation. There's a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. Those who can manifest the phenomena of heaven and earth are talents above SS level. Huigi, this is too strong. Whose general is this, so ferocious? On the stage is Wang's new generation prodigy, Wong Baiken. Is that Wong Baiken who met the conditions for awakening to his vocation at the age of 13? It is said that half a month ago, he opened the 12th spirit vein in his body, directly broke through the rank 1 meridian opening realm, and reached the rank 2 blood refining realm. The 13-year-old blood refining realm, Wang's prodigy, is so terrifying. Everyone starts the spirit vein at the age of 10. Why is he so good? He can clear all the spirit veins in just 3 years. It's numb. I have been practicing hard for 5 years, but I can only open the 7 meridians. It's really irritating to compare people to each other. The staff at the awakening stage suppressed the shock in their hearts and spoke loudly. Wong Baiken, awakened profession 10,000 swords supreme, awakened talent to level 10, 10,000 swords dominance. As soon as this statement came out, the whole audience was shocked. In the team of Class 3-8, Zhao Hu's eyes widened and he swallowed involuntarily. Looking around the world, they can be called X-level talents that are rare to see in a century. Another classmate suddenly remembered something and turned his head sharply. I remember Wong Baiken as our monitor's younger brother, right? Hearing this, the students in Class 8 looked back one after another. Wong Shenxian didn't pay attention to the curious eyes of his classmates. He just stared silently at the awakening platform in front of him. Looking at his younger brother who was so famous on stage, Wong Shenxian was not surprised. He knew better than anyone how terrifying his half-brother's talent was. Compared with him, I was like a firefly under the bright moon, humble and insignificant. Wong Shenxian held the pendant tightly in her hands and said softly, "It will succeed." On the rostrum, many leaders could not conceal their shock. X-level talent, the Wong clan has probably not produced a member of this level for more than 2,000 years. The rise of the Wong family is unstoppable. Their family fortunes in the past few years are really outrageous. Maybe this is the so-called Fuji Tai Lai. Because of the Sword Emperor's disappearance, it has been suppressed for 3,000 years. Now it is normal for it to bottom out and rebound. This is most likely related to the improvement of the Sword Emperor's realm. Although the whereabouts of the Sword Emperor are still unknown, the sudden surge of the Great Emperor's bloodline in the Wong clan's bodies is enough to prove that the Sword Emperor's current level has reached an incredible level. Didn't the other Emperor clan guess that the Sword Emperor has already half-stepped the threshold of sovereign? Otherwise, how could those Emperor clan change their attitude and coyly seek peace? A total of 52 members of the Wong clan participated in the awakening this year, including 26 B level, 16 A level, 6S level, 2 SS level, 1 SSS level, and 1 X level. Such talent intensity is unheard of. After the Wong clan members had awakened, it was the turn of students from other classes to queue up and awaken. After a long wait, the number of people in line gradually dwindled. Li Huo, Combat Class Incinerator, Talent B level, Fierce. Zhao Gang, Blacksmith, Talent C level, Gravity Hammer. Zhong San, a Fighting Thug, Talent A level, Outlaw Gangster. Kai Shuquan, combat beast controlling trainee, talent F level, little black chicken. The students who successfully awakened to their vocation walked down the awakening stage excitedly. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, it was the turn of Class 8, Grade 3. The first person from Class 8 to go up was the study committee member, Li Yu. Li Yu, awakened profession, battlefield doctor, awakened talent to S level, near-death asylum. Li Yu on the stage jumped up with excitement. The students in the audience exclaimed when they saw this. It's an S-level talent, and it's also a noble death avoidance talent. She doesn't even have to take the high school entrance exam. Martial Artist High School will definitely recruit her. As for Martial Artist High School, this kind of talent is more important to the army than the combat type SS level talent. Li Yu raised her neck high, like a proud swan. Her eyes always stayed on a certain short-haired boy. Of all the people, the most excited one was probably Zhao Hu next to Wong Shenxian. He hugged Wong Shenxian directly in excitement. Brother Xian, this silly road deer's dream has come true. Wong Shenxian was also happy for his friend from the bottom of his heart. S-level talent, even in the province, is considered to be quite high. Of course, it would be better if Zhao Hu's arms had less strength. Let me go and hug Li Yu. I can't breathe. Xiaorui, Xiaorui. Zhao Hu scratched his head. Next, Zhao Hu. Brother Xian is here, so I'll go. Zhao Hu hurriedly ran to the awakening stage. Another burst of light flashed, and the staff seemed to have seen something unbelievable, and they were stunned. After half a minute, he regained consciousness. Zhao Hu, awakened profession, violent chef, awakened talent to S level, no matter how high the level is, he is afraid of kitchen knives. The principal on the podium suddenly stood up, and after making sure that he was not hallucinating, he looked up to the sky and smiled. Ha ha ha, double yolk egg. The Wong clan is of the bloodline of the great emperor, so they do not participate in school assessments at all. 2S levels were opened at this time, and one of them was a medical talent that the military valued most. So the principal was inevitably a little excited. Zhao Hu on the stage opened his mouth in shock. The next second, he let out a shocking roar. Old Zhao, I've made my mark, I'm proud of my ancestors. I want to open a family tree alone. The funny blessing gesture of the short-haired boy amused everyone present. Li Yu, who had just stepped off the stage, was even more excited and her face turned red. Wong Shenxian suddenly felt nervous when he saw both of his friends awakening powerful talents. He took out a gourd pendant from his pocket and held it tightly in his hand. Mom, bless me. Seeing the funny look of the short-haired boy, the principal turned to the grade director and said with a smile. If I remember correctly, this guy's talent should have the effect of doubling the kitchen knife attack, and it has a special sense of suppression. The quality of students this year is very high. There are actually 2S level talents in Class 8. In addition, those students who have a vocation in life are also some good prospects. The grade director responded immediately. After all, the types of vocations are just divisions among us humans. Some talents paired with humble vocations can often produce unexpected results. The principal was noncommittal. Yes, it is often the talent that determines whether the talent can produce perfect results. At this point, the principal suddenly changed his tone. However, the overall combat power of combat-type vocations is much stronger than the life-type ones. The grade dean agreed with a smile. Of course, otherwise those vocations with strong combat power would not be classified into the combat category. Suddenly, the principal saw a familiar face and he was surprised. Isn't that Wong Shenxian, the eldest son of the third master of the Wong family? If he doesn't go to the Wong family's team, why is he still queuing here? The grade director immediately explained. This child will basically keep a certain distance from the Wong children in school. Why is this? The principal asked doubtfully. The grade director sighed. Wong Shenxian is always bullied by the young members of the Wong family. I have reported this problem to the Wong family, but no one has dealt with it. I don't know why, but the Wong students in school always target him deliberately. Wong Shenxian was also an unconvinced child. He would resist every time he was bullied and often injured himself. Later, I transferred him to Class 8 where there are no children from the Wong family. That's weird. The principal frowned. Internal bullying is a very serious problem for any family, let alone the Wong family or the Emperor clan. are they just sitting back and watching? The grade director shook his head, his tone somewhat dissatisfied. Principal, it's not like you don't know that the Tianjian Wong clan has long lost the Emperor clan's heritage. If it hadn't been for the sudden news about their ancestor, Sword Emperor, who had been missing for 3,000 years 15 years ago, how could they be so showy? I know Wong Shenxian's child. Although his talent is not amazing, he has a heart for seeking truth. Even if such a young talent is mediocre, he can eventually reach great heights. But the Wong family allowed such a child to be bullied wantonly by the same clan. It really lacks the spirit of a noble family. The principal looked deeply at Wong Shenxian in the audience. Heaven has entrusted this man with a great responsibility, and his ambition will surely suffer. Those who have a perseverant Taoist heart will eventually break out of their cocoons and become butterflies. Seeing that his subordinate wanted to say something else, the principal shook his head. The Wong family is the Emperor clan. We have no position to interfere. After all, this is their family matter. The grade director sighed helplessly and could only stop the topic. The principal patted his subordinate on the shoulder. Okay, let's see what vocation that child can awaken. On the awakening stage, the staff shouted with the list in their hands. Next, Wong Shenxian. The young man whose name was read took a deep breath and stepped onto the awakening stage with an uneasy feeling. After Wong Shenxian stood firm on the awakening magic circle, the magic circle began to light up with brilliant purple light. The young man closed his eyes tightly, held the pendant tightly in his right hand, and whispered quietly in his heart. Mom, I'm about to awaken to my vocation. In an instant, Wong Shenxian felt a mysterious force awakening in his body. This force became increasingly intense under the pull of the awakening array. Just when the mysterious power burst out of the body, something unexpected happened. That mysterious power suddenly fell silent, and no matter how much the awakening magic circle pulled it, there was no more ripples. Wong Shenxian, who was on the awakening stage, noticed the changes in his body, and his face instantly turned pale. As the light of the awakening array receded, the staff's voices also sounded. Wong Shenxian, a vocation in life, winemaker, talent awakening failed. The staff's words seemed to have sentenced the boy on the awakening stage to death. Looking at the shining and even dazzling fonts on the awakening stone, the young man's face was pale and his eyes were dull. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. Talent can still fail to awaken. Is this the point? Isn't it the point that Wong Shenxian awakened as a winemaker? That's right. Why would a disciple of the Wong family awaken to a vocation other than the sword vocation? This Wong Shenxian has a story. The story of the green grassland above your head. On the leadership stage, many leaders also had incredible expressions on their faces. The grade director looked at the font on the awakening stone in disbelief. How can it be a? The principal's eyes became even sharper. He stared at the young man on the stage and said in a solemn tone. Something big is going to happen. Under the awakening stage, the young Wong clan members standing at the front showed expressions of gloating. Winemaker, you really disgraced our Wong family. They are both the sons of the third uncle, so the gap between Wong Shenxian and cousin Baiken is too big, right? Don't even think about it. How can a child born from a merchant's daughter be compared to Baiken's cousin, born from a proud girl like Aunt Marong? However, although Wong Shenxian's talent is not very good, why did he awaken the winemaker? Yes, don't we all have the blood of the Sword Emperor in our bodies? Why did he awaken the winemaker? HMPH, maybe that Wong Shenxian is really born between his mother and another wild man. The doubts and ridicules that came from around him fell on the young man's ears, piercing his heart like countless sharp swords, making Wong Shenxian's breathing quicken. The young man slowly raised his head, his delicate and tender face filled with despair. His dark eyes blankly glanced at the mocking tribesmen around him, and his already desperate heart became even more desolate. Yaa. In a daze, the young man's spine seemed to have lost its support and gradually collapsed. Wong Shenxian's eyes were full of death. He turned around lonely and quietly walked down the awakening stage. The lonely figure seemed a little out of place compared to the world around him. As soon as he stepped off the stage, Wong Shenxian met a young man with an unruly face. That was his genius brother, Wong Baiken. Wong Baiken crossed his arms and looked at Wong Shenxian with contempt and said disdainfully. Think carefully about how to explain it to your father. Having a brother like you makes me sick. Wong Shenxian ignored the other party's humiliation, and now he fell into extreme self-doubt. Nothing around him caught his attention. He slowly walked towards where his class was. Faced with the caring words from his classmates and friends, he remained unmoved. Strong emotions continued to erode his mind, and Wong Shenxian's consciousness began to become blurred. After that, he fell down directly as if he had lost all his strength. When the surrounding students saw this, they quickly shouted, "Teacher, the monitor has fainted." "Mom, what is this?" "This is wine." "What is wine?" "Wine is a drink invented by our ancestors." "Drink. I want to drink too." Children are not allowed to drink alcohol, and drinking alcohol is harmful to the body. It's obviously harmful to the body, so why do adults still drink? Because wine can make people forget their unhappiness. Then I'm going to drink when I grow up. If possible, Mom hopes you won't have to drink for the rest of your life. Why? Because what the unconscious boy didn't know was that the gourd pendant he put in his pocket was constantly shining with a faint golden light. When he opened his eyes again, Wong Shenxian found that he was lying on the bed. Looking around, he determined where he was now. School infirmary. He slowly raised his hand and looked at his calloused palms, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. I'm dreaming again. After wiping away his tears, Wong Shenxian took out the pendant in his pocket, which was a small yellow gourd. Staring at the gourd in his hand, Wong Shenxian fell into long memories. Thousands of years ago, the heavenly gate came to the sky. Spirit Qi revives, strange beasts arrive, and the calendar is reset. People call the day when Tianmen descends the day of origin. On January 1st, year 1 of the Tianmen calendar, Tianmen descends. On January 1100th year of the Tianmen calendar, the Tianmen opened wide and the Spirit Qi revived. In June of the same year, alien beasts arrived on the planet, and human race entered a dark age. In the face of powerful alien beasts, humans tried their best, but they could not stop the alien beasts from killing their compatriots wantonly. In just 3 months, half of the more than 3,000 countries in the world were wiped out. On June 6100th year of the Tianmen calendar, Ji Xuanyuan, the first human being, was born. On January 1105th year of the Tianmen calendar, there were only 30 countries left alive in the world. In March of the same year, humans formed an alliance to jointly resist the alien beasts. On August 8125th year of the Tianmen calendar, the human coalition was defeated in the face of a fierce attack by alien beasts. Since then, the remaining countries have been on the verge of extinction, and humans have begun to organize themselves into families to keep warm. On January 1st 200 in the Tianmen calendar, a large number of humans awakened to their vocation and talent. People have discovered that whenever a human race child reaches the age of 15, talent and vocation can be awakened. On October 10, 500 in the Tianmen calendar, the clergymen at the old site of Huasha reunited and established Yingsu, the first city in the new era, which is now the imperial capital of China. On June 6, 666 in the Tianmen calendar, the first human martial artist Ji Xuanyuan arrived in the Great Emperor realm. In the same year, the China Restoration Alliance was established. On September 1, 777 in the Tianmen calendar, Ji Xuanyuan was in deep danger, and alien beasts took the opportunity to attack the China Restoration Alliance. At this critical moment, 12 emperors including Sword Emperor, Alchemy Emperor, and Wine Emperor appeared and successfully resisted the attack of alien beasts. In the year 888 of the Tianmen calendar, on November 11, Ji Xuanyuan broke through the shackles of the Great Emperor, reached the unknown realm, and was titled Human Sovereign. On September 9, 999 in the Tianmen calendar, Monster Sovereign Emperor Tian led 10 great monster emperors to join the China Restoration Alliance. On October 1, 999 in the Tianmen calendar, China was restored. In the year 2000 of the Tianmen calendar, a conflict broke out between the human sovereign and the monster sovereign in China. War breaks out in the country, and alien beasts take advantage of the situation, causing a fatal blow to the country. In the year 2005 of the Tianmen calendar, the third princess of the sovereign clan, Ji clan, and the second prince of the sovereign clan, Emperor clan, eloped out of love and became pregnant with a son, Yantian. In the 2500th year of Tianmen calendar, Yishan arrived in the Great Emperor realm. With his dual bloodline, he successfully quelled the civil war. In the 3000th year of the Tianmen calendar, Yantian broke through the shackles of the Great Emperor realm, tied with monster sovereign and human sovereign, and was known as spiritual emperor in history. At this point, China began the grand scene of three emperors co-governing. In the 3500th year of the Tianmen calendar, during the great prosperity of China, the three emperors gave up their power and gave it to the people. They hosted a banquet in the imperial capital to release their military power over a glass of wine, completing an eternal legend. In Tianmen calendar 3510, a new government was established, and the sovereign clan and emperor clan officially withdrew from the stage of national power until today. Today is May 1, 12,001 in the Tianmen calendar. The great emperor made an indelible contribution to the history of human race's defense against alien beasts. In order to show respect for the great emperor, the country respectfully calls the family of the great emperor the emperor clan. Wong Shenxian was born into the Tianjian Wong clan, known as the emperor clan. The ancestor of the Tianjian Wong family is none other than the Sword Emperor. Because the Sword Emperor is in charge, the Tianjian Wong family has ushered in unprecedented glory. The great emperor will not die, and the emperor clan will never be destroyed. As the emperor clan, the Wong family was supposed to last forever. However, as expected, the surprise still came. 3,000 years ago, the Sword Emperor mysteriously disappeared during an expedition to the secret realm, and his whereabouts are still unknown. The Tianjian Wong family, which lacked the presence of the great emperor, also suffered suppression and retaliation from its opponents. Fortunately, the opponent did not dare to completely destroy the Tianjian Wong family because he was worried that the Sword Emperor was not dead. With the intervention of the state and the sovereign clan, they chose to give up on the situation and resorted to boiling frogs in warm water to restrict the development of the Tianjian Wong clan. From then on, the Tianjian Wong family began a 3,000-year-long path of decline. By Grandpa Wong Shenxian's generation, the Tianjian Wong family had become a second-rate family. When the family was on the verge of bankruptcy, Wong Shenxian's grandfather abandoned the glory of the emperor clan and chose to marry into a family with a weak foundation. And this family is the Mo family. The Mo family started out in the spiritual wine industry. Because the spiritual wine they exclusively brewed was of high quality, they accumulated a lot of wealth. The Tianjian Wong family needs this wealth to save the family's business, and the Mo family also hopes to use the Wong family's heritage to reach a higher level. In the end, Mo Elegy, the daughter of the Mo family, married Wong Jianian, the third son of the Wong clan leader. The Mo family gave the Tianjian Wong family the greatest respect and spared no effort to help the Wong family get out of trouble. The two families get along very harmoniously. The days were supposed to continue like this, but an accident happened again. However, this accident was a huge surprise to Wong. That afternoon, the strength of the disciples of the Tianjian Wong family began to skyrocket. After reading ancient books, Wong found the reason for the surge in strength. That is the blood of the great emperor in their bodies. The reason why the emperor clan is the emperor clan is because they contain the blood of the great emperor. The bloodline of the great emperor can bless the descendants and enhance the talent and strength of the people. Everything that happened to the Tiancheng Wong clan undoubtedly proved one thing to the outside world. Not only did the Sword Emperor, who had been missing for 3,000 years, not perish, but he also took a big step forward in strength. In a short period of time, the news spread like a storm throughout the world. After the heads of the major families learned about this incident, they all changed their attitudes and began to try to repair their relationship with the Tianjian Wong family. After that day, the Tianjian Wong family regained its former glory. They have become the supreme emperor clan again. After a blind person regains his sight, the first thing he does is often throw away his crutches. The sad thing about human nature is that those who return to the throne will always regard the suffering they experienced when they were down and out as an unbearable shame. And the Mo family is the biggest shame of the Tianjian Wong family. As the emperor clan, the Tianjian Wong clan has its own pride. If it weren't for their desperation, they wouldn't have chosen to marry the Mohists. Because of this, the rejuvenated Tianjian Wong family regarded the Mo family as a thorn in their side and a thorn in their flesh. The Mohist family was keenly aware of the crisis they were about to face. Grandpa Mo Kong, the head of the Mo family, chose to cut off his tail to survive. Through a large number of emotional cards, the Mohist family successfully avoided disaster. In the end, the Mo family moved away from Tianjin City and went to the desolate frontier to resume their business. Only the mother, Mo Elegy, became the victim in this marriage. That year, Wong Shenxian had just been born. Because of the young Wong Shenxian, Wong did not embarrass Mo Elegy too much. The mother and son also spent 10 years of warm parent-child time. Of course, the only thing missing in these 10 years is his father Wong Jianian. After the Wong family's status changed, many family members began to become busy. Shortly after Wong Shenxian was born, Wong Jianian chose to go to the imperial capital to manage the new family business. In the process, he met Murong Wan, the daughter of the Murong family in the imperial capital. The two have feelings for each other. After the Murong family learned about it, they were not angry because of Wong Jianian's status as a married man. On the contrary, they even proposed that Murong Wan be betrothed to Wong Jianian. This shows the sincerity and determination of the Murong family to repair the rift with the Tianjin Wong family. Faced with huge interests and the low profile of the other party, Wang's senior management finally agreed to this somewhat absurd proposal. As a result, Mo Elegy became a thorn in the side of the Wong family and the Murong family. Faced with humiliation and injustice, the Great Mother chose to compromise for the sake of her children. Since then, Wong Jianian has settled in a new home in the imperial capital. That year, Wong Shenxian had just turned 1 year old. The heartbroken Mo Elegy tried to take her son to her parents' home for care. Unexpectedly, the Mo family directly chose to sever ties with Mo Elegy because they were afraid of the Wong family. Having lost all options of escape, Mo Elegy could only choose to stay. Sadly, fate did not spare this miserable woman. Due to an accident, she was found drowned in the pond. That year, Wong Shenxian was 10 years old. Coincidentally, not long after Mo Yanji's death, Wong Jianian returned to Tianjin's ancestral home with Wong Shenxian's stepmother and his brother, who was only 2 years younger than him. And Wong Shenxian also began to live a nightmare life. A stepmother who looks amiable on the outside but is bitter and mean behind the scenes. Arrogant and domineering, he bullied his younger brother at will based on his favor. A father who had no feelings for him at all and even had some disgust. Wong Shenxian, who was only 10 years old, lived a life of walking on thin ice in his own home. As a child, he longed for his father's love deep in his heart. In addition, Wong Shenxian had just lost his mother at the time, and he desperately wanted to be close to his father. However, every time the children cautiously approached, they were greeted with disgusted scoldings. Wong Shenxian could only hide in the corner and watch his father and younger brother playing happily. That kind of smile was something his father had never given him. Wong Shenxian trains hard every day, hoping to get praise and recognition from his father, but his father has never looked at him. Such days lasted for 5 years. Since Wong Shenxian entered junior high school, Wong Jianian's attitude towards him has become worse and worse. The big reason here is that Wong Shenxian's qualifications are very ordinary. Wong Shenxian's talent cannot be said to be excellent, but it is definitely not far behind. However, his half-brother Wong Baiken is so dazzling. Wong Baiken's talent is extremely exaggerated and can be called a monster. Whether it is intelligence or physical fitness, Wong Baiken has shown talent far beyond ordinary people. There are 9 realms in martial artist practice, namely: Rank 1 Meridian Opening Realm, Rank 2 Blood Refining Realm, Rank 3 Bone Tempering Realm, Rank 4 Starry Realm, Rank 5 Bright Moon Realm, Rank 6 Burning Sun Realm, Rank 7 Dao Integration Realm, Rank 8 Dao Integration Realm, Rank 9 Ascending Heaven Realm. When a human being is 10 years old, the spirit vein in the body begins to formally absorb spirit qi, which also symbolizes the beginning of spiritual practice. If you want to awaken your vocation and profession, there is another way besides waiting until you are 15. That is to reach rank 2 Blood Refining Realm. Wong Baiken, who was 2 years younger than Wong Shenxian, took only 3 years to accomplish what Wong Shenxian had not been able to do for 5 years. Half a month ago, Wong Baiken penetrated all 12 spirit veins and successfully broke through to the Blood Refining Realm. As a result, he was able to awaken to his vocation in advance. Those who can awaken their vocation in advance are all the favored ones of heaven. Just today, he not only awakened a rare profession, but also awakened an X-level talent. The gap between the two is like a chasm. In fact, Wong Shenxian also tried to understand his father, because Wong Baiken's talent was indeed worthy of this favor. But Wong Shenxian really asked for very little, he just longed for a little love. Even just a little bit. At a young age, in his heart, besides his mother, there was only his father. However, his father was really stingy, so stingy that Wong Shenxian completely lost hope in him. The vocation he awakened today was the last straw that broke his back. Over the years, he has never stopped practicing and learning. Even when Wong Baiken took the lead in bullying, his determination never wavered. The purpose is to awaken a good vocation and talent today. He wanted Juquanzhe's mother to be proud of him, and he also wanted everyone to know that Wong Shenxian was Moeleji's child. But now it seems that his dream is completely shattered. Not only did he awaken his vocation in life, but even his most important talent failed to awaken. Now he has completely become the laughingstock of his family. His mother will be humiliated by him, his father will ignore him even more, and his tribe will bully him even more unscrupulously. He dared not imagine his future life because he saw no hope at all. At this moment, Wong Shenxian completely lost the motivation to live. No matter how precocious his mind is, he is still only 15 years old. The family has been trapped in this cannibalistic family for 15 years, with no freedom and no control over their destiny. They are said to be tribesmen, but in fact they are more like slaves. The motivation that kept him alive had gone out. Wong Shenxian looked at the glass bottle beside the bed and slowly stretched out his hand. Accompanied by a crisp sound of glass breaking, he picked up the broken glass shards on the ground with his hands and placed them across his neck. The boy closed his eyes tightly, and the hand holding the glass shards continued to increase strength. As the force increased, blood continued to ooze out from the skin under the glass fragments. Wong Shenxian took a deep breath, just as he was about to take his own life. Shenxian, why do you keep hurting yourself? Can't you know this? Mom will feel bad. The memories of the past are like spring rain, moistening the young man's traumatized heart. The boy's hand holding the fragments began to tremble. In the end, Wong Shenxian dropped the piece of glass in his hand. After simply stopping the bleeding, Wong Shenxian walked out of the infirmary. As soon as he went out, he saw Li Yu and Zhao Hu wandering outside the corridor. When the two saw Queen Wang Xian, they became a little overwhelmed. Wang Shenxian knew that his friend was worried about hurting his self-esteem. Li Yu, Zhao Hu, congratulations on awakening your S-level talent. Zhao Hu gritted his teeth and said, Brother Xian, you. Zhao Hu, what's the matter with you? You've awakened your S-level talent and you're not happy. You're getting an advantage and you're still acting like a good boy, aren't you? Wang Shenxian teased. I didn't, Brother Xian, you misunderstood me. Wang Shenxian interrupted Zhao Hu directly. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. I don't want to affect your good mood because of myself. No matter what, awakening S-level talent is of great significance to you. We should be happy when good things happen. Besides, I am still a descendant of the Wong family. Even if I lie down doing nothing, I don't have to worry about food and clothing. Why do you worry about me? I'm still waiting to hug your thighs. After some comfort, the two people's faces became obviously more comfortable. Brother Xian, Li Yu has just met the commander of the military academy. They are willing to recruit her directly to the military academy. Wang Shenxian was not surprised. Li Yu's vocation is to be a field doctor, and she is a scarce talent in the army. Not to mention that her talent can also give martial artists the effect of avoiding death. Her value to the military is probably no less than that of an SSS-level talent. What about you? Wang Shenxian asked Zhao Hu. Seeing that Zhao Hu was a little coy, Li Yu rolled her eyes at him. He took advantage of me and was specially recruited together. Zhao Hu broke the defense. What does it mean to take advantage of you? My talent is also extremely strong, okay. HMPH. Li Yu snorted coldly. If it weren't for me, could the military academy recruit you? Recruiting you a cook for the cooking class. Zhao Hu broke his defense for the second time. you are discriminating against chefs, you are discriminating against chefs. My chef can still make spiritual food, and I can cook and cook. Why am I not as good as you? Seeing the two people fighting, Wang Shenxian couldn't help but smile. In fact, what Li Yu said is not a problem. Although they are both S-level, Zhao Hu is indeed inferior to Li Yu in terms of battlefield strategic value. Without Li Yu, Zhao Hu might have gone to a key high school. I'll treat you to dinner and let's celebrate, Wang Shenxian suggested. Hearing this, Li Yu and Zhao Hu looked at each other, a little embarrassed. Brother Xian, we are here to say goodbye to you. The military academy has a training plan for the special admissions students, so. Seeing that Zhao Hu was stuck, Li Yu continued. So, we are leaving tonight, and we still need to go through the formalities in the afternoon. After hearing this, Wang Shenxian suddenly felt a little sad, but he quickly adjusted it. This is a good thing. It's not like we've lost contact. I'll make up for you after the holidays. The three of them were chatting and walking, just like the days when they would go home from school together. When they reached a crossroads, Wang Xian, the Immortal Lord, spoke. Then I won't see you off. Let's see you later. The three of them chatted reluctantly for a while, and then separated. Wang Shenxian turned around and stood on the side of the road, looking at the backs of the two people fighting, feeling a sense of emptiness involuntarily rising. Watching their figures disappear into the crowd, Wang Shenxian spoke softly. I wish you a bright future and a prosperous military fortune. After that, he turned and looked forward, which was the direction of home. Although he is unwilling to face reality, some things cannot be escaped after all. So far, all the young man's life has been marked by failure, but this does not prevent him from moving forward. Winemaker, after awakening to this profession, you still have the nerve to step into your home. In the luxurious hall, a roar like an earth shaker came. The middle-aged man with black hair and white robes held a career awakening form tightly in his hand, and a tsunami-like terrifying aura continued to spurt out of his body. You are so shameful that you don't even have the courage to commit suicide. Boom. The career awakening chart was slapped hard on the table. Vocational awakening registration form. School. Tianjin City Number 2 Elementary Level Middle School. Class. Class 8, Grade 3. Name. Wang Shenxian. Age. 15. Realm. Meridian opening Realma 9 meridians. Vocation. Winemaker. Talent. Awakening failed. The possibility that talent is too weak and not detected cannot be ruled out. Comprehensive judgment. F. Opinion reference. The student to S awakening occupation belongs to the life occupation. Due to the lack of talent, it is not recommended that the student enter martial artist high school. The suggestions are for reference only. Please make your own judgment based on your own family situation. Wang Shenxian lowered his head deeply and looked at the form on the table with dull eyes. The text on the form is particularly eye-catching. Especially the talent awakening failure marked in red font. These large red characters, accompanied by his father's insults, pierced the young man's fragile self-esteem like a sword. The heavenly sword Wong family has been passed down for thousands of years, and its reputation is powerful at home and abroad. For thousands of years, all the disciples of my Wong family have awakened to their vocation of swordsmanship, without exception. Only you have awakened the brewer. Even talent failed to awaken. Are you going to disgrace the family, you fool? Facing his father's anger, Wang Shenxian did not show too many emotions because he was already used to his father's abuse. The furious Wang Jianian stared at Wang Shenxian, who had his head lowered, with extreme disgust in his eyes. At this time, the noble lady who had been sitting next to him slowly stood up and came to Wang Jianian's side, rubbing his temples for him. Jian Nian, don't get so angry. Think of something happy. Not only has our Baikan awakened to a rare profession this time, but his talent has also reached level 10. The government has just called to inquire about the clan leader, and all 10 elders have left the country because of this. We have to meet the elders later. You can't leave a bad impression on the elders. After all, the clan leader election is coming soon. Wang Jianian's expression softened after hearing his wife's words, and he snorted coldly. You're an unlucky thing. Wouldn't you be grateful if your mother pleads for you? I'll teach you the rules. Who would have thought that Wang Shenxian was unmoved after hearing this and just stood there silently? This move angered Wong Jianyan again. You're deaf, aren't you? After hearing this, the boy finally raised his head. She's not my mother. These words made the atmosphere in the room drop to freezing point. Wong Jianyan stared at his son, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Dare to say it again and try it. Wang Shenxian looked at his father calmly and spoke word by word. She is not my mother. My mother's name is Moelegy. She passed away 5 years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, overwhelming pressure rushed directly towards Wang Shenxian. The thin young man was overwhelmed by this powerful pressure. Just when Wang Jianyan was about to take action, the guard's voice came from outside the door. Third Master, the 10th Elder invites you, Third Madam and young Master Shenxian to go to the Ancestral Hall to tell the story. The guard's words made Wang Jianyan stop his plan to deal with Wang Shenxian. He stared with disgust at the young man lying on the ground gasping for air. My vocation as a winemaker is exactly the same as that alcoholic Moelegy. After saying that, Wang Jianyan took his wife and walked out directly. Just as he was about to step out of the hall, Wang Jianyan suddenly stopped. You, hurry up and catch up. Wang Shenxian struggled to stand up from the ground. He looked at the back of his father and stepmother leaving arm in arm. His face was ferocious and his veins were exposed. His mother was humiliated, and he wanted to rush up to eat her flesh and drink her blood. However, dignity is only as good as the edge of the sword, and the dignity of the weak is worthless. After a moment of silence, the young man loosened his clenched fists, lowered his head and followed. Wang Jianyan, who was walking in front, glanced back at Wang Shenxian and then asked his wife. Has everything been arranged? Murong Wan smiled contemptuously. Don't worry, the evidence of the crime has been placed in his room. Remember not to reveal any flaws. Wang Jianyan repeatedly warned, in special times, any accident may lead to failure of the election. Murong Wan patted her husband's arm and said softly. With Baiken here, which clan leader wouldn't give us some thin noodles? As long as this little troublemaker Wang Shenxian is dealt with, there will be no worries. After hearing the words Wang Shenxian, Wang Jianyan gritted his teeth and said. Awakening to this kind of rubbish vocation really brings shame on me. Someone will definitely make a fuss about this matter, so we must strike first. Murong Wan comforted him. It's okay Jian Nian, we still have Baiken. After we get rid of that little trash today, we will see who dares to mention this matter in front of you in the future. Anyway, Baiken's talent is related to the future of the family, and the clan elders will not make things too difficult for you. Thinking of his youngest son, Wang Jianyan patted his wife's hand and said softly. With a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? Having my wife here is the greatest blessing in my life. After hearing this, Murong Wan rested her head on Wang Jianyan's shoulder. As long as the three of us in the family are united, nothing can trouble us. Wang's Ancestral Hall. As a legendary clan that has been passed down for nearly 10,000 years, the Wong family's Ancestral Hall is astonishingly large. This is not only a place where tribesmen worship their ancestors, but also a place where major decisions are made within the tribe. Large clans have very sophisticated family organizational structures and power divisions. Unlike most novels, the patriarch of a large family in China's Xia dynasty is not very powerful. Because practice often requires a pure heart of seeking the Tao, you must devote yourself to practice wholeheartedly. It is difficult for an apex-level expert to maintain the speed of his practice while dealing with many family affairs. Therefore, each clan member has a different position in the family. To put it simply, a clan divides its people into two categories, business and martial arts. The martial arts clan members are extremely talented. They are only responsible for focusing on practice, winning military exploits for the family, and fighting against the family's enemies when necessary. They are the family's most important backing. The Shang clan members have mediocre talents. They are responsible for managing many of the family's businesses, obtaining various resources for the family, and providing martial arts clan members with training. In an era when alien beasts were rampant, human beings followed their instincts and chose to rely on each other in the form of families. So the concept of family in this world is very important. Normally, there would never be a situation where martial people would look down on business people. The clan members are connected by blood, respect and support each other. Their purpose is to run the family better. It's just because of Wong Baiken's special status that he was specially targeted by his tribe. What Wang Shenxian didn't understand was why the clan called him here. He looked at the hundreds of elders in the Ancestral Hall in confusion. From their expressions, it was not difficult to tell that something big was going to happen today. As soon as Wang Shenxian stepped into the Ancestral Hall, he felt an extremely depressing atmosphere. The main hall was solemn, and the old men sitting on chairs around it were all high-ranking figures of the Wong family. Although not all of them came, most of those who were at Tianjian's ancestral home came. Sitting at the head of the table is a gray-haired old man, who is the 10th elder of the family. This 10th elder is powerful, with extremely high status and seniority. He just came out of seclusion a few hours ago. The 10th elder didn't pay much attention to everything around him. He just sat on the high seat and closed his eyes, nurturing spirit. His body seemed to contain an immortal god, and just sitting there gave people a terrifying and extremely oppressive feeling. Sitting below the 10 elders is Wang Xiao, the contemporary patriarch of the Wong family. He is Wang Jianyan's biological father and Wang Shenxian's grandfather. Sitting next to Wang Xiao was a young face. Wong Baiken. Wong Baiken is always surrounded by many clan members. No matter where he is, he attracts the attention of everyone. Because he is Wong Baiken, because he is the #1 prodigy of the Tianjian Wong family's generation. The clan leader looked at Wang Shenxian standing behind him, his brows furrowed, and his tone was somewhat displeased. Wang Shenxian, do you know why I called you here specifically? Faced with Grandpa's pressure, Wang Shenxian immediately saluted. Reply to Grandpa, Xian doesn't know. I don't know. Wang Xiao snorted coldly. Are you really not aware, or are you pretending not to know? Wang Shenxian's face was full of confusion. He didn't do anything in his memory. Looking at his grandson who was full of doubts, Wang Xiao asked in a deep voice. Do you know what people say about your father now? Wang Shenxian's body shook violently, and he seemed to understand his situation. Seeing that Wang Shenxian was silent, the clan leader was extremely angry and laughed instead. Now there are rumors outside that I, Mrs. Wang, have raised a fool at home. From ancient times to the present, the entire 9,800-year history of our heavenly sword Wang clan, you are the only one who has awakened to such a vocation. Do you know you were wrong? Wang Shenxian, who lowered his head, felt desolate and smiled bitterly. May I ask the patriarch, what did I do wrong? What's wrong? Wang Xiao's eyes darkened. We, the Wong family, have become the laughingstock of the world, and you still ask me what's wrong. Wang Shenxian raised his head and looked at his grandfather on the high seat. Am I the one who can decide my calling? How have I ever thought about dishonoring the honor of my family? The great emperor's bloodline will automatically sense the blood relationship. Don't you know whether I am or not? The young man's question made Wang Xiao's face look a little ugly. He didn't expect that Wang Shenxian, who was originally taciturn, would have the courage to talk back to him in public. Just when the atmosphere became tense, Wang Jianyan stood up from the crowd. He knelt down directly to his father and kowtowed. It's my fault that a son doesn't teach his father well. It's my fault that he doesn't educate his children well. I'm willing to take the blame for my son. Please elders, considering that Shenxian is still young, give him a chance. When Wang Shenxian in front heard these words, his heart dropped. He didn't believe that his father would defend him like this. Wang Jianyan must be putting on a show if he could say such things. And putting on a show here means that the current situation is still under Wang Jianyan's control. Almost instantly, Wang Shenxian guessed that he might have been plotted. Sure enough, as soon as such an idea appeared, Wang Xiao spoke indifferently. Have you suffered on behalf of me? Do you know the real reason why I called Wang Shenxian here? He was called here because of the theft case of Han Lan's heart. Some time ago, in order to congratulate Baiken for breaking through the blood refining realm, the Morong family specially gave me Wang's treasure, the heart of Hanlan. However, that night, Hanlan's heart was accidentally stolen. So, I ordered Wang Baiken to personally investigate the case. Baiken, come and tell the elders the truth about the theft of Hanlan's heart. Hearing this, Wang Baiken beside Wang Xiao stood up proudly. Dear elders, after 2 weeks of investigation, it was found that the thief was my brother, Wang Shenxian. Wong Baiken's loud voice continued to ripple in the empty Ancestral Hall. After everyone heard this, they looked at Wong Jianian, who was kneeling in front of the clan leader in shock. Anyone who can sit here and participate in the discussion within the clan is not an idiot. Most of them are old foxes who are good at calculation. Wong Baiken's words fell into their ears. How could they not understand what the other party meant? These people were all surprised by Wong Jianian's cruelty. He actually planned to make his eldest son a victim. However, despite their clear conscience, it is obvious that no one is willing to offend Wong Jianian, because such a thing is likely to be tacitly approved by the clan leader. A certain senior officer narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Are you sure? This matter is of a bad nature, so don't blame the child. Wong Jianian stood up directly and roared at Wong Baiken. You fool, I asked you to investigate the thief, but you dare to trace it to your brother. Wong Baiken said aggrievedly when he heard his father's scolding. The heart of Hanlin belongs to me, and it is for this reason that Grandpa asked me to be responsible for tracing it. Father, I know you don't want to accept this fact, but this time the witnesses and physical evidence are conclusive. Besides, I found this out together with other elders of the family, and my fifth uncle also knows about it. Because he is my brother, I have repeatedly confirmed that the prisoner is indeed my brother. According to the clan rules, stealing the family's treasure should be punished by whipping and expelled from the family, but I am a little undecided, so. Hearing this, the patriarch Wang Xiao spoke in a condensing voice. All clan members who violate clan rules are not allowed to enjoy privileges, even my grandchildren. Wong Jianian seemed dumbfounded, his face full of confusion. How is it possible for Shenxian? Although he does have a lot of problems, but. Humph. Wang Xiao snorted coldly, this is the son you raised. At this time, a middle-aged man in black robe stood out from the crowd. His name is Wang Jianquan, Wang Shenxian's fifth uncle, and Wang Jianian's right-hand man. Clan leader, I don't think third brother can be blamed for this matter. Baiken and Wang Shenxian are both third brother's children. Why is Baiken the only one who is kind-hearted, polite and well-behaved? Originally, I didn't believe that third brother's child would do such a thing. After all, my enviable immortal nephew was raised by Mo Yanj himself. What kind of children can she be expected to teach as an alcoholic? The reason why Baiken is so good is because of the good teachings of the third brother and the third sister-in-law. It must be that the child Shenxian did not receive an upright education when he was a child, so he did such a thing. That Mo Elegy has long been resentful towards me, the Wong family, and he must have put his grievances on nephew Shenxian. And that drunkard Mo Elegy gets himself drunk every day, and spends all day out drinking and having girls. The screams instantly echoed through the Ancestral Hall. Everyone quickly looked around and saw Wang Shenxian tightly holding Wang Jianquan's left arm. The young man buried his head deeply in his arms. No one knows what happened, and no one knows why Wang Jianquan screamed. Although Wang Jianquan martial Dao is weak, he is not called like this just because of a child. The guards in the Ancestral Hall quickly separated the two. As soon as they separated, Wang Jianquan covered his left hand with a painful expression. Looking carefully, everyone was horrified to find that a small section of Wang Jianquan's left thumb was broken. The wound is constantly spurting out blood, and the culprit is the child who has been ignored by them. The silent young man actually bit off a section of the elder's finger. He. The young man spit out the fingers in his mouth and looked up to the sky laughing wildly. The blood remaining at the corners of his mouth and teeth made Wang Shenxian look particularly oozing at this moment. Wang Jianquan kept shouting at the laughing young man, "Kill you, I'm going to kill you." Hearing this, Wang Shenxian glanced at Wang Jianquan, and then said jokingly, "Don't you know that insulting a child's mother in front of him is a very mean thing?" "Oh, maybe it's because you idiot didn't get a decent education when you were a child, so you did such a thing. Today I will teach you a lesson. If you insult someone else's mother, you will be retaliated against. Remember, the tuition this time will only cost you one finger." Astonishing words. Wang Jianian looked at his arrogant son beside him in disbelief. He simply couldn't overlap the image of the current Wang Shenxian with the submissive son of the past. The Wang clan members who knew Wang Shenxian's character were also shocked and speechless by the boy's madness. Even the 10th elder, who had always closed his eyes, nurturing spirit, narrowed his eyes and glanced at Wang Shenxian. Wang Shenxian seized the opportunity and knelt directly in front of the statue of the Sword Emperor. My descendant, Wang Shenxian, swore by his blood and begged his ancestors for protection. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sword Emperor sculpture burst into golden light, and then enveloped Wang Shenxian. This is Ancestral Sanctuary, and each clan's Ancestral Hall has the power of blessing given by its ancestors. The power of these blessings is the family's last defense barrier. The conditions for opening Ancestral Sanctuary require tribesmen to sacrifice their own blood. Wang Shenxian, who had received the protection of his ancestors, felt that the supreme power around his body was protecting him. Feeling this supreme power, Wang Shenxian laughed wildly. No one can do anything to him before the power of his blood is exhausted. For Wang Shenxian, he can bear the hardships of life, but he absolutely cannot bear the slander from his blood relatives. Once convicted of stealing a family treasure, it is not certain whether he will survive. His father could no longer be described as ruthless. Tiger poison does not eat its seeds, he is worse than an animal. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time was finally ignited at this moment. Life was already difficult, and he didn't want to endure it any longer. Even if he dies, he won't let that beast father solve the problem smoothly. After laughing wildly, Wang Shenxian first pointed the finger at his fifth uncle Wang Jiangquan. You uneducated fool, are you going to frame me for this? You can't handle this little thing. Is it because my father, whose conscience is eaten by dogs, didn't give you a performance fee? Wang Jianian's face turned dark when he heard this. He pointed at Wang Shenxian and was so angry that he couldn't speak for a long time. Wang Shenxian saw this and mocked. What, you're mute? If the script deviates, you won't be able to act, right? How afraid are you of me staying at home? Don't you just think that I will be used by your opponents to attack you? Wang Jianian, do you think you are funny? You are so deliberately trying to drive me away, but you don't know that I want to leave this home right away. I am willing to fulfill your wish. I am willing to withdraw from your life, so that your family of 3 can live happily together, and I will not hinder your affairs from now on. I can accept leaving by myself, but I will never accept being kicked out of my house by you in this way. Throwing feces on me, do you still want to get some of it? Dream. After that, he turned his attention to Wang Baikan again. My dear brother, you said I stole your treasure, and you said the evidence is conclusive, right? Today, I, Wang Shenxian, made an oath of heaven in front of my ancestors. The sky is above, the sun and the moon can tell, I, Wang Shenxian, swear by my soul, blood, and martial Tao today. If I, Wang Shenxian, steal Wang Baikan's treasure, the heaven and the earth will be destroyed, the sun and the moon will be destroyed, the soul will be destroyed, and I will never be reincarnated. As soon as he finished speaking, Haoran's righteous energy rushed down from the sky. Feeling the awe-inspiring righteousness around his body, Wang Shenxian smiled jokingly. Wang Baikan, did you never think that I could make an oath of heaven? Did you plan to control me from the beginning? Did you never expect that I would activate the ancestral protection? Now, my ancestors, Tianju, and Martial Tao have all testified for me. Do you dare to follow me and take the oath of Tianju? Stealing the clan's treasures will result in expulsion from the clan, so what crime do you deserve for slandering your brother from the same clan? Wang Shenxian's thunderous questioning made Wang Baikan's face instantly turn pale. His whole body began to tremble with fear. Seeing this, Wang Shenxian smiled disdainfully. Ha ha, the silver pewter spearhead looks good but not useful. If only you could learn a little bit of your mother's tricks, you wouldn't be as ugly as you are now. Ignoring her stepmother's ferocious expression, Wang Shenxian turned to look at her grandfather who was sitting on the high seat. Old Biden, do you feel comfortable sitting in the patriarch's seat? You useless piece of shit, you bankrupted your family, and you still have the nerve to continue sitting here. You are the one who gave up the glory of the Emperor clan, and you are the one who only mentions the glory of the Emperor clan. If you feel embarrassed, then you can choose to continue to be arrogant and not marry the Mo family. I am afraid of taking responsibility and being removed from my position as clan leader, so I look for cooperation with the Mo family with a shy face. Later, the ancestor got news and the family got better, but he kicked him away again. Old dog, do you think you are responsible for the rise of the family? Do you know why I call you old dog? It's because in that situation, even a tethered dog can rise as the leader of the clan. Chickens are hatching eggs, are you pretending to be your mother? How shameless. The glory of Emperor clan means that there is no spirit of contract. The glory of Emperor clan means turning against others. The glory of Emperor clan means encouraging sons to abandon their wives and remarry. Glory to your spicy neighbor. Are you the Morong family's dog? You wag your tail when you give him some delicious food. As a father, you do not teach your son well and allow your son to challenge public order and good customs. As a grandfather, you are partial to indifference, ignoring the bullying of your grandson by your brothers, and even deliberately framed your grandson. As the leader of the clan, you are stupid and incompetent, allowing your descendants to scheming and fighting for power. As a descendant, you are treasonous, have failed the expectations of the elders in the clan, and insulted the image of the family. No matter how much you do, it can't change the fact that you are the most incompetent patriarch of the Wong family in thousands of years. Wang Shenxian's sharp and straightforward words directly provoked Wang Xiao's fig leaf. Listening to his grandson's explicit insults, the aloof patriarch was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. After spraying Grandpa, Wang Shenxian glanced sharply at all the elders present. Elders, hee, look at you, you look like such a fart elder. A 15-year-old clan member easily stole the family's treasure. Can you believe this nonsense? Oh, you are so smart, you must know, but you will never tell. It's really hard for me to believe that we are related by blood. Look at who is bullying me, my father, uncles, grandfather, cousins. Are you so happy to see your blood relatives suffer? You have arrogance in your bones. In your eyes, except for the Emperor clan, everyone else is an ant. You dare not face the reality of your family's decline. You only indulge in the glory of the past and stay drunk forever. Bullshit family glory, a family that even the clansmen don't know how to cherish, talk about a bullshit family glory. The young man's questions were like a heavy hammer, constantly hitting everyone's hearts. Wang Jianian, who was insulted, could no longer contain his anger. He rushed directly in front of Wang Shenxian and slapped him down with one palm. Unscathed, the protection gained from the power of blood is ridiculously strong in defense. Looking at his father's furious expression, Wang Shenxian sneered. You usually hit me with a lot of force, why are you stretching your crotch so much today? Wang Jianian, who should have been furious, actually suppressed his anger at this time. Looking at the sluggish Wang Shenxian, Wang Jianian sneered. Have you been hiding these words in your heart for a long time? It seems that your resentment towards me is not that great. Is your resentment inherited from Moelegy? What's the use of being resentful like that good for nothing like you? Didn't I give birth to a little loser like you? Don't you know that mother is more valuable than son? She has suffered so much humiliation in this family, what can you, a loser, do for her? No matter how extravagant your words are, the clan members will only look at what others are doing. Do you feel that your grievances have been exonerated? Do you feel that your brother will be punished for this? Wishful thinking. No matter what, you can't change Moelegy's status as an idiot. Similarly, you can't shake the status of me and your stepmother. Do you know why? Wang Jianian looked at the pale Wang Shenxian jokingly. Because your brother Wang Baikan is different from a loser like you. Your brother is an unparalleled genius. His talent ranks among the top 10 in the family's thousands-year history. As long as he doesn't die, he will grow old in the future. At that time, I will be the father of the elders, and your stepmother will be the mother of the elders. Not only can our names be specially marked on the family tree, but we can also enjoy the admiration of future generations. Wang Jianian seemed to have caught Wang Shenxian's weakness, and he began to output wildly. As for you, after today, your name will be removed from the family tree along with Moelegy. After a few years, no one knows you exist, so your resistance is meaningless. And the culprit of all this is yourself. Your mother has lived such a miserable life, and you are still the culprit. Everything is because of you. What do you think this is? The decompression of waste before death. Have you ever had an addiction to your mouth and then died without any regrets? In this case, I will let you die in peace. Having said this, Wang Jianian showed a sickly smile on his face. He leaned over to Wang Shenxian's ear and spoke in a low voice. Do you really think that the death of that Mo Wange was an accident? She committed suicide. I told her that if she doesn't die, I will let you both die together. That stupid woman knelt in front of me, begging me to let you go. Her posture was so humble, like a dog, which made me very happy, so I was merciful and agreed. Even though I told her to die, she is still grateful to me. Do you think she is cheap? He. The body of the young man in front of him started to tremble violently. He slowly raised his head. That delicate and young face now looked like a demon in hell. The violent emotions overwhelmed Wang Shenxian's reason, and the tears of blood flowing from the corners of his eyes continued to tell everyone his pain. Such a ferocious and terrifying appearance made everyone present feel a little trembling. Beast, kill you. I'm going to kill you. Wang Shenxian rushed to Wang Jianian desperately. What a waste after all, haha. After that, Wang Jianian directly grabbed the extremely angry Wang Shenxian with one hand. While restraining Wang Shenxian, he did not forget to continue verbal attacks. Just now, when you wanted to die quickly, I wouldn't let you die. Now, you are probably trying your best to survive, but I can't meet your needs either. Do you want to survive, become stronger, and then take revenge on me? Don't worry, I won't give you a chance. Looking at Wang Shenxian who kept roaring, Wang Jianian felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Those who disobey him will eventually be punished by him. Wang Shenxian tried his best to mobilize the spirit qi in his body, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from Wang Jianian's restraint. The strength gap is too big. As time passed, the blood power in Wang Xian's immortal physique was completely exhausted. The power of protection from the ancestors also completely dissipated. Almost at the same time, Wang Jianian slapped Wang Shenxian's throat hard. The young man's thin body flew backwards and then hit the wall hard. Wang Shenxian held his throat in pain, unable to speak. The exhaustion of his bloodline power also caused him to completely lose his strength. Wang Shenxian collapsed on the ground like a dead corpse, staring at Wang Jianian with violent eyes. Wang Jianian ignored the young man who collapsed on the ground. He knelt before the clan leader again. Clan leader, Wang Shenxian and below are guilty of arbitrarily insulting and injuring their elders. According to the clan rules, their spirit vein should be revoked, whipped, and expelled from the family. After hearing this, the elders at the back looked at each other. In Wang Jianian's threatening eyes, no one dared to plead. The patriarch Wang Xiao looked at Wang Shenxian who fell on the ground with equally fierce eyes. Okay, as Wang Shenxian's father, you can handle it yourself. Hearing this, everyone present looked at the young man with a hint of pity in their eyes. In this state, if Wang Jianian falls into his hands, he doesn't know how he will be tortured. At this moment, the 10th elder sitting in the highest position slammed the table. Who gave you permission to do it in the Ancestral Hall? The sudden scolding made Wang Jianian kneel down quickly. Elder, forgive me, but I can only worry that the traitor will make you unhappy by talking nonsense here. Are you worried that I will be displeased, or are you worried about what that child will say? The 10th elder sneered. After speaking, the 10th elder looked around and found that no one dared to look at him. It seems that the disrespectful junior is not just talking nonsense. After sneering, the 10th elder walked straight to Wang Shenxian. He looked down at Wang Shenxian who kept trying to get up, and then picked him up with one hand. A large amount of spirit qi surged out of the 10 elders' bodies, and then rushed directly towards Wang Shenxian's spirit vein. In an instant, the young man's spirit vein was shattered by the overbearing spiritual power. The severe pain made Wang Shenxian almost fainted. The 10th elder said indifferently, I don't care what happened between you, but breaking the clan rules is unacceptable. As an elder, I have the right to enforce family laws. Wang Shenxian's spirit vein has been shattered by me. Do you have any opinions? Everyone shook their heads, and even Wang Jianian did not dare to refute. The 10th elder lowered his head and stared at Wang Shenxian who was lying on the ground twitching continuously, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, the 10th elder spoke in a low voice. Wang Shenxian, I will give you a chance. As long as you can walk out of the gate of the ancestral home before the sun completely sets, you will be exempted from whipping. After hearing the elder's words, Wang Shenxian's reason, which was covered by anger, suddenly became much clearer. His blood-red eyes stared at Wang Jianian without saying another word. The young man stood up from the ground with difficulty and slowly, and then walked towards the outside of the Ancestral Hall step by step with steps as heavy as a mountain. He knew that with his current strength, he could not take revenge at all, and perhaps he would not be able to take revenge in the future. But no matter what, he must survive. No matter what, survive. Only when you are alive can you have hope. That beast Wang Jianian was right. Now he is worthless compared to Wang Baikan. You have about 3 hours left. With the reminder from the 10 elders ringing in his ears, Wang Shenxian took steps with difficulty. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps sounded continuously in the Ancestral Hall. Because the spirit vein was shattered, bright red blood continued to seep from the pores. Blood flowed down his body, and every time the boy took a step, he left scarlet footprints soaked in blood on the ground. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. At the same time, the little white beast that was hiding outside the Wong family's ancestral hall and eavesdropping blinked and ran directly to the depths of the Wong family's ancestral home. In the core area of A.A. Wang's ancestral home, there is a luxurious courtyard. On the stone table in the courtyard, an old man and a young man sat facing each other. The white-haired old man who was making tea shook his head helplessly when he saw the little white beast running in hastily. My teacher has repeatedly stressed to you that you need to be more cautious. This is not our Kunlun ruins. The little white beast ignored the master's words and jumped directly onto the stone table, uttering the truth. Master, Your Highness, I have a big melon. The pink-haired girl sitting opposite the white-haired old man smiled and stroked the white beast's back. Listen carefully, don't be impatient, speak slowly. Shouty quickly organized her words and described to the two of them what she had just overheard. That's the thing, Master, Your Highness, humans are really scary. The pink-haired girl frowned after hearing this. Qianqin, are you saying that the boy's mother chose to commit suicide for the sake of her child? Shouty twitched her ears, with a lingering fear on her face. Yes, Your Highness, that Wang Shenxian was originally desperate and wanted to die. Just because he knew this news, he went crazy. You don't know how scary the hatred in his heart is. I just listened to it and my soul was almost shocked. The pink-haired girl fell into silence after hearing this. After a moment, she looked at the old man opposite. Emperor Monarch Baizi, can we save that boy? The white-haired old man known as Emperor Monarch shook his head. Your Highness Shaner, this is a family matter of the Wong family and we have no right to interfere. I know why you want to save him, but we came to the Wong family this time to find clues about the disappearance of the Sword Emperor. You and I have special status, and any actions may be overinterpreted. The relationship between the Wong family and other family forces is complicated. If we interfere in each other's family affairs, I am afraid it will arouse the suspicion of the major families, which will increase unnecessary variables. Hearing this, Yu Shaner lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. If Mother were still here, she would definitely do this. Please forgive me for my willfulness. After saying that, Yu Shaner saluted the white-haired old man and then left the courtyard without looking back. Only the white-haired old man was left sighing. Oh, idiot. Great Dao, the ancestral home of the Wong family. As an emperor clan, the Wong family's ancestral home is ridiculously large. The scale of the ancestral residence is even larger than the ancient palace. On ordinary days, the Wong clan members would not stay in the front yard square for too long. But today is different. At this time, the square in the front yard was crowded with tribesmen, and the reason why they stayed here was very simple, to watch the excitement. Wang Shenxian couldn't remember how many times he had fallen. He looked at the sun that was about to set and kept struggling, trying to stand up again. Isn't this Wang Shenxian? Why is it like this? Shish, don't speak so loudly. I heard that he insulted and beat the elders in the Ancestral Hall and was revoked from the spirit vein. The 10 elders saw that he was pitiful and made an agreement with him that as long as he walked out of the gate before the sun went down, he would be exempted from the whipping. No wonder he worked so hard. His spirit vein was destroyed at such a young age. If he were to be whipped by the clan, it would definitely be very cool. That's what he deserves. It's unjust to insult your elders. Yes, and he also awakened the winemaker, which brought shame to our family. The ridicule and abuse around him did not disturb the young man's state of mind. Glory, insult, dignity. Everything is no longer important. Now Wang Shenxian only has one idea in his mind. That is, revenge. Thinking of his mother's death, Wang Shenxian's broken body, which was about to be exhausted, once again squeezed out a trace of strength. He stood up again. Looking at the back that was still moving forward firmly even though it was covered in blood, the square in the front yard suddenly became quiet. The eyes of the tribesmen who were watching the excitement slowly became serious. The perseverance shown by the young man makes people moved. Yu Shaner hid in the crowd, looking at the young man covered in blood and stumbling, her mood fluctuated slightly. She could feel the extreme pain in the young man's heart, and she could also see the overwhelming anger and the heart-stopping violence buried deep in his heart. Wang Shenxian, who was covered in blood, came to the gate with difficulty with the strong smell of blood. That rank 5 step became his final obstacle. At this time, most of the sun had set below the mountain. He was running out of time. When he trudged onto the rank 5 step, a ruthless and cold voice sounded from Wang Shenxian's ears. The sun goes down and you fail. The 10 elders' words directly sentenced the young man to death. The tribesmen around him all sighed, but no one came up to plead for mercy. Wang Shenxian looked at the door that was just around the corner with despair on his face. Just when he was about to accept his fate, a crisp voice sounded from his ears. He hasn't failed yet. The 10th elder looked back and found that the person who spoke was the distinguished guest who had recently visited the Wong family. Thinking of the noble status of the other party, the 10th elder changed his cold tone and spoke softly. Your Highness Shaner, why do you say this? As the 10th elder's words sounded, the crowd suddenly became quiet, and all eyes suddenly shifted. Where everyone's eyes gathered, a girl in a golden dress stood tall and graceful. The girl's noble temperament is like a blooming peony, and she has begun to take on a transcendent temperament at a young age. The corners of Yu Shaner's mouth slightly raised, and her youthful face already had the look of a country that would be captivated. The sun hasn't set yet, so why fail? Yu Shaner stretched out her little hand, revealing her white jade-like wrist, and formed a seal with her hands. Royal Sun. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl's body instantly erupted with dazzling golden light, as if an immortal had arrived. The next moment, the law manifestation of heaven and earth condensed behind Yu Shaner. It was a huge bird beast. Its body seemed to be made of flames. The most peculiar thing was that it had 3 legs. Great Sun Golden Crow. The 10th elder looked at Yu Shaner beside him in disbelief. The moment the Golden Crow was born, it soared into the sky, replacing the disappearing sunset. The originally dim dusk bloomed again with the appearance of the Golden Crow. Yu Shaner did not speak because she was speechless. It was obvious that summoning the Golden Crow was extremely taxing on her body. But the girl's eyes were accurately captured by Wang Shenxian. The young man seemed to be driven away by the Golden Crow in the sky from the haze and despair in his heart. The warm light gave him the last strength. The 10th elder was a little at a loss. He could never sit back and watch the girl get hurt under his eyes, so he shouted quickly. Your Highness Shaner, if you want to help him, then I will just let him go. The girl did not withdraw her power to maintain the Golden Crow. She knew that if she spoke, it would be an insult to the young man. Your own path is never the result of charity from others. With an angry roar, the young man stood up suddenly in front of everyone's shocked eyes. He took firm steps and finally stepped out of the Wong family's door. The moment she stepped out of the door, the golden crows in the air instantly dissipated, and the girl fainted without warning. PFF'd. Wang Shenxian spurted out a mouthful of blood and landed heavily on one knee. He hurriedly looked back, trying to see his benefactor's face clearly. But at this time, the Wong family was already in chaos, and the human wall blocked all sight lines. Everyone's attention was drawn to the unconscious girl. Wang Shenxian felt the power of revitalization in his body. He knew that this was the treatment given to him by his benefactor. After a long silence, Wang Shenxian spoke softly in a voice that only he could hear. Thanks A. After saying that, he dragged his heavy steps and walked away slowly. After watching the 10th elder leave with the unconscious girl, the Wong clan members who were watching the excitement finally remembered Wang Shenxian. But when they looked toward the door, they couldn't find the boy. The Wong clan members looked at the scarlet footprints on the floor tiles, and felt inexplicably more fear in their hearts. For the first time, that embarrassed figure was so clearly engraved in their hearts. Wang's council hall. The 10th elder looked at the comatose Yushaner anxiously, and anxiously asked the white-haired old man beside him. Emperor Monarch Bays, what's going on with His Highness Shaner now? The white-haired old man pressed his hand to reassure the other person. Forcibly summoning the golden crow will cause damage to the soul, but it is not a big problem for our 3 emperors' palace. Hearing the word soul damaged, the 10th elder's heart skipped a beat. Among the many injuries, only the soul is the most difficult to repair. What's more, this noble highness has a special status and his foundation must not be damaged. Even the 3 emperors' palace has to use many valuable medicines for treatment. Seeing that the 10th elder looked a little ugly, Emperor Monarch Bays comforted him. Don't worry, Your Majesty, this matter is Your Highness's own decision and has nothing to do with the Wong family. I came to Wang's this time with the utmost sincerity. Your Highness is young and acted recklessly. As a teacher, I should apologize to you, Mrs. Wong. The 10 elders quickly stood up and saluted. Emperor Monarch, no, you are Saint's master, how can you apologize to us? In the final analysis, this matter is also caused by my Wong family. If you want to apologize, it should be our Wong family. We have neglected you during this time. The Supreme Elder is really ill, otherwise I wouldn't have kept you waiting for so long. Emperor Monarch Baizi shook his head. It doesn't matter, I already know the situation of your Supreme Elders. It's just a matter of waiting a few more days. But I still have something to support you. The 10 elders quickly handed over their hands. Emperor Monarch, please speak. Don't be nervous, it's not a big deal. Baizi Emperor Monarch smiled softly. I just hope that the nobles will stop punishing that boy. After all, that is the child that His Highness wants to protect even if he is injured. Of course, I don't want to interfere in the noble family affairs, but I just don't want the child to die in such confusion, otherwise I won't be able to explain to His Highness. The 10th elder immediately understood the implication of the other party's words and nodded solemnly. Emperor Monarch, don't worry. According to the rules of the Wong clan, after a clan member is expelled from the clan, they will not continue to pursue the crimes they committed. I will implement this matter. After saying that, the 10 elders left the meeting hall directly. In the Patriarch's courtyard, the Patriarch Wang Xiao glanced at Wang Jianian and his wife opposite. I heard that the little loser fulfilled the promise of the 10 elders. Wang Jianian's face looked a little ugly. I heard from other tribesmen that this is indeed the case. HMPH. Wang Xiao snorted coldly. That piece of trash can be so tough. Murong Wan added a cup of tea to Wang Xiao. Father, don't worry, his spirit vein has been abolished and he will never be able to turn around in this life. Wang Xiao looked down at the tea in front of him, wondering what he was thinking. After a long time, he spoke slowly. Arrogance is always the deadliest poison for those in power. Wang Jianian instantly understood his father's subtext. Don't worry, father, I will send someone to deal with the traitor tonight. Just when Wang Jianian was about to leave the courtyard, he found that there was an extra person behind him. When he saw the other person's appearance clearly, he quickly saluted. I met the 10 elders in the sword year. The 10th elder glanced at the 3 of them indifferently. No need to worry, I'm just here to inform you of something. Elder, please speak. Wang Xiao cupped his hands and said. The 10th elder narrowed his eyes slightly. It is forbidden to do anything to Wang Shenxian. This. Wang Xiao's face changed drastically, and he asked tentatively, why did the elder say this? The 10th elder stared intently at the frightened Wang Jianian. I don't care what your involvement is with Wang Shenxian, but I hope you can remember my words. This time I am exempting Wang Baikan from the crime of slandering his own people, which is an extrajudicial act of mercy. If I were informed of Wang Shenxian's death, there would be no need to continue your lineage. Wang Jianian asked bravely. Elder, Wang Shenxian's spirit vein has been abolished, and it will be difficult for him to survive. The 10th elder interrupted directly. You don't need to worry about this, just remember what I say. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 elders disappeared. Only 3 people were left at a loss. Murong Wan asked with panic on her face, why did the elders specifically warn us because of that little loser? Wong Jianyan was sweating profusely, and his back was soaked with sweat. The elder's tone is serious. If we really take action against that little waste, I'm afraid. Murong Wan could not accept the warning in this tone. She gritted her teeth. We clearly have baikan, why should the elder treat us like this? Only Wang Xiao had a gloomy face. Is it the noble lord who wants to protect him? Wang Jianyan immediately caught the keyword. Father, what do you mean by your noble lord? Wang Xiao shook his head. This is not something you should know. All you need to know is that even the ancestor does not dare to be disrespectful in the face of that adult. Murong Wan couldn't sit still after hearing this. Father, if that little beast climbs into someone like this, then this son must not be kept. Wang Xiao's eyes were sinister, but now is definitely not the time to take action. Let him live a little longer. Chapter 11. In the bustling commercial street, there is a wine shop. It has a nice name, Zaixianfang. Wang Shenxian dragged his heavy steps and pushed open the door of Zaixianfang. Zaixianfang was founded by his mother. Compared with his ancestral home, this place felt like his real home. He always likes to stay here during holidays. Zaixianfang is still open for business as usual, but now it's time to get off work. Wang Shenxian took out the key, opened the door and went directly to the second floor. There is a small room for him on the second floor. He planned to go to the bathroom first to wash away the blood stains on his body. Wang Shenxian did not need to deal with his wounds because all the wounds on his body had healed. The benefactor who rescued him from the fire and water not only extended the sunset time for him, but also healed his physical injuries. Because of the firelight, he couldn't see his benefactor's face clearly, but he remembered his benefactor's eyes. Those are a pair of extremely dazzling pupils. Even if they are in the raging fire, they cannot cover up their own light. The young man etched those eyes deeply into his mind, and then walked straight to the bathroom. Looking at himself covered in blood in the mirror, Wang Shenxian smiled bitterly. It's so embarrassing. He desperately wanted to raise the corners of his mouth, but he found it sadly. The smile was even worse. After taking a bath, Wang Shenxian changed clothes and lay on the bed. He gently stroked the small yellow gourd that his mother had left for him. I don't know what kind of material the small gourd is made of. You can feel a little warmth when your skin touches it. This gourd is a spirit weapon. Wang Shenxian doesn't know its specific quality. He only knew that it was used by his mother to store wine. His mother, like his vocation, is a winemaker. She really enjoys making wine and tasting wine. Later, as the stress increased, the mother's drinking frequency continued to increase, which eventually evolved into alcoholism. When he was young, Wang Shenxian once thought that alcohol had taken away his mother's life. Even when he grew up, he was extremely resistant to alcohol. His attitude toward alcohol could even be described as disgusting. Even if it was the spiritual wine that was hailed as a treasure, he felt extremely disgusted. He used to not understand why there was such a thing as wine in this world. He naively believed that without alcohol, his mother would not have drowned. Without wine, there would be no such abominable calling as a winemaker. If there was no wine, my mother might still be encouraging herself. Only today did Wang Shenxian know that her mother's death was not due to alcohol. Suddenly, wine didn't seem so annoying to him. Unknowingly, Wang Shenxian's vision blurred. He misses his mother. Suddenly, memories of the past flooded into his mind. Mom, why do some people cry when they drink? It's so embarrassing. That's because people who drink have something on their mind. They are using alcohol to relieve their worries. Then why do some people cry when they drink the same wine, while others laugh when they drink it? When you grow up, you'll understand. Mom, the teacher said that people will get old, sick, and die. I don't want you to die. My little cutie, why don't you want your mother to die? Because if my mother dies, I won't be able to eat the delicious food my mother made. So that's it, glutton. Mom, today I learned how to read the expiration date on drinks. Yeah, my baby is awesome. Mom, why is there no expiration date on the wine? Is it broken? Baby, wine has no clear shelf life. As long as it is stored well, it will never go bad. Mr. Wine is so annoying, and my mother who can make wine is even more annoying. Tears continued to streak down the boy's cheeks. He didn't know what to do. Just one day, but it feels like a century has passed. Awakening as a brewer, Talent's awakening failed. He said goodbye to his friends, learned the truth about his mother's death, lost all his blood, the spirit vein was deposed, and was expelled from the family. His situation has never been worse. Now Wong Shenxian learned the truth about his mother's death, but he lost hope of practicing spiritual practice. There is hatred but no power. Pain, confusion, unwillingness. Suddenly, an idea that he had never had before came into Wong Shenxian's mind. Drink wine. Wong Shenxian raised the gourd pendant in his hand. He put the gourd to his mouth and kissed it gently. Gourd, gourd, grow up quickly. Following the young man's whisper, the gourd continued to grow in size as if a spell had been cast on it. When the gourd grew to the size of an ordinary gourd, Wong Shenxian stopped chanting the incantation, and then put his hand on the lid of the gourd's mouth. This was his first attempt at opening the gourd. Bang! The moment the wine gourd is opened, the aroma of wine fills the room. Wong Shenxian held the wine gourd and smelled the aroma of wine emanating from the gourd as if he had found a treasure. He took out the wine glass that his mother loved when she was alive and carefully filled it for himself. Then he held the wine glass and took a sip. To Wong Shenxian's expectation, the wine didn't seem spicy at all. Instead, it's a little sweet. Wong Shenxian continued to take a second, third, and fourth bite. After the first sip, I couldn't stop. The breeze broke into the boy's room, but it couldn't take away the slightest scent of wine. It was as if the aroma of these wines, spirit communication, all stopped around the boy, as if they were embracing him. Woo, woo. The boy's tiny sobs began to ring in the room. Slowly, slowly, the sobs turned into crying and finally howling. Ah, sweet and sour pork loin, fish-flavored eggplant, fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour pork ribs, squirrel mandarin fish. The taste that he had been recalling in his dreams appeared on the tip of Wong Shenxian's tongue at this moment. Unconsciously, the aroma of wine turned into the aroma of various meals. Now he is not drinking at all, but more like tasting a table of delicious food. Mom's delicious food. One bite after another, cup after cup. The boy and the wine had a soul collision at this moment. Wong Shenxian was completely immersed in the dream brought to him by the drink. At the same time, his body also began to undergo amazing changes. Understand the way of wine and meet the conditions for Talent's awakening. Talent is awakening. The boy's body began to glow with a dazzling golden light. Immediately afterwards, his body seemed to have lost gravity and floated directly into the air. The depleted body and broken spirit vein began to repair frantically. The wine gourd in his hand also began to shine with golden lines. The next moment, the boy's soul astral projection, the wine gourd also began to be absorbed by the boy's soul. Talent awakening successful, soul detection successful. Starting the destiny awakening. Title: Talent is being integrated. The fate is complete, the wine master returns to his position. Fate sublimation, sword immortal blessing. The Tianmen, which hung high in the 9 heavens, instantly erupted with stunning light. At this moment, the night turned into day. In the center of the Tianmen, which was filled with rays of light, a huge sword with a supreme aura began to condense. Afterwards, this giant sword turned into the Milky Way and scattered throughout the world. It rained heavily all over the world at the same time. Someone curiously took the rainwater, but was surprised to find that it was not rainwater at all, but wine. Heavenly wine from the 9 heavens. Suddenly, the rich aroma of wine spread all over the world. Apex-level experts from all over the world looked up in shock. In the Wong family's ancestral home, Emperor Monarch Baizi, who was healing Yushaner, stared at Tianmen with eyes like torches. The immortal falls into the mortal world. The sudden change in the sky ended quickly, but the protagonist who caused the vision didn't know anything. Because he had fallen asleep to death. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the night was completely dark. How did I fall asleep? Wong Shenxian sat up sleepily. After a while, Wong Shenxian finally remembered what had just happened. He drank the wine his mother left for him, then accidentally got drunk and fell asleep until now. After understanding the cause and effect, Wong Shenxian suddenly patted his cheek, trying to wake himself up. Gourd, where's my gourd? Wong Shenxian panicked instantly. That gourd was his mother's favorite utensil, and it was also the thought her mother left for him. Never lose it. Just when Wong Shenxian wanted to get out of bed and look for the gourd, he saw an incredible scene. His left hand began to glow with golden light, and when the light dissipated, a yellow gourd appeared directly in his palm. The moment Wong Shenxian saw the gourd, he had a strange connection. This gourd seems to be his limbs, and he can control it at will. With a thought, the gourd turned into little stars and disappeared. At this time, Wong Shenxian clearly felt that the yellow gourd was lying there quietly in his mind. What is happening? Wong Shenxian subconsciously clicked on his vocation panel. Everyone who has awakened to his vocation has his own vocation panel. Wong Shenxian. Vocation. Winemaker, exclusive occupation of destiny, wine sword immortal. Talent. None talent can be integrated into the vocation. Level. Meridian opening realm 9 veins. Law treasure. Brewmaster gourd. Physique. 100. Spirit. 100. Wine sword immortal. Wong Shenxian stared at his panel in shock. Why has my vocation changed? He quickly clicked on the opening heaven job panel. Wine sword immortal fate exclusive hidden. Exclusive skills. Immortal brewing, wine sword, sky slashing. Exclusive talent. Brewmaster, sword immortal, blessing of the sword, blessing of wine, fairyland, fallen immortal. Introduction. The way of heaven collapses, causing chaos in the world of mortals. Immortals kill themselves and fall into the mortal world, accompanied by swords and wine, and terrified by strange demons. How can there be such a vocation? The young man looked at the introduction of the vocation in disbelief, and then he clicked on the skill details. Fairy brew active skills. Skill effect. You can brew wine by consuming raw materials. The wine you brew must be supreme grade and be blessed by the brewmaster. Wine sword active skills. Skill effect. Consume wine to comprehend sword intent, and then condense sword intent into the life wine sword. Note: you need to brew your own wine. Zontian active skill. Skill effect. At the cost of losing a big realm due to your cultivation level, the damage skills you perform next will have special effects, real damage, beheading effect, and ignoring the rules. The boy tried hard to control his trembling hands and clicked on talent details. Jushan talent Dao. Effect. You are the master of wine who pioneered the way of wine. When you drink wine, your strength will be improved. Sword immortal talent Dao. Effect. You are a sword immortal who has mastered the art of swords. You can control flying swords. When you swing the sword, the damage of your sword skills is continuously superimposed. Blessing of the sword talent Dao. Effect. You are a wine master blessed by the sword. Your drinking capacity has no upper limit, and the damage of sword skills continues to increase with the amount of drinking, no upper limit. Blessing of wine talent Dao. Effect. You are a sword immortal blessed by wine. No drink will have any negative effects on you. Any drink will heal all injuries for you. Shanline talent unknown. Effect. You are the master of swords and wine, and you are the wine sword immortal who fell into the world of mortals. When you are drunk, you will gradually unlock the wine sword immortal form. Note: there are 5 levels of drunkenness, namely slightly drunk, light drunk, deep drunk, drunken, and immortal drunk. Fallen immortal talent unknown. Effect. You are an invincible fairy who fell into the mortal world. When you completely enter the sword immortal state, the concept disappears from the world and becomes unselectable. All abilities, rules and damage will be ineffective against you. The young man's shock at this moment was like a huge wave, drowning his whole body. He had never heard of such a vocation. Under normal circumstances, there is no clear distinction between the intensity of vocation. The strength of the vocation must be judged in conjunction with talent. Take the simplest example. The most common sword profession is swordsman. The Wanjian Supreme awakened by Wong Baikan is a rare profession. But it cannot be said that Wanjian Supreme is better than swordsman. Because the ancestor of the heavenly sword Wong family awakened to his vocation as a swordsman. Not only that, many sword Dao masters in history were destined to be swordsmen. The same is true for vocations in every other field. Hence the famous saying that will last forever. There is no rubbish vocation, only rubbish talent. The quality of talent is from low to high. F level, E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, SS level, SSS level, X level, X level. Under normal circumstances, the children of the emperor clan are excluded. Talent at S level can dominate the urban area. SS level can take the lead in the province, and SSS level can directly become the target of national key training. X-rated talent is a once-in-a-century talent across the world. The highest X level is rare to find in 1,000 years. X level is also called Emperor level talent, because as long as the holder of EX level talent does not perish on the road of growth, he will become a great emperor. And his talent is Dao level, and there are 2 unknown levels of talent. Wong Shenxian doesn't know how strong his talent is, but he can be sure that his talent is definitely above X level. It's too exaggerated. This so-called destiny is too strong. The young man did not lose his mind because of the power of his vocation. He quickly discovered the contradictions in his vocation. The passive skill of Blessing of the Sword says that there is no limit to the amount of alcohol you can drink. However, Shanline's passive skill also states that you can only enter the sword immortal form when you are drunk. How can someone get drunk when there is no alcohol limit? After thinking for a long time and not getting an answer, he gave up thinking. Now he was even more eager to know why his body had undergone such changes. He sensed the wine gourd deep in his soul and asked softly, "Is it you?" Ju Xian gourd. Function Introduction. Unknown. Introduction. Liquor sword immortal is an immortal weapon refined from Hongmeng gourd, and the world is nurtured within. Saved wine. Shenxian Niang. Click to view. Items saved. Mo Elegy's letter, Mo Elegy's relics. Wong Shenxian suppressed his trembling hands and took out his mother's letter. To my favorite baby, Shenxian, my child, my mother wishes you a happy birthday. At 15 years old, you should have grown into an adult who can take charge of your own business. Now you have probably awakened to your vocation. What will you awaken? Mom guesses that your vocation must be related to wine. I hope this is a vocation that makes you happy. Are you curious as to why you got this letter today? That's because the Gourd Immortal told me that it will meet you when you are 16. So, Mom, please help me deliver this letter to you. The Gourd Immortal told me that when you read this letter, it is the most painful time. But I know that my Shenxian is the strongest child in the world. When you were still in my belly, my mother would always have the same dream over and over again. Dreaming about fairyland, dreaming about Tianmen, dreaming about immortals in heaven drinking and having fun at banquets. The immortal in the dream is happy and unrestrained. Mom is very envious and hopes that you can be as free as the immortal in your dream. This is also where your name comes from. Mom originally told you that the little gourd was the spirit weapon I accidentally bought when I was in school, but my mother lied. That little gourd was brought into this world by you, and it belongs to you. It's been with you since you were born. Shenxian, Mom knows you are in pain right now. You must have encountered many things that made you feel sad. Although you may cry because of loneliness, don't forget that your mother always loves you. Mom left something for you, I hope it can help you now. Take good care of yourself and don't tire yourself out. You have to make a lot of friends, and by the way, remember to marry a gentle girl. Shenxian promised her mother to make her life happy. I thought I had a lot to write, but at this point I can't put down the pen. My child, don't be sad, your mother will always be with you. Wong Shenxian's vision gradually blurred. He tried hard to control his emotions and took out the relics left by his mother from the gourd. When opened, there is a mask, a stack of documents and several cards inside. Name, Yunju. Gender, male. Registration, Lingyun County, Tianju City, Yunhai Province. Date of birth, May 1, 12,000. Citizenship number, 84,543,276,001,017,988. Complete identity information, complete life experience. There is another letter in the folder. Shenxian, from the moment the Mo family was made things difficult for the Wong family, I roughly guessed the ending. I have imagined many possibilities. If one day you can't stay at Wang's anymore, just leave. Mom wants you to be the most carefree child in the world, so I made preparations for you before you were born. This is a new identity that I spent 10 years forging with my own hands. Your name is Yunju, and you are an orphan adopted by Mr. Lin Ju, my mother's mentor. Teacher Lin Ju is the vice president of the Tianju City Brewers Association. Go find him and he will help you. That mask was bought by my mother on the black market, and it has a very strong camouflage effect. Shenxian, live freely with your mother's dream. Wong Shenxian picked up the exquisite mask from the box. Deception mask. Quality. Profound rank supreme grade. Type. Disguised spirit treasure. Effect. Face changes. Introduction. A camouflage mask that can change facial muscles. Because its principle acts on the muscles, it cannot be detected. Note. It is impossible to fake spiritual power fluctuations. Staring at the exquisite mask in his hand, the young man couldn't calm down for a long time. In his suicide note, his mother said nothing about being forced to commit suicide. It was obvious that his mother wanted him to live a carefree life and live his own life. He tried to control his emotions and didn't want to cry. Because his mother didn't want to make him sad. After sorting out Yunzhou's identity information, Wang Shenxian took out a red notebook from the bag. Hua Sha Dynasty Real Estate Certificate. Property owner. Yunzhou. Common ownership. Individually owned. House location. Number 999, Jusheng Street, Tianju City. Planned use. Shops. House status. 3 floors, covering an area of 1,000 square meters, and a total usable area of 3,000 square meters. Then Wang Shenxian took out another beautifully packaged book. Collection of wine recipes. After opening it, read through it briefly. Wang Shenxian discovered that these were the recipes for various wines recorded by his mother. The book contains a total of 118 wine recipes. There was also a letter inside. Shenxian, this recipe must be kept well. You have to promise Mom that you can make the above wine yourself, but you can never sell it to the public. Because the wine recipe here is the foundation of the Mohist family. Although the Mo family severed ties with their mother, her mother did not blame them. Your grandfather also worked hard, but as the leader of the clan, he was responsible for the fate of the entire clan. Mom is worthy of the Mo family, but she can only be sorry for your grandfather. If you have the chance, visit him on behalf of my mother and tell him on my behalf. Mom loves him very much and doesn't resent him. Except, of course, the last wine in the wine recipe. It belongs only to you. After reading his mother's letter, Wang Shenxian's suppressed emotions reached their peak at this moment. With trembling hands, he clicked on the introduction of Xian Brewing. Shenxian Brewing. Quality. Supreme grade exclusive to Wang Shenxian. Recipe. Carnation, daylily, hawthorn. Effect. All wine has no effect. Note. When Wang Shenxian, the son of Mo Elegy, drinks, all attributes are strengthened 10 times. Source. The worldly wine brewed specially for his son by a winemaker named Mo Elegy. Maybe it is not perfect, but for that child, it is perfect to the extreme. Evaluation. There is always a light shining for you, there is always a table of dishes cooked for you, there is always someone waiting for you, there is always a kind of wine brewed for you. In the silent night, Wang Shenxian knelt on the floor, with his mother's busy figure constantly appearing in his mind. He picked up the photo with his mother and gently touched it with his hand. The boy stared straight at the photo with his mother, biting his bloodless lips tightly with his upper teeth, and tears rolled crazily in his eyes. There is a sentence engraved on the photo frame. Shenxian, don't be afraid, mother will always be with you. Single quote. This was the first time Wang Shenxian understood the true meaning of this sentence. At this moment, the lying boy could no longer control his emotions. The strength of the young man's whole body was relieved, and his heart-wrenching cry echoed through the night sky. Missing, pain, joy, guilt, grievance. The emotions that had been suppressed for 5 years suddenly exploded. He could finally express his grievances without any scruples like he did when he was a child. There was endless darkness outside the window, and Wang Shenxian's life for the past 5 years seemed to have been imprisoned by this night. The extremely oppressive night wreaks havoc on the unruly soul of the young man. But from today on, he no longer has to worry. Because, dawn has come. The morning sun shone on the young man's body, as if embracing him. Wang Shenxian adjusted his breath and began to seriously feel the surging power in his body. The depleted blood power has been replenished, and even his broken spirit vein has been repaired. If his guess is correct, this should be attributed to talent. He can heal all injuries through drinking alcohol. This effect is simply ridiculous. After calming down, Wang Shenxian began to think about his future plans. After thinking for a long time, the young man smiled bitterly. Deep thinking cannot give him direction. The more he thinks, the more confused. Although he had many ideas in his mind, he had a fatal flaw. He is too immature. Even if his plan had no flaws in his mind, it would probably be full of flaws in the eyes of those old foxes. He is only 15 years old, and he is not yet clear about the rules and unspoken rules of how this world works. There is too little social experience and even less knowledge of the secrets. Wang Shenxian clearly knew that with his current understanding of the world, he was not qualified to become a chess player. Even if he now has enough talent for revenge, even if his mother has prepared a new identity for him. Even though he has two identities, he has unlocked more life choices. He still cannot perfectly control his life. If talent is exposed, will he be forcibly killed? Will he become a pawn in the hands of others? Will it be restricted? Is the country really reliable? He didn't know this. No matter how talented you are, it still takes time to realize it. Regardless of his identity, he is afraid that he will not have time to develop because he has no backer. If you choose to hide your talent, you will face a lot of problems. Can he really hide? Is there really no loopholes in his identity? Is my mother's mentor really reliable? Is there any vocation or talent that can track me? He doesn't know all of it because the world he comes into contact with is too small and his knowledge is too narrow. He carried his mother's life and dreams on his back. He wants revenge, he wants to repay kindness, and he also wants to fulfill his mother's dream. To do this, he must be careful and careful every step of the way. Mom, what should I do? Wang Shenxian looked at the ceiling, his eyes a little dull. At this moment, golden fonts suddenly appeared on the yellow gourd in Wang Shenxian's mind. Tianju City, Linju, trust your mother's judgment. Seeing the golden text, Wang Shenxian sat up suddenly. He remembered his mother's letter with excitement on his face. Are you the gourd immortal that mother mentioned? Yes, but also no. I am your natal weapon spirit. After receiving the accurate answer, Wang Shenxian became extremely excited. Don't think too much, I'm here, don't be afraid. Break through the blood refining realm as soon as possible, I am too weak now. After communicating with the gourd immortal for a while, Wang Shenxian finally had a clear direction. So he quickly started packing. Suddenly, Wang Shenxian broke into a cold sweat. He suddenly remembered something that made him feel extremely scared. He shouldn't have gone back to Zhexianfang, because Wang Jianian would probably kill him. Yesterday, he suffered an unprecedented blow to his body and mind, and he didn't think much about it at all. He just followed his instinct and wanted to return to a place where he felt safe. There was nothing strange in Zhexianfang, which meant that Wang Jianian had not made a move on him yet. Wang Shenxian was not a fool, he guessed something instantly. Recalling those golden eyes yesterday, Wang Shenxian was filled with emotions. That girl reached out to him when he was most desperate. Without her, I wouldn't be where I am today. This kindness is really too great. He could guess that the girl's status was extremely high, otherwise the 10th elder would never have spoken in that tone. Probably because he was worried about his benefactor, Wang Jianian hadn't taken action yet. But he knew very well what kind of person his beastly father was. Wang Jianian is cautious, suspicious and treacherous. He will definitely not let himself go. For this reason, Wang Shenxian must leave Opening Heaven Sword City as soon as possible. I guess that fool father is sending someone to monitor him. If you want to escape from under his nose, you must have a detailed plan. First of all, Wang Shenxian's destination is Tianju City. Yunju is the identity forged by his mother. According to Yunzhou's identity information, his life trajectory stopped at the age of 10. When my mother passed away that year, my life with this identity naturally stopped renewing. The information in Wang Shenxian's hand did not include Yunzhou's experiences after he was 10 years old. He must find his mother's mentor and understand the 5-year gap between Yunzhou's 10th and 15th years. Only by finding his mother's mentor can he activate this identity. Thinking of this, Wang Shenxian opened the map and started thinking. After a while, a careful plan gradually took shape in his mind. After finalizing the plan, Wang Shenxian glanced at the news out of habit. Shocked, a large-scale phenomenon occurred around the world last night. The strange phenomenon last night was that a great treasure was born. The vice principal of the Dionysus Academy publicly stated that this was a miracle from Dionysus. All the news headlines seemed to be saying one thing. 10 minutes later, Wong Shenxian stood up from the computer desk. He walked straight to the window and pushed it open. Sure enough, the moment I opened the window, a strong aroma of wine hit me directly. Wong Shenxian's face was filled with astonishment, and the pictures on the news kept impacting his brain. I did this. Before he could think more, there were knocks on the door downstairs. Wong Shenxian instantly became alert. Zhexian Pavilion officially opened for business at 10 o'clock in the morning, and it was not yet 9 o'clock. He quickly checked the electronic doorbell and found that the caller was no one else. It was Lin Zan, the grade director who had always taken good care of him at school. Wong Shenxian hurriedly ran downstairs. Lin Zan outside the door rang the doorbell repeatedly with worry. Ever since Heavenly King Shenxian failed to awaken yesterday, he began to pay careful attention to Wong Shenxian's movements. Today was supposed to be the day when students decided whether to take the martial arts exam. But when he went to school in the morning, he found that Wong Shenxian did not come to school. After questioning Wong students in other classes, they learned that Wong Shenxian was expelled from the family by the Wong family. So he drove directly to Zhexianfang. Seeing that no one opened the door for a long time, Lin Zan's heart dropped to the bottom. Just when he was about to break in, the door opened directly from the inside. "Hello, Director Lin." Looking at the handsome young man, Lin Zan finally felt relieved. "You brat, if you didn't open the door for a long time, I thought something had happened to you." Wong Shenxian scratched his head in embarrassment. "Sorry, Director, I overslept." Lin Zan looked at the young man's smile, and suddenly felt a trace of sadness in his heart, but he quickly suppressed his emotions and then spoke jokingly. "Why, don't you invite me in to sit down?" Wong Shenxian quickly stepped aside and said, "No way, Director, come in quickly." Lin Zan looked at the decorations in Zhexianfang and couldn't help but admire them. "I've been to so many wineries, but your place feels like home." Wong Shenxian was getting water to make tea. When he heard the director's praise, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "My mother is responsible for the decoration. She told me that work is also part of life, and the store is also home." Lin Zan nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with this statement. "You said that, but I remembered that your mother seems to be a winemaker too." Wong Shenxian picked up the boiled kettle and said, "Yes, my mother and I have the same vocation as winemakers." Lin Zan looked into the young man's eyes and said seriously, "Before coming, I already had an overview of the situation. The director wants to tell you that there are still many choices in life. No matter how difficult the road is, as long as you stride forward, you can always find your own way." Wong Shenxian instantly understood what the director meant. The other person was worried that he would seek death. Thinking of this, Wong Shenxian felt warm in his heart. "Don't worry, Director, I will live well for my mother." After hearing the young man's words, Lin Zan relaxed completely and took a sip of the tea the young man made. "So what are your plans for the future now?" Wong Shenxian smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I'm not very clear either. I never thought I would awaken a brewer. My previous plans were always based on the sword vocation." Listening to the young man's words, Lin Zan was not surprised. Because even he didn't expect that the other party would awaken to his vocation as a winemaker. However, Lin Zan came prepared today. He looked at the young man's troubled expression and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "How about the director recommend a way for you?" After listening to Lin Zan's words, Wong Shenxian suddenly became interested. "What way?" Lin Zan stood up slowly, then came to the wine jar placed at the front desk and patted it. "Your mother runs a wine shop, so you must know a lot about wine, right?" This. Wong Shenxian was a little embarrassed. "Director, I don't know much about the wine industry, I only know a little more than normal people." Hearing this, Lin Zan looked at Wong Shenxian with a strange face. "Aren't you in charge of this wine shop?" Wong Shenxian quickly explained, "My mother's old employees have been helping to run this wine shop. I have not been in charge of the store's business. I just come back to stay for a few days during holidays. Plus, wine always reminds me of a lot of sad things, so since my mother passed away, I no longer know anything about wine. In my memory, all the knowledge about wine was taught to me by my mother when I was a child. Hearing this, Lin Zan nodded lightly. I see, then I will tell you briefly. Wine is divided into ordinary wine and spiritual wine. Let's not talk about the fact that wine can only be used as a drink. I will focus on talking about spiritual wine with you. We, martial artists, cannot practice without many cultivation resources, and spiritual wine is one of the very important cultivation resources. Except for a few unique cultivation resources such as energy crystals, there are 5 most prosperous cultivation resources, and they are called the 5 absolutes. The 5 essentials are spiritual wine, spiritual tea, spiritual pill, spiritual medicine, and spiritual food. These 5 cultivation resources account for almost 90% of the martial artist's cultivation resources. They can not only improve cultivation and physical fitness, but also have many unique effects. It can be said that every martial artist cannot do without these practice resources. Your calling is to be a winemaker, so you can consider learning how to make spiritual wine. Winemakers are also considered rare talents in the spiritual wine industry. After all, the awakening rate of winemakers is not high. As the demand for cultivation resources by human martial artists gradually increases, the demand for winemaking talents in the spiritual wine industry is also increasing year by year. I don't recommend that you sign up for martial artist high school. For you, the martial arts exam. Lin Zan paused as if he remembered something. Of course, the director doesn't mean to look down on you. This is just my judgment based on the current situation. If you have your own ideas, you can tell me. I can help you with anything I can do. Wong Shenxian was stunned for a moment. The other party took care of his emotions in this way, which made him feel a little warm inside. Director, my heart is not that fragile, and I think your suggestion is very good. It's just that I don't know much about the situation in vocational high schools and my talent. Lin Zan became excited when he heard that Wong Shenxian was willing to go to a vocational high school. It doesn't matter, I still have some connections in the education world. I wonder if you have heard of Whitewater Academy. Whitewater Academy. Wong Shenxian tried hard to search his memory, but found that there was no impression. Lin Zan smiled and explained, Whitewater College is a vocational high school after all. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Let me rephrase my question. You must have heard of the Wine Saint Academy, right? Of course. Wong Shenxian was dumbfounded. Jusheng Academy is one of the top 10 universities in the country. Who doesn't know Apex-level university? Lin Zan smiled mysteriously. The Whitewater Academy is actually the vocational high school opened by the Ju Sage Academy 3 years ago. The principal of the Whitewater Academy is concurrently served by the vice principal of the Ju Sage Academy. Hearing this, Wong Shenxian looked a little stunned. Tianju City, what a coincidence. Seeing the young man's shocked expression, Lin Zan enjoyed it very much. Not only that, many retired professors from the Wine Saint Academy have gone to Whitewater Academy. A retired university professor went to a vocational high school. The more Wong Shenxian listened, the more outrageous he felt. He even felt that the director was teasing him. Lin Zan was obviously aware of the young man's thoughts, so he explained further. Those old professors at the Wine Saint Academy are actually old drunkards. Their biggest hobby is drinking. However, most of the fine wines in the world have been tasted by them. The older you get, the more difficult your taste becomes, so many professors place their hopes on young winemakers. Young people are energetic and creative, and they can often brew many strange wines with unique tastes. It is precisely because of this that those old naughty boys stayed at Whitewater College after they retired. Their daily routine is to hold a group and guide young people, and then drink wine brewed by the students and play mahjong. Lin Zan's voice became weaker and weaker as he spoke, and by the end he seemed a little bit unable to speak. And my mentor is one of them. ... The two of them fell into a long silence. Finally, Wong Shenxian took the lead to break the silence. Director, are they really reliable? Lin Zan coughed twice uncomfortably. There should be no problem. Although it is a newly opened college, it has the name of Ju Sage University after all. You go and try it first. If it doesn't work, I will find a way for you then. Your usual grades in cultural classes are almost full marks. Why can't you get into a vocational high school? You don't have to take the martial arts exam in half a month. You can take my letter of introduction and check it out first. If you think it's suitable, you can sign up for admission. After speaking, Lin Zan took out an envelope and a bank card from his pocket. This is my letter of introduction. After you go to Whitewater College and find my mentor Mo Yizui, he will naturally take care of you after reading the letter. Besides, there is 1 million in this card, so don't refuse it yet. Lin Zan didn't give Wong Shenxian any chance to speak. Director, I belong to the high-paid group, this little money is nothing to me. Beishui Academy is in Tianju City, which is too far away from Tianjin. If you study outside alone, you will have to spend money to purchase materials. Wong Shenxian looked at the bank card on the table and couldn't control his emotions. Director, I really can't ask for it. I still have the savings my mother left me, which is enough for me. Before the young man finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Zan. Why are you being polite to me? Your mother is your mother, and I am me. You will be living alone in the future, and you will need money more than you think. What do you, a kid, know? Just keep it as long as you are told. Okay, I don't have time to waste time with you here. Today is the day to fill in the application form for the martial arts exam. The last class has endless meetings, so I'm going back to school first. If you want to go back to school, go back. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. The literary test is over anyway. Don't give it away. Pack your luggage quickly, so that you don't have to stay in this miserable place that makes you sad. Lin Zan cursed and walked out. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. He turned and smiled at the young man. My child, the teacher has always believed that you can become a strong person. No matter what field you are in, the teacher is willing to believe in you. After saying that, Lin Zan left Zaixianfang without looking back. The boy with tearful eyes was left standing there blankly. Wong Shenxian picked up the recommendation letter on the table, looked at the vigorous and powerful fonts on the envelope, and couldn't help but flatten the corners of his mouth. Whitewater College is just a new school, and Director Lin's recommendation of the school to himself is just a pretense. There is a gap between vocational high schools, but it is not that big. Director Lin's real purpose is to let his mentor take care of him. The young man walked slowly to the door and watched Lin Zan drive away. After returning upstairs, Wong Shenxian looked at herself in the mirror. Tears fell down unsatisfactorily. Yesterday's mysterious benefactor, today's Director Lin. His life didn't seem to be as bad as he imagined. Mom, except you, no one seems to like me, everyone hates me, and they don't play with me. Single quote. Shenxian, one day you will meet someone who is willing to play with you, and you will also meet true relatives. Single quote. Mom is lying. Shenxian, remember, when someone recognizes you from the bottom of their heart, that person is a true relative to you. Single quote. At this moment, the corner of the boy's mouth finally raised. Mom, I found it. After washing his face, Wong Shenxian began to pack his luggage. Now he has a goal. Tianju City. Tianju City is definitely safer than Tianjin City. Yunju went to the Tianju City Brewers Association to find Mr. Lin Ju. Wong Shenxian went to Beishui College in Tianju City. Although I don't know if I will go to school at Whitewater College, I will always have a place to stay in Tianju City. Wong Shenxian doesn't want to lose his identity as a student, because the state's safety protection for students is very exaggerated. A long time ago, there were always people or forces who killed students for personal gain. For the country, young people mean hope, and this is a very serious issue. Therefore, the country has formulated very strict laws and specialized regulatory departments. No one dares to touch this bottom line easily, and Emperor Clan is no exception. Maybe Wang Jianian has other ways to avoid it, but in any case, having this identity is better than not having it at all. Moreover, if things go well with Yunju, it doesn't matter whether he goes to school or not. Master Lin Ju is the vice president of the Brewers Association. If we can get his help, the road ahead will be much smoother. Wong Shenxian's talent can comprehend the sword intent by drinking home-brewed wine, and can convert the comprehended sword intent into the natal wine sword. Learning to brew wine can speed up the growth of his strength. Wong Shenxian didn't have much to pack. A simple change of clothes, a photo with my mother, and various documents about myself. The real estate certificate, bank card, and the wine recipe book that his mother left him. Among these things, the most valuable is undoubtedly the collection of wine recipes, because it contains the recipes for all the Mo family's wines. This book contains a total of 118 wine recipes. Among them, there are 52 kinds of ordinary wine, 28 kinds of rank 1 spirit wine, 16 kinds of rank 2 spirit wine, 10 kinds of rank 3 spirit wine, 6 kinds of rank 4 spirit wine, 3 kinds of rank 5 spirit wine, 2 kinds of rank 6 spirit wine, rank 7 spirit wine 1 type. This thing is priceless, but he had no intention of leaking the formula. This is the foundation of the Mo family, and my mother has also explained it. Although the Mo family abandoned her mother did not resent the Mo family. As a son of man, he should respect his mother's will. If given the chance, he would also like to meet his grandfather, whom he had never met. He didn't want his mother to have any regrets. Apart from this, he will not have too much contact with the Mohist family. After all, my mother has been removed from the Mo family. In name, he no longer has any kinship with the Mo family. After packing all the luggage, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. When Wong Shenxian walked to the first floor, he happened to meet the store manager Li and his wife. The couple has been with their mother for many years and have deep feelings for Zhexianfeng. When Aunt Li saw Wong Shenxian coming down, she couldn't help showing joy in her eyes. Master Shenxian, how was your rest? Wong Shenxian smiled and responded, you have a great rest, Aunt Li, don't worry. After Uncle Li at the front desk finished entertaining the guests, he quickly ran to Wong Shenxian's side and expressed concern. Young master, why do you feel so thin? Don't go out to eat today. I'm going to buy a chicken with phoenix feathers and make a soup later to replenish your body. Wong Shenxian shook his head gently and declined politely. Uncle Li, Aunt Li, I have to leave. Young master, do you want to go home? Aunt Li asked with concern. I want to leave Opening Heaven's Sword City and go to study elsewhere. The young man spent 10 minutes explaining to Mr. and Mrs. Li the reason for their trip. After hearing this, Li Bo patted Wong Shenxian's hand. Young master, you have to take care of yourself outside. Don't worry, Uncle Li. Wong Shenxian agreed. Just as he was about to walk out, he was stopped by Aunt Li. Young master, we have an unwritten rule in the brewing industry. If the shopkeeper goes on a long journey, he must brew a jar of wine himself before leaving. When the shopkeeper returns safely, he will open the altar and hold a banquet to celebrate his safe return. Wong Shenxian was stunned by Aunt Li's words, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Aunt Li, you know that I don't know how to make wine. Ha ha ha. Aunt Li covered her mouth and laughed. Young master, now you have awakened to your vocation. Wong Shenxian suddenly came to his senses. Yes, he has awakened to his vocation. Thinking of this, he went directly to the brewing room of Zhexianfeng. Looking at the various raw materials stored in the brewing room, Wong Shenxian directly clicked on his skill panel. Fairy Brew Active Skills. Skill Effect. You can brew wine by consuming raw materials. The wine you brew must be supreme grade and be blessed by the brewmaster. After briefly reading the skill introduction, he began to think about what kind of wine he wanted to make. The winemaker's winemaking skills require knowledge of the wine formula. As long as the formula and raw materials are available, the winemaker can make wine. But his Immortal brew has no such restrictions. No formula is needed, and those materials can produce fine wine in his hands. 5 minutes later, Wong Shenxian reached out to the green plums in the basket. I remember my mother always loved drinking plum wine. For the first wine, choose green plum. Wong Shenxian took a deep breath and began to mobilize the spiritual power in his body. Fairy Brew. As the young man finished speaking, the green plums in the basket began to float. Immediately afterwards, raw materials such as sugar, raw water, and base wine also floated under the control of Wong Shenxian's spiritual power. The skills of the vocation are supernatural phenomena. Wine-making skills can automatically generate wine, directly eliminating complicated steps such as fermentation. This is also the horror of vocation. Brewing in progress. The brewmaster is blessing. After the skill is activated, all raw materials begin to emit a strange golden light. By the time the light faded completely, 10 minutes had passed. Successfully brewed plum wine, supreme grade. Obtained the blessing of the brewmaster, and the green plum wine gained special effects. After putting the green plum wine into the wine jar, Wong Shenxian directly checked the details of the green plum wine. Green plum wine. Quality. Supreme grade blessing of the brewmaster. Effect. Life extension for 1 year, can only take effect once. Introduction. Mortal wine blessed by the brewmaster. It's too exaggerated. Wong Shenxian was shocked when he saw the introduction of green plum wine. The blessing of the brewmaster can actually make ordinary wine have the effect of spiritual wine. This wine sword Immortal's skills are really scary. He is worthy of being a master of swords and wine. The power of talent made Wong Shenxian extremely excited. After the excitement, he fell into deep thought. He thought of the benefactor who saved him yesterday. After a long time, the boy activated his skill again. After the new wine was brewed, Wong Shenxian carefully put it into an exquisite ceramic flask. Then he took out paper and pen and wrote a letter. After everything was done, Wong Shenxian came to Aunt Li with the letter and the wine bottle. Aunt Li, the wine is ready. It's green plum wine. I put it in the wine cellar. Also, someone may come to our store to inquire about me in the past few days. When the time comes, please help me deliver this jug of wine and letter, and also bring me a message. Aunt Li asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" "Just say." After listening to the boy's explanation, Aunt Li nodded solemnly. "Young master, I understand. I will keep this letter and the wine." Wong Shenxian smiled and said, "Aunt Li, don't be nervous, maybe no one will ask at all." After everything was explained, Wong Shenxian stood at the front desk, staring at the decorations in the store in a daze. He seemed to want to carve the entire Zhexianfang into his mind. "Mom, I'm leaving." Wearing a sports suit and carrying a backpack, the boy walked out of the gate, and then slowly disappeared at the end of the street under the reluctant eyes of Mr. and Mrs. Li. The ancestral home of the Tianjian Wong family. Today is a very important day for Wong. The Supreme Elder, who has been in seclusion for 3,000 years, came out of seclusion today. At noon, the extremely luxurious banquet was being prepared in full swing. In the main hall, Wang Jianian was wearing gorgeous tribal uniforms. He looked at his son sitting next to the Supreme Elder, with pride written all over his face. After the Grand Elder came out of seclusion, he learned that a member of the contemporary Wong family had an X-level talent, and he looked up to the sky and smiled. After that, he brought Wong Baikan directly to him. The lofty elder did not hide his love for Wong Baikan at all. This made parents Wang Jianian and his wife so excited that they couldn't sleep for several days. Many powerful people in the clan bowed to him and withdrew from the competition for clan leader. If nothing else happens, he will be able to take over his father's position of power and become the new patriarch in 3 years. He was in charge of the banquet to celebrate the Supreme Elder's release from seclusion. It was almost noon now, and he was preparing to head to the gate to greet the distinguished guests. Just after leaving the main hall, a man dressed as a servant came to Wang Jianian, leaned over and spoke. "Third Master, the spies sent out have lost track of us." "What?" Wang Jianian's face suddenly turned ugly. "A group of people from the Starry Realm can't even keep up with the trash, what's the use of me raising you?" After being reprimanded, the man spoke aggrievedly. "Third Master, he is so vigilant that we followed him for 10 days. In the past 10 days, he always changed on various means of transportation. The use of abilities is prohibited in public areas such as high-speed rail, and it is difficult for us to accurately track his location. The most uncomfortable thing is that he also bought a large number of tickets, and we can't determine his itinerary based on the ticket information. He often gets off the bus midway, or even stops getting off at the station, and then pays for it. Our spies didn't know where he was going until the end." After Wang Jianian heard the report from his subordinates, he cursed secretly. "Then where did you get lost?" The man quickly replied. "Third Master, we lost him at the Yinhai high-speed railway station." Yinhai City. Wang Jianian frowned. Why did that little loser go to the East China Sea area? After thinking for a long time and getting no answer, Wang Jianian simply gave up. "You continue to follow the clues. I have something to do now and I can't escape. I must find that little waste. The man responded immediately after hearing it, then turned and walked away. Wong Jianyan suppressed the displeasure in his heart, a warm smile reappeared on his face, and then walked towards the door. Deep inside the Wong family's ancestral home. This place is completely different from the noisy environment outside. Tranquility is the theme song here. In a small courtyard somewhere, the girl kept stroking the little white beast in her arms. Listen carefully, still can't you hear from him? Diting shook his little ears and said dejectedly. Your Highness, my current strength is too weak and I cannot use my talent well. It's okay. Yu Shaner gently touched Di Ting's little ear. If you can't hear it, let's see with our eyes. Upon hearing this, Di Ting immediately became anxious. Your Highness, your health is not good yet, and the master is not here. It is not safe for us to go out like this. Yu Shaner smiled and said, if you don't study the exercises seriously, you should learn to be cautious from the teacher. Don't worry, this is Tianjian City, nothing will happen. After that, she brought Di Ting directly to the Supreme Elder of the Wong family. As a guest, you should make an announcement when you are leaving the host's house, so as not to appear rude. When the Supreme Elder saw Yu Shaner arriving, he stood up and saluted, Your Highness Shaner, what are your orders? Yu Shaner returned the greeting. Elder, you're welcome. It's just that Di Ting and I want to hang out in Tianjian City for a while. I see. The Supreme Elder stroked his beard and said with a smile, Your Highness Shaner needs a guide. Wong Baiken, who was next to the Supreme Elder, saw this and shouted quickly, I can be a guide. Wong Baiken looked at Yu Shaner in front of him with burning eyes. From the first moment he saw Yu Shaner, he was attracted by the girl's temperament. He was always popular with girls at school, but he had no interest in ordinary girls at all. Only one look at the girl in front of him made him fall in love. Just when he was planning to show off later, he heard the girl's faint voice of rejection. Thank you, Supreme Elder, for your kindness. I have Ting Yi by my side, so I don't need a guide. The Supreme Elder was not displeased by Yu Shaner's rejection. Then please take care of your health, Your Highness Shaner. If necessary, please inform us at any time. After a brief greeting, Yu Shaner took Di Ting and left the Wong family's ancestral home. Wong Baiken was left looking at the direction in which Yu Shaner was leaving, with a look of unwillingness on his face. The Supreme Elder clearly sensed the displeasure of the other party. Chanur, it's normal for a man to fall in love with a woman, but since ancient times, marriage has also been about being of good family. With my current stature, Wong, I can't climb to such a high level. Hearing this, Wong Baiken clenched his fists unconsciously. The Supreme Elder looked at the family prodigy with satisfaction. But, if you can practice hard, you might not have this opportunity, haha. Grandpa Zhu, is this true? Wong Baiken suddenly became excited. After touching Wong Baiken's head, the Supreme Elder looked into the distance. There are some things I can't tell you yet, you just need to know that the family will help you improve your talent. When you suppress all the contemporary prodigy, Grandpa guarantees you that this will happen. Hearing this, Wong Baiken's eyes instantly became hot and he licked his lips. Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely marry her. No, 288 Zhongling Street, Your Highness, this is where it is. The little Di Ting head in Yu Shaner's arms shouted excitedly towards Zhe Xianfang. Zui Xianfang, Yu Shaner raised her eyebrows, I dare to name this wine shop. It was already approaching noon, and there were fewer people coming to drink. Yu Shaner went straight to the front desk. Hello, is Wang Shenxian here? Aunt Li, who was wiping the front desk, asked doubtfully, who are you? I have something to ask him and want to ask him some questions. Yu Shaner made up an excuse casually. Aunt Li said apologetically. Girl, I'm so sorry, the young master's family left a few days ago. Gone. Yu Shaner frowned and thought to herself, could it be that he is already well? Thinking of this, she continued to ask, then do you know where he went? Aunt Li shook her head. We don't know that, we only know that he went to school. Hearing this, Yu Shaner felt a little disappointed. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she was stopped by Aunt Li. Girl, please stay. Yu Shaner looked at Aunt Li doubtfully. Aunt Li turned around and took out a bottle of wine and a letter from the cabinet, and then said with expectant eyes. My young boss said before he left that a benefactor saved his life, but for many reasons he was unable to express his gratitude to the benefactor in person, so he asked me to hand over this letter on his behalf if anyone came to inquire about the information. Having said this, Aunt Lee paused for a moment and then continued. Girl, I think you are probably the benefactor of the young master's family. Yu Shaner looked at the old woman in surprise, a little confused. Why do you think so? Aunt Lee smiled. Your eyes told me. The young master once said that he could not clearly see his benefactor's appearance, but he could only remember his benefactor's eyes. Yu Shaner blinked her beautiful golden eyes and raised the corners of her mouth involuntarily. When Aunt Lee saw this, she strengthened her guess. She put the wine and the letter in front of Yu Shaner. Girl, thank you for your life-saving grace. Please accept it. In the end, Yu Shaner accepted the wine and letter. Heavenly Sword Mountain. This is a famous scenic spot in Tianjian City. It is said that the Sword Emperor once understood Sword Dao here. Yu Shaner was walking on the mountain path with Di Ting in her arms. Di Ting looked down at the envelope in the girl's hand and said with a loud voice. Your Highness, he ran so fast. He could have gotten our help if he had stayed. And as soon as he runs away, the Wong family can take action against him. Yu Shaner looked up at the scorching sun in the sky and said softly. He doesn't know it. People always instinctively want to leave the place where they get hurt. It's good to leave. After a long silence, Di Ting suddenly raised his head and asked. He had no hatred, but he ended up with the spirit vein being destroyed. Your Highness, what will happen to him in the end? Yu Shaner shook her head gently. The world is like smoke, the mortal world is like the sea, I don't know. At this time, the sun hangs in the center of Tianmen. The girl looked directly at the sun in the sky, her expression gradually became firm, and she seemed to have made up her mind. Destiny can be changed, spirit vein can be reshaped, and people can also stand up again. Ting Ting, when my divine ability can be used again, help me find him. I want to help him. Xiao Di Ting raised her head. Don't worry, Your Highness, I am the spirit beast Ting Ting who can hear everything in all directions and understand everything. As long as I activate my divine ability, there is nothing I can't hear. After saying that, it pointed at the envelope in the girl's hand with its paw. Your Highness, won't you open it and take a look? Yu Shaner hesitated for a moment and opened the envelope in her hand. When you read this letter, maybe I have reached the end of my journey. Please forgive me for being rude, because I don't know your identity and I don't know how to address you. I'm ashamed that I didn't see your appearance clearly at that time. When I wrote this letter, I regretted this most. Fortunately, I remember your eyes. Thank you for giving me a chance to live. The kindness of a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. The life-saving grace is unforgettable and will never be forgotten. I read your eyes that day, so I knew you would come back to me. But, for some reasons, I finally chose to leave. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. My departure is not an escape. The jug of wine you received was brewed by me. Since I couldn't express my gratitude in words, I drank wine instead. Maybe you have tasted many fine wines, but I can assure you that this bottle of wine will definitely surprise you. If you like it, I will serve it to you regularly. Signed, Wong Shenxian. Contact information. 109,876,577,880. The summer wind carried the heat wave and ruffled the girl's hair. The letter paper in the girl's hand also made a rustling sound. At this moment, Di Ting's little ears moved slightly. Master is here. Bai Zi Emperor Monarch walked to Yu Shaner's side with a smile. Your Highness, you seem very happy. I just encountered something interesting. Yu Shaner bowed and saluted. Has the matter of Emperor Monarch been dealt with? Bai Zi Emperor Monarch nodded and said, it's done. Once I've taken care of the Wong family's affairs, we can set off the next day. After saying that, Bai Zi Emperor Monarch glanced at the letter in Yu Shaner's hand. Is it left by that young man? Yu Shaner did not shy away. She carefully put the letter away and then opened the wine bottle mentioned in the letter. Bang! The moment the wine lid was opened, the rich aroma of wine wafted out. The girl's Chong nose sniffed gently, and the pores on her body relaxed. It smells so good. Bai's Emperor Monarch also smelled the aroma of wine. He was in a high position and had tasted many fine wines. He quickly judged the quality of the wine. If I remember correctly, that boy should be only 15 years old. How can he brew supreme grade wine at such a young age? Yu Shaner didn't understand wine, so she asked doubtfully, Emperor Monarch, what is the concept of supreme grade? Bai Zi Emperor Monarch explained patiently. Wine is divided into mortal spirits. Spiritual wine is brewed from heavenly materials and earthly treasures, so it contains magical effects. Spiritual wine is divided into rank 9 according to quality, rank 1 is the lowest, and rank 9 is the highest. For example, the Yanlong wine at the banquet a few days ago belongs to rank 7 spirit wine. It's the same Yanlong wine. Because the brewers have different skill levels, there will be advantages and disadvantages. In order to distinguish this quality from bad, people divide wine into 4 grades: low grade, middle level, high grade and supreme grade. And tianju doesn't have any effect due to the material. Every wine is also divided into high grade, middle grade, low grade and supreme grade. Even those skilled brewing grandmasters cannot guarantee that they will be able to brew supreme grade wine. That boy is only 15 years old, but he is so talented in brewing wine. Listen carefully to the little head, the big question mark. It doesn't understand why Tang Tang, who makes grandmaster wine, doesn't even have the confidence to make supreme grade wine. Seeing that the disciple was still a little confused, Bai Zi Emperor Monarch continued to explain. Whether they are high-level winemakers or low-level winemakers, they all have their own wines that they are good at making. It's like famous chefs have their own special dishes. We are all famous chefs, some are good at using spicy food, and some like to bake with salt. This involves a question of proficiency. Let's take the simplest example, an ordinary dish, shredded pork with green pepper. The most low-level chef has been making green pepper shredded pork for 50 years, and his control over this dish has reached its peak. So the shredded green pepper pork cooked by this low-level chef can be called supreme grade. The shredded green pepper pork cooked by others may be as good as middle grade. Even a high-end chef may not be able to beat him on the dish of shredded pork with green pepper. Back to the wine, whether it is high-end spiritual wine or ordinary wine, if it can reach the quality of supreme grade, it means that the winemaker has an almost perfect understanding of the wine. Let me give you another example. Do you still remember that old drunkard, old man Du? Principal Du of Ju Sheng Academy. Yu Shaner had some impression. That's right, Emperor Monarch Bays replied, stroking his beard. Du Laobui came from a spiritual wine family, and his winemaking talent was hailed as the strongest in the Du family in the past 300 years. With such talent, he is only 15 years old when he brews his first supreme grade wine. After listening to Bai Zi Emperor Monarch's words, Yu Shaner finally had a clearer understanding of the wine in her hand. Thinking that the young man had such talent, Yu Shaner felt a little relieved. The girl smelled the aroma of the wine and took a sip uncontrollably. The sweetness of the wine instantly filled her mouth. She swallowed the wine slowly, feeling the warmth in her throat, as if a sweet spring was pouring into her heart. Suddenly, memories from the boy flooded into her mind. She saw the boy's pain, saw the boy's strength, and even saw the boy's gratitude to her that could not be expressed in words. Yu Shaner had never felt like this before. She felt as if the wine was speaking. And this sentence only has 2 short words. Thank you. Almost instantly, Yu Shaner's eyes suddenly opened wide. She took another sip of wine. This time she didn't taste it slowly, but drank the wine in one gulp. The sudden pouring of a large amount of wine did not make Yuxianer feel uncomfortable, but instead made her feel an ultimate sense of pleasure. The next moment, the girl's body seemed to be burned by flames, and her chest also rose and fell, as if she wanted to release the fiery breath. Along with a loud phoenix cry, the great sun golden crow emerged from behind Yu Shaner again. Not only that, Yu Shaner's aura also began to climb up at an incredible speed. The huge golden crow soars freely in the sky, releasing the joy in your heart. Seeing this, Emperor Monarch Bai Zi couldn't hide his shock. This is. The golden crow vision lasted for 10 full minutes. As the golden crow dissipated, the hot feeling in Yu Shaner's body gradually subsided, and her breathing gradually stabilized. The girl slowly opened her eyes and looked at the wine bottle in her hand, her face full of disbelief. The damage to my soul has been repaired, and not only that, I have also made a breakthrough. After saying that, Yu Xian'er looked at Bai Zi Emperor Monarch with doubtful eyes. Emperor Monarch, is this really mortal wine? It is indeed a mortal wine. Bai Zi Emperor Monarch's tone left no room for doubt. Yu Xian'er's face was full of confusion, but the effect of this wine is even better than the Taoshan wine at last year's state banquet. How can it be ordinary wine? Bai Zi Emperor Monarch sighed, with more emotion in his tone. Because this pot of wine is filled with emotion by the brewer, and this emotion is recognized by heaven and earth. This jug of wine in your hand, in a sense, has broken away from the ranks of ordinary wine. Wine is similar to food in that they can both be carriers of emotion. Everyone has an unbeatable dish in their heart, and it is often the family who cooks this dish. Just like the famous saying of Chef God, the person who defeats the god of cooking is often the mother. That's the power of emotion. The ultimate technology, coupled with the infusion of earth-shaking emotions, can completely sublimate the brewed wine. This wine hides emotions that only certain people can feel. Only certain people can enjoy the blessing power contained in wine. This pot of wine was born because of you, and its blessings can only be enjoyed by you. In other words, it is a special spiritual wine, and it is also a spiritual wine that is exclusive to you. Listening to Bai Zi Emperor Monarch's amazed tone, the girl licked the wine remaining on her lips. Recalling the young man's gratitude hidden in the wine, Yu Xian'er raised the corners of her mouth slightly and spoke softly. You're welcome. Hello fellow passengers, we are arriving at Tianju North Station ahead. Passengers who are getting off the train, please pack your luggage and don't forget your things on the train. Tianju City is located in the eastern part of Yunhai Province in my country. It is famous for its rich production of spiritual wine. It is a famous wine city in the world. It is also an important military city in southwest my country. Wong Shenxian, who was sitting in his seat, suddenly opened his eyes. We're here. 10 days ago, Wong Shenxian set off from Tianjin City to Tianju City. On the way to the high-speed rail station, he was keenly aware of the stalker. According to the plan, he first ran towards northeast China, changing trains constantly on the way. Water transportation and land transportation alternated, and finally he completely got rid of the people who were following him in Donghai Province and Yinhai City. After getting rid of the tracking, he didn't let his guard down. After many twists and turns, he bought a high-speed train from Qingmeng City to Tianju City. Wang Shenxian was worried that his beastly father would find out his ticket information through the railway system, so he was always on guard against him. Buy tickets across stations and buy multiple lines at the same time. Even the final station for his current ticket is not Tianju Station. Over the past 10 days, his spirit was always in high tension. However, no matter what, he finally arrived at his destination. Tianju City is a super first-tier city and one of the 7 wonderful cities of Great Sha. Because the tourism industry is highly developed, there are an unusually large number of passengers getting off at this stop. 20 minutes later, Wang Shenxian left Tianju North Station and took a taxi directly. Master, go to Whitewater Academy. When the taxi driver heard this, he immediately turned on the meter. Okay, please fasten your seat belt, let's set off now. As the taxi drove on the elevated road, Wang Shenxian was shocked at the first sight of the city. The smell of alcohol here is so strong that it can be seen with the naked eye. Even more breathtaking is the huge island suspended in the sky. The shocking smell of alcohol spread from there. The driver saw Wang Shenxian's surprised look and said, "Young man, is this your first time coming to our Tianju market?" Wang Shenxian nodded. What do you think of Tianju City? Is it worthy of its reputation? The driver's face was full of pride. It's unbelievable, Wang Shenxian exclaimed. You have lived in a city full of alcohol for a long time, won't your health be affected? The driver seemed to have heard something funny and smiled from ear to ear. Young man, you don't watch TV often, do you? The smell of alcohol will do us no harm at all. The main reason is because of the unique geographical environment of our Tianju City. The reason Tianju City has become the famous sacred land is not because the wine saint was born here, but because only here can the wine saint be raised. The most basic material for winemaking is water. There are countless famous springs in Tianju City. Among the 10 famous springs in the world, Tianju, own 7 of them. Not only that, Any spiritual material planted in our Tianju city will shorten the time required to mature by most. The root cause of this wonder is the tens of thousands of spirit veins below Tianju city, the 12 supreme-grade spirit veins, the hundreds of high-grade spirit veins, the 3,000 middle-grade spirit veins, and the tens of thousands of low-grade spirit veins. We are the sacred land of wine, and winemakers from all over the world make pilgrimages here every day. The empty island you just saw is the famous apex-level school known as the Cradle of the Wine Saint, the Wine Saint Academy. As for the alcohol problem you mentioned, we Tianju people also have our own methods to solve it. That is drinking water from the famous spring. Our local spring water has a hangover effect. Tianju spring water can not only relieve the accumulated alcohol odor in the body, but also help us introduce the spirit qi in the alcohol odor into the spirit vein. Every day when I go home and take a sip of sweet spring water, that taste. Wong Shenxian in the back seat could clearly feel the driver's pride in his hometown. But think about it, whether it is political, military or economic, Tianju city can firmly rank among the top 7 among the 3,000 cities in the country. The driver looked at Wong Shenxian in the rearview mirror and asked curiously. Young man, I think you are a junior high school student, right? If you don't prepare for the martial arts exam at this time, are you already planning to go to a vocational high school? Wong Shenxian smiled. I'm not very good at talent, so I gave up the martial arts exam. The driver nodded after hearing this. A vocational high school is fine. You don't have to face strange beasts in the future. It's safe. My son, he has awakened as a wine taster. Talent is AD level, spiritual wine amplification. You can enjoy double the effects of the spiritual wine you drink. Wong Shenxian raised his eyebrows. This talent is very good. It is very practical in both life and combat. Alas, the driver sighed, with a frown on his face. Practical is practical. But we are just ordinary people. I don't expect him to be very capable. I just hope he can be safe. Actually, I want him to go to a vocational high school. After all, his talent is not very noticeable in battle. But that brat is only thinking about becoming a martial artist that day. It's useless no matter what. He is concentrating on preparing for the martial arts exam during this time. I've been so worried that I can't sleep these days. Hearing this, Wong Shenxian felt a little sad in his heart. Is this the real father? Wong Shenxian looked at the driver's worried expression through the rearview mirror, feeling filled with emotion. Martial artist has a high status and a high income. That's because they are constantly facing threats from alien beasts. The driver's son's awakened talent is indeed very practical. You can reduce resource consumption in daily practice, and you can get considerable improvements in battle. Compared to vocational high school, martial artist high school is indeed more suitable for him. Turning to look at the scenery outside the window, Wong Shenxian couldn't help but laugh at himself. Other people's fathers were so worried about their children's future safety that they couldn't sleep, but his father was worse than an animal. The fire of hatred in his heart was ignited again, and Wong Shenxian quickly looked out the window, trying to divert his attention. Looking at the street scene outside the window, he asked with some confusion. Master, are there any festivals in Tianju city recently? Why are there celebration scenes everywhere along the way? Don't you know? The driver asked doubtfully. The news about the miracle not long ago has been on the air for several days. Wong Shenxian was equally puzzled. Is there any connection between miracles and celebrations? The driver suddenly became excited. Of course, this is the miracle of Dionysus. I'm a good boy. It's a vision of heaven and earth that covers the whole world. Even in the whole world, there has never been a vision of this level. I heard from experts that large-scale visions of heaven and earth often symbolize the beginning of a new era. After this vision, the number of students in Tianju city who have awakened to their vocation to drink has increased by 18% compared to previous years. Moreover, the quality of talent related to wine has also been slightly improved. Everyone thinks this is God's blessing from heaven, so celebrations have been held these days. It's quite deserted today. You haven't seen it a week ago. The scene was more lively than the brewing competition. The Brewers Association even thought of this miracle and launched the Dionysus project. Wong Shenxian quickly captured the key information. Master, what is the Dionysus plan? The driver frowned. I'm really not sure about this. It's a pity that we have already arrived at Whitewater College, otherwise I can help you inquire. However, that plan is quite famous. Try looking for it online. After listening, Wong Shenxian could only suppress the curiosity in his heart. After paying, he got out of the car with his backpack. He looked at the exaggeratedly large college gate in front of him and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This is a vocational high school. The width of the academy gate in front of them has reached hundreds of meters. There is a huge square in the middle from the roadside to the gate. There are many students and parents in the square. Obviously these parents are here to take their children to inspect the school environment in advance. The high school entrance examination is divided into civil and military examinations. Students also start to be streamed in the third year of junior high school. The first 9 years of education are compulsory. After the high school entrance examination, students have to choose between vocational high school and martial arts high school. Students whose vocation and talent are not suitable for fighting choose vocational high schools. The remaining students will basically take the martial arts exam, and then pass the martial arts high school based on their scores in civil and martial arts subjects. It is worth mentioning that students from vocational high schools and Wuhan high schools can take the college entrance examination. Because there were many people visiting, Wong Shenxian walked directly into the school without any censorship. After several inquiries, Wong Shenxian came to the Academic Affairs Office. There are not many people in the Academic Affairs Office. It is summer vacation and the school is already on break. The summer vacation for vocational high schools starts relatively early, around mid-June. However, although there were few people, there was still a teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses who received him. Classmate Wong Shenxian, right. Lin Zan told me a few days ago, and I finally waited for you today. The teacher was a little too enthusiastic. He grabbed Wong Shenxian's hand and said kindly, "My name is Zhou Lin, and I am the grade director of the first grade. Mr. Mo is not in school right now. If you need anything, just ask and I will try my best to arrange it for you." Facing Zhou Lin's enthusiasm, although Wong Shenxian was a little confused, he still responded politely. "Thank you, Teacher Zhou. I would like to ask when Professor Mo will be back. You can wait for this." Zhou Lin poured a cup of tea for Wong Shenxian. "Mr. Mo is currently leading the team to conduct research abroad. I'm afraid he won't be able to come back in less than a month. But don't worry, Lin Zan has told me your general situation. If you need anything, the teacher will help you." Wong Shenxian stood up and saluted. "Thank you, Teacher Zhou." No need to be polite to the teacher. Zhou Lin patted the young man on the shoulder. "You have been traveling for so long, are you tired? The teacher has arranged your dormitory for you, I will take you there now." "Excuse me, teacher." 5 minutes later, the two were walking on the road inside the school. Zhou Lin is introducing Beishui College to Wong Shenxian. Although our Beishui College is a vocational high school, the construction specifications are in line with those of universities. In recent years, as the talent quality of new human beings has improved, more and more people have begun to enter the field of martial artist. The growing population of practitioners has led to an increasing demand for practice resources. Facing the shortage of spiritual wine market, the leaders of Tianju City finally built Beishui Academy after discussion. The name Whitewater was given by the principal of the Wine Saint Academy himself. Beishui means wine. Zhou Lin's explanation was very interesting. Wong Shenxian did not find it boring. On the contrary, he was even more interested. Although our school has only been open for 3 years, it has already gained a good reputation, and the enrollment plan is expanding every year. The reason why Whitewater College is so attractive is that in addition to its strong teaching staff, the most attractive condition is the recommendation program. Recruitment plan? Wong Shenxian asked doubtfully. Zhou Lin smiled mysteriously. Every year, Jusheng Academy will grant 5 special recruitment places to Whitewater Academy. Wong Shenxian was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Good guy, the key point of direct recommendation from the vocational high school. No wonder so many people signed up. If you want to be admitted to one of the top 10 prestigious schools in the country like Jusheng Academy, your results must be at least among the top 500 in the province. What is the concept of being among the top 500 in the province? The Chinese dynasty had 36 provinces and 3,000 cities. On average, there are almost 100 cities in each province. In other words, the college entrance examination scores must reach the top 5 in the city to have a chance. In Whitewater College, you only need to be in the top 5 in the school to go to Jusage University. Top 5 in the school and top 5 in the city, you can tell which one to choose with your toes. Just as Wong Shenxian was sighing, Zhou Lin's voice directly brought him back to reality. We're here. Wong Shenxian looked forward when he heard the sound. Villas are located on both sides of the road in an orderly manner. The styles of these villas are very similar, they are all 2.5-story villas. There is also a small courtyard outside each villa. The signs on the road have several eye-catching characters. Teacher's accommodation area. When Wong Shenxian saw it, he couldn't help but asked, Teacher Zhou, are we in the wrong place? Zhou Lin led Wong Shenxian to one of the villas and explained with a smile. That's right. Lin Zan said that you will stay in school and study hard in the next 3 years. Considering the issue of staying in school during the winter and summer vacations, we have arranged for you to stay in the teacher's dormitory. With that said, Zhou Lin took out a white card from his pocket. This is your temporary student ID card and the key to the villa. After opening the door, Zhou Lin took Wong Shenxian for a brief tour of the interior of the villa. Each floor of this villa is about 120 square meters. Including the underground floor, there are 3.5 floors in total. The basement floor is the brewing room. Although it is not large, it is definitely enough. The first and second floors are the living areas. There is a small balcony on the roof where you can raise some spiritual plants and bask in the sun. Oh, by the way, some teachers here have a bit of a weird temper. Wong Shenxian listened very carefully to Zhou Lin's detailed explanation. After all, this will be his home from now on. After the explanation, Zhou Lin patted Wong Shenxian on the shoulder. I already know something about your situation from Lin Zan. The teacher will help you hide your student status information so that no one outside can find you. Wong Shenxian was a little surprised. Such things as student status information were strictly considered national archives. How could a vocational high school teacher have such authority? Seeing that Wong Shenxian was a little confused, Zhou Lin explained. Our Whitewater College is a bit special. Although it is a vocational high school, it is directly affiliated with the Wine Saint College. So, your student status information is managed by Jusheng Academy. In order to protect students' information security, apex-level universities have great autonomy in managing their students' student status files. Here, you just have to study with peace of mind. 10 minutes later, Zhou Lin left. As the grade director, Zhou Lin's workload is not small. He left his contact information with Wong Shenxian and told him to call him directly if he encountered any problems. Wong Shenxian likes this teacher very much, not just because of his enthusiasm. It's the teacher's true feelings revealed in the details. He could feel that the other party's concern for him came from the heart. After so many years in the Wong family, Wong Shenxian still learned a lot. This includes, to a certain extent, the ability to see through people's hearts. Wong Shenxian can tell who is sincere and who is hypocritical. He can tell with his sixth sense. In fact, this was also forced out. This skill was developed after he suffered countless losses. After Zhou Lin left, Wong Shenxian spent an afternoon going to the city to buy a lot of daily necessities. When he simply decorated the dormitory, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Wong Shenxian finished washing up early and lay down on his new bed. He has been on the road these days and needs a good rest. Before going to bed, Wong Shenxian habitually watched the news. After watching the news, just as he was about to lock the screen, a voice call popped up on his phone. Director Lin Zan. Chapter 21. After the call was connected, Lin Zan's joyful voice came out of the microphone. I've been in meetings today, and I just saw the message you sent. You brat, why did you get to Tianju City? Wong Shenxian laughed naively. I just spent a few days playing on the way. This is a young man. It's a good thing to see more of the outside world. Lin Zan laughed heartily. Have you met that teacher Zhou Lin? Yes, Teacher Zhou is very nice and enthusiastic. Wong Shenxian replied. Lin Zan said cheerfully. Zhou Lin is my biological junior brother. Just think of him as me. Don't be afraid of trouble. Good. After a brief exchange, Lin Zan got down to business. Shenxian, your father sent someone to the school today to find out about you. I made an excuse to get past it, but your spies probably knew that I had been looking for you before, so they kept pestering me. At this point, Wong Shenxian immediately became worried. Director Lin, just tell them directly. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Zan. Are you kidding me? Who are you to be a teacher? I came to your school as a director in my early 30s without any background. Originally, the teacher wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what he got in exchange was worry and fear. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm showing my cards, your teacher, I'm from the Tianju Lin family. You don't know the value of the new brand Emperor clan, right? New card Emperor clan. There are not only 12 great emperors in China. In the thousands of years of martial Dao, there are still many strong people who have broken the shackles and reached the peak. There are 24 new great emperors in total. 12 great emperors made great contributions to China, in order to express their respect for them, and at the same time to demonstrate their supreme status. Therefore, the titles of the old emperors were all single characters. For example, the Sword Emperor, the Wine Emperor, the Alchemy Emperor, the Medicine Emperor, the Tea Emperor. The new titles of Great Emperor are all double characters. For example, the Mad Sword Great Emperor, Siju Great Emperor, Xuanyu Great Emperor. Tianju Lin's Great Emperor is exactly Siju Great Emperor. Wong Shenxian never dreamed that his director, who was a big show-off at school, was also part of the Emperor clan. So, do you still need to worry about me? Lin Zan's teasing voice came over. Don't worry anymore. Suddenly Wong Shenxian seemed to remember something. Director, does Vice President Lin Ju of the Brewers Association also belong to the Lin family? Hey, it seems that you have thought about it now and started to take the initiative to learn about the Brewers Association. Lin Zan was very pleased. The person you are talking about is indeed from our Lin family. Vice President Lin Ju is my second great ancestor. My second great-grandfather has a very strange temper, and his relationship with other senior members of the clan has not been very good over the years. Why? Wong Shenxian was a little curious. So you kid also likes to listen to gossip? Lin Zan joked, actually, I don't know either. Your family is also part of the Emperor clan. There are too many things hidden among the top management. Who knows why? But there is one thing that is quite impressive to me. It was about 10 years ago. At that time, I was about the same age as you. The second great ancestor had a conflict with his family for some unknown reason. As a result, I, the sixth Lai ancestor, stopped him and imprisoned him. The incident was very big. In the end, it even alarmed several elders in the clan. I don't know the details. Anyway, since then, the second great ancestor has rarely gone home. Except for major festivals, he basically doesn't go back. After finishing speaking, Lin Zan coughed twice. Okay, the teacher has told you the gossip about my family. In return, will you also? Suddenly, there was a loud noise from Lin Zan's side. Let's not talk about it for now. I have something going on here. Every time I take the high school entrance exam, there are a lot of crap. I failed. Let's talk about it another day. Seeing the phone being hung up, Wong Shenxian couldn't laugh or cry. As a teacher, he is good at everything, but he likes gossip too much. After putting down his phone, he began to think about what Director Lin Zan said just now. Soon, a more reasonable guess emerged in his mind. Vice President Lin Ju had a conflict with his family more than 10 years ago. At that point in time, it was probably when the Wong family forced her mother to reconcile with Wong Jianian. As a master, Lin Ju probably wanted to go to Tianjin City to support his disciple. But the Lin family may have considered the rise of the Wong family and did not want to antagonize the Wong family. Eventually, a dispute broke out between Lin Ju and the family's top management. After making a reasonable guess, Wong Shenxian turned on his mobile phone again and began to search for information about Lin Ju on the internet. As the vice president of the Brewers Association, Lin Ju has his own entry. After clicking, you will see a screen full of titles and honors. Lin Ju, rank 9 martial artist in the early stage of Heavenly Realm, 8th grade winemaker. Known as the most talented person in the Lin family in the past 1,000 years, he is 161 years old this year. Vice President of the Chinese Winemakers Association, Deputy Director of the National Spiritual Wine Research Center, Academician of the Chinese Spiritual Wine Academy, lifelong honorary professor of the Wine Saint Academy, a leader in the New Era Martial Artist Spiritual Wine Development Plan, and a member of the high-level expert group of the National Martial Arts Commission member. Looking at Lin Zhu's personal experience, Wang Shenxian couldn't help but be a little shocked. Less than 200 years old, reaching the heaven realm. As mentioned in the introduction, Lin Zhu's vocation is drinking addiction. It is a relatively rare vocation, and it is also the strongest holder among all the alcoholic vocations in history. His talent is X-rated, now drunk. The specific effect is unknown. People only know that he can greatly increase his combat power by drinking alcohol. X-rated talent. Wang Shenxian suddenly thought of Wang Baikan. If he had not awakened, the gap between him and Wang Baikan would be like a chasm. Thinking of this, Wang Shenxian couldn't sleep either. He wanted to find a way to meet Vice President Lin Zhu. And this method shouldn't be too catchy. Turning on her phone, Wang Shenxian began to search for news about Lin Zhu. Due to the vision of Dionysian heaven and earth, the Brewing Association opened an emergency meeting #VP Lin Zhu proposes to increase the allocation of resources to new winemakers #an unknown new wine was highly recognized by Vice President Lin Zhu in Niangchunlu #. In response to miracles, the Brewers Association launches the Dionysus Plan The Dionysus Plan. Thinking of what the driver said during the day, Wang Shenxian fell into deep thought. The vision of heaven and earth he caused that night attracted great attention from Tianju city because it was related to wine. This global phenomenon of heaven and earth can increase the probability of children awakening to their vocation to drink, and can also improve their talent quality. Many senior executives believe this is a precursor to the takeoff of the wine industry. Hence the Dionysian Project. The so-called Dionysus Plan means that senior executives begin to screen outstanding winemaking talents on a large scale across the country. And give it a lot of resources. Under normal circumstances, if you want to participate in the winemaker assessment, you need to meet many conditions. For example, winemaking records and recommendations from senior winemakers. But now, this threshold will be completely relaxed in recent years. Young people who have awakened to their vocation in winemaking can boldly go to the Winemakers Association to take the assessment. Those with high talent can even get guidance from senior winemakers. In order to carry out the plan smoothly, the Brewers Association, which is usually relatively free, has also become busy. After a brief inquiry, Wang Shenxian learned that Vice President Lin Zhu likes to mentor young people. Perhaps because of his previous teaching career, he is always very patient with young people. Two young winemakers were lucky enough to receive guidance from Lin Zhu the day before yesterday. Seeing this, Wang Shenxian felt hot in his heart. He immediately decided to try his luck at the Brewers Association tomorrow. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Wang Shenxian opened his eyes on time. After washing briefly, he first took out the mask of deception. Deception mask. Quality: profound rank supreme grade. Type: disguised spirit treasure. Effect: face changes. Introduction: a camouflage mask that can change facial muscles. Because its principle acts on the muscles, it cannot be detected. Note: it is impossible to fake spiritual power fluctuations. After putting on the mask, Wang Shenxian felt that the muscles on his face began to change. 10 minutes later, a handsome face appeared in the mirror. Wang Shenxian touched his new face and smiled softly. "Hello, Yunju." After putting on a good disguise, Wang Shenxian went out directly. After having breakfast at the school gate, we took another taxi. "Master, go to the Brewers Guild." "Okay." The vehicle was driving on the wide road, and the driver couldn't help but turn his head and look behind him. "Son, are you going to take a test at the Brewers Guild?" "How did you know?" Wang Shenxian was a little curious. The driver chuckled and explained. "Hey, I have attracted several guests to the Brewers Association in the past few days, and they are all going to take part in the test. There are 2 others who are about the same age as you, so I wondered if you were going to take the test too." Wang Shenxian was a little surprised and took the opportunity to ask. Master, do you know anything about the Brewers Association? There doesn't seem to be a lot of useful information online. Brewmakers Association. The driver raised an eyebrow. Then you're asking the right person. Who in Tianju doesn't know a few winemakers? It is said that the Brewers Association was founded by the Emperor Duju, and it took thousands of years of system changes to become what it is today. Winemakers, like spirit wines, have very strict grades. There are 9 levels in total. First grade winemakers are the lowest, 9th grade winemakers are the highest. After the driver's explanation, Wong Shenxian gained a more detailed understanding of the winemaker. The main role of the Winemakers Association is to review and inspect the registration of winemakers. At the same time, it is also responsible for a series of wine-related activities such as spiritual wine safety management and wine recipe development. The number of registered winemakers is not high, according to data released by the Brewers Association. As of last year, there were 30.8 million registered winemakers nationwide. Among them, the proportion of winemakers at 3rd grade and below reaches 80%. The vast majority of winemakers are elementary level winemakers. High-level winemakers are an absolute rarity. It seems that there are many winemakers, but China's total population reaches 52 billion. This is why the Brewers Guild is so hungry for talent. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped steadily in front of the Brewers Association. As the headquarters of the Brewers Guild, it has a mythical aesthetic. The exterior design of the Brewers Association headquarters is unique and full of art and technology. It is not only the headquarters of the Brewers Association, but also one of the landmark buildings in Tianju City. This majestic building has a cylindrical shape as a whole and towers into the sky, as if it is about to pierce the sky. Its exterior wall is made of a special material, showing a silver-gray metallic texture and exuding a faint light. This material has strong protective capabilities and is said to be able to withstand attacks from rank 9 beasts. Above the main entrance of the building, there is a huge wine gourd logo with the words, Winemakers Association, engraved on it. The font is simple and elegant, and it seems to contain supreme power. Although it was only 8 o'clock in the morning, there were already many people in the square outside the Brewers Association. Looking around, most of these people are under 25 years old. Wong Shenxian followed the guidance of the sign and lined up at the entrance. After waiting for half an hour, Wong Shenxian finally arrived at the entrance registration desk. Name, Yunju. Age, 15. Where's the calling and talent? It's not convenient to disclose. As soon as he said this, the registration staff couldn't help but look up at him. Classmate, it is allowed not to register talent and vocation, but you must ensure that your vocation has brewing skills. Otherwise, they will be considered troublemakers by our association and will be blacklisted. Wong Shenxian nodded slightly to show that he knew the rules. After a simple registration, the staff handed Wong Shenxian a number plate. Student, please hold your sign. After entering, a staff member will guide you into the testing area. Thanks. Entering the Brewers Association, the first thing you see is a huge hall. The floor of the hall is made of a special stone, which is as smooth as a mirror and can reflect people's reflections. In the center of the hall, there is a huge wine jar, which is engraved with various exquisite patterns and runes. This wine jar is a symbol of the Distillers Guild and is a very high-quality spirit weapon. Various rooms and corridors are scattered around the hall. Under the guidance of the staff, Wong Shenxian quickly arrived at the testing area. The testing area is a quirky space with a number of individual brewing rooms. Because the aroma of wine can easily disturb other winemakers, so each tester has a separate room. The staff took him to a brewing room and explained. Hello, classmate, we have provided you with 3 recipes for rank 1 spirit wine. The qualification standard is to produce rank 1 spiritual wine, regardless of quality. There's a lot of material here that you can use freely. After watching the staff leave, Wong Shenxian looked at the many materials in front of him and began to think. From the conversation just now, he learned that Lin Ju had been at the winemaker's headquarters these days. He wants to attract the other person's attention, but it can't be too shocking. Before meeting Lin Ju, he must not show his talent prematurely. After much thought, he gave up the plan of brewing spiritual wine and decided to brew a supreme grade wine. Supreme grade wine can also prove his talent, and the impact will be much smaller. Thinking of this, Wong Shenxian picked out the ingredients and started brewing wine. On the top floor of the Brewers Association, in the vice president's office, the two sat opposite each other. Sitting on the main seat was an old man with white hair. Another middle-aged man was seriously making tea for the old man. "Master, you drink every day. Today I will give you a different taste. This is a good thing I brought back from Tianju market." The white-haired old man laughed and cursed. "You kid, you don't have a fart in your throat, do you? Why did you buy this thing? Besides, tea is something that an old man like me can't handle." After listening, the middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. "Master, the Tea King has apologized in public, but you still hold on to it and let outsiders know about it, thinking that our brewers are being petty." "Naughty," the white-haired old man snorted. "His grandma's legs are noble when drinking tea, but vulgar when drinking alcohol. According to what he said, wouldn't those who take spirit medicine be sick?" This old boy really dares to speak out. If labor and management hadn't cultivated his moral character now, labor and management would have hung him up and beaten him before. The middle-aged man shook his head and stopped talking. He knew his master's character and was very vengeful. "Then we won't mention him anymore, but you can't refuse the good tea that the disciple brought you just because of him. Thank you for that." After hearing this, the white-haired old man raised his eyebrows. "Since it's Zhangzhou you who respect me, then I'll take the first grade as my teacher." Before he could pick up the tea, there was a knock on the door. "Vice President Lin Ju, I have something to report." "Enter." The secretary pushed open the door and quickly came to the white-haired old man. "President Lin Ju, Minister Li." Lin Ju took a sip of tea. "Xiao Zhou, what's the matter, so urgent?" The secretary's face was full of joy. "Vice President, what a genius. Our winemaker has a genius." "Oh," Lin Ju asked curiously, "what kind of genius makes you so excited?" Secretary Zhou suppressed his excitement and spoke quickly. "Just now, a young man came to take the winemaker assessment. This young man did not follow our test questions. Instead of brewing spiritual wine, he brewed his own ordinary wine. After multiple tests, we unanimously believe that the quality of this wine reaches supreme grade." Supreme grade. Lin Ju was a little confused. Supreme grade is indeed good, but it won't make you so excited, right? Secretary Zhou's voice trembled with excitement. "Supreme grade cannot be a pure mortal. That wine seems to have a very strange effect." The young man's brewing skills seemed to be able to add unique effects to spiritual wine, which is somewhat similar to the sake brewing skills of the sake grade master. At this point, Secretary Zhou's body began to tremble. More importantly, that child is only 15, he has just turned 15. "What?" Lin Ju stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief. "Tell me again, how old is he this year?" 15 years old, and he just turned 15 a few days ago. According to him, he awakened to his vocation on his birthday. Vice President, just a few days after awakening from his vocation, he is a genius who brews special supreme grade wine. Before he finished speaking, Lin Ju excitedly grabbed the secretary's arm. "Where is he now?" Secretary Zhou felt the soreness in his arm and answered quickly. "Vice President, that boy is still in the brewing room. It's just that the kid is a little strange." Faced with our inquiries, he was unwilling to reveal anything. However, he did make a request. "What's the request?" Li Zhangzhou on the side was also a little curious. Secretary Zhou seemed to have remembered something funny. He said that he wants to meet Vice President Lin Ju alone. He is only willing to chat with you. "Vice President, I guess that guy is your ardent fan." Hearing this, Lin Ju's old face burst into laughter. "Xiao Zhou, I have to criticize you for this. I have emphasized many times that our staff should be flexible and not too rigid." Secretary Zhou obviously understood the naughty character of the vice president very well, and he laughed innocently. "Your criticism is right, I will change it next time." "Ahem, then bring him over quickly. Don't keep our future genius waiting in a hurry." "Okay, then please wait a moment." Watching the secretary leave the room, Lin Ju quickly tidied up his somewhat messy clothes. "Zhangzhou, let's see if there is any chaos in our master." Li Zhangzhou burst into laughter. "Do you still care about your image as a superior person?" Lin Ju frowned when he heard his disciples ridicule. Don't give the boss a playful smile. If you are asked to look at it, just look at it quickly. Do you understand how important the first impression is? Yes, yes, yes. Following Secretary Zhou as he walked in the corridor, Wang Shenxian seemed a little nervous. Even if he can now look down at Tianju City through the transparent glass on both sides, it can't make his heart calm. Secretary Zhou, what kind of person is Vice President Lin Zhu? Secretary Zhou in front looked back and saw the young man's nervous expression, and smiled to comfort him. Don't worry, the Vice President is very close to young people. He is a bit like an old naughty boy. I don't have the airs of a big shot. Just calm down and don't be nervous. Wang Shenxian did not feel relieved by this comfort. His nervousness stems from his uncertainty about Lin Zhu. He is worried that his mother's mentor will refuse to help him. The other party may even. Before Wang Shenxian could think too much, there was a knock on the door in his ears. Tuk tuk tuk. Vice President, I brought someone here. A deep and strong voice immediately came from the door. Come in. Along with this voice, the image of a majestic and powerful old man was quickly established in Wang Shenxian's heart. The young man swallowed involuntarily. The moment the door opened, an old man with white hair and long beard appeared in Wang Shenxian's sight. His face is kind and wise, and he exudes an indescribable immortal qi. The most eye-catching thing was his eyes as deep as the sea, which seemed to reveal his indifference and detachment from the world. The pressure in Wang Shenxian's heart was increasing. At this moment, Secretary Zhou whispered in his ear. Don't be afraid, it's just an act. After saying that, he winked at Wang Shenxian without leaving any trace. Pretending. Question mark. Wang Shenxian's face was full of questions. He didn't dare to say anything or ask anything. Vice President, I'll go down first when the people are here. Lin Zhu turned around slightly, turned his back to the two of them, and stood with his hands behind his back. Well, go ahead. Secretary Zhou listened to the Vice President's pretending to be deep, and the corners of his mouth trembled crazily as he tried to suppress it. He left the office without looking back, and when he rushed to the corridor, laughter burst out of his throat. Wang Shenxian, who stayed in the office, was numb all over. Li Jianzhou coughed lightly when he saw his master put it on his head, and then asked. Hello, kid, my name is Li Jianzhou, and I am the director of the purchasing department. Wang Shenxian quickly saluted the other party as a junior. Hello, Minister Li. At this time, Lin Zhu finally couldn't help but turn back. Looking at the young man's clear eyes, his eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Zhu went directly to the topic without any hesitation. Child, I heard that you brewed supreme-grade wine with special effects. Can you let me have a taste? Wang Shenxian quickly raised the wine bottle in his hand. Of course, no problem. Taking the wine bottle from the young man's hand, Lin Zhu took out 2 wine glasses. After filling it up, Lin Zhu gestured to Li Jianzhou. Jianzhou, you come and have a taste too. Yes, master. When Wang Shenxian heard this, his pupils shrank slightly. This Minister Li turned out to be Lin Zhu's disciple. The master and apprentice picked up the wine glasses and tasted the aroma first. Lin Zhu felt a little surprised when he smelled the aroma of wine. It's actually bamboo leaf green. After saying that, he held the glass of wine carefully, not knowing what he was thinking. Li Jianzhou on the side seemed to remember something and fell silent. The master didn't move, he just held the wine glass and waited quietly. After a long time, Lin Zhu sighed. I haven't had a drink in years. I didn't expect to have a drink today. After that, he swallowed the wine directly into his stomach. Almost instantly, the momentum in Lin Zhu's body began to rise rapidly. He looked at Wang Shenxian in front of him in disbelief. His eyes sparkled, his body couldn't help but tremble, and even his breathing became hot. Li Jianzhou on the side also looked at this handsome young man in shock. Every wine becomes a spirit. All wine becomes a spirit. Lin Zhu was the first to react, and he quickly threw his appraisal at the pot of wine. Bamboo leaf green wine. Quality. Supreme grade blessing of the brewmaster. Effect. Pure heart meridian opening. Identification result. Mortal wine with special effects due to blessing. After reading the identification results, Lin Zhu couldn't calm down for a long time. The young man in front of me can actually make wine have special effects. Li Jianzhou's tone next to him also began to become serious. Child, can you tell us your vocation and talent? Faced with Li Jianzhou's questions, Wang Shenxian's face became more entangled. He didn't know whether the existence of this suspected mother's brother was credible, but he also didn't know how he should politely refuse the other party. When Li Jianzhou saw the tangled expression on the young man's face, he immediately thought of the special request that Secretary Zhou mentioned just now. After the master and apprentice quickly exchanged glances, Li Jianzhou took out his cell phone from his pocket and pretended to answer the call. Okay, I understand, get down now. After putting his phone back in his pocket, Li Jianzhou saluted Lin Ju. Master, there's something going on with the materials. I'll go down and take a look first. Go ahead. After Li Jianzhou left the room, Lin Juan spoke softly. Child, don't be nervous. If you have anything to do, please tell me slowly. Thump. Seeing the young man kneel down towards him, the tenderness on Lin Ju's face was instantly replaced by anger. He quickly moved to avoid the young man's kneeling salute. What is this for? As a martial artist, you should be proud of yourself. If you have any difficulties, you can just ask. I haven't helped you yet, why are you acting like this? A dignified man of 7 feet, no one in heaven or on earth can kneel down easily. How can you kneel down to outsiders at will? Wang Shenxian knelt on the ground, his waist unusually straight. Martial artist is so proud that heaven and earth will not kneel down, only 3 people can kneel down. Parents and elders, saviors and mentors. Please don't be angry. I'm not kneeling here for myself. The young man's words made Lin Ju calm down a little from his angry mood. You said, if you're not kneeling for yourself, then who are you kneeling for? For mother. The young man was neither humble nor arrogant. Mother. Hearing this, Lin Ju fell into deep thought. Suddenly he remembered that he still didn't know the boy's name. What's your name? Who is your mother? The boy gently put his hands on his face. My name is Yunju, but that's not my real name. In Lin Ju's shocked eyes, Wang Shenxian took off the disguise mask on his face. My mother's surname is Mo, and her given name is Elegy. She was born into the Mo family of Tianjian. She was outstanding in her wine-making talent. When she was 15, she passed the special examination and was admitted to the Wine Saint Academy. When I was 16, I unfortunately got caught up in a fake wine scandal, but I also got a blessing in disguise when I met Professor Lin Ju. When she was 18 years old, with the encouragement of Professor Lin Ju, she participated in the brewing competition and won the championship in the youth group. Therefore, she was accepted by Professor Lin Ju as a disciple. At the age of 25, for the sake of her family, she disobeyed her master's order for the first time and returned to the family to marry the King of Heavenly Sword. At the age of 26, he gave birth to a son, but because of the restoration of the Wong family, he was abandoned by the Mo family. At the age of 27, I was forced to divorce my husband. 37 years old, drowned. The boy's slightly trembling voice continued to echo in the office. Lin Zan began to look at the young man's face carefully. It really looks like. Unconsciously, the boy's face became blurry in his sight. He lifted his steps and returned to the front of the young man. Seeing that Lin Ju no longer avoided his kneeling, Wang Shenxian spoke in a serious voice. Mo Elegy's son, Wang Shenxian, pleads guilty on behalf of his mother. Son of a scoundrel, pay homage to master. After saying that, the young man kowtowed hard on the ground 3 times. After kowtow, Wang Shenxian did not raise his head, he was waiting. Waiting for master's words. Lin Ju looked at the young man kneeling in front of him and remained silent for a long time. He picked up the zuyecheng brewed by the young man and drank directly from the jug. Zuyecheng was the most common wine your mother brewed at that time, because she always liked to go to the bamboo forest secret realm, and she couldn't help but pick fresh bamboo leaves when she came back. She is a sensible child and the one who listens to me the most. Back then, in order to increase the influence of their own family, the Mo family made plans to target the declining Wong family. The delicious fat pig actually wants to be with the hungry tiger. The Mo family not only donated a large amount of family property, but also wanted to use the famous daughter of the family as a gift and promised it to the Wong family. Your mother is a rare wine-making wizard. I don't want her to be bound by a family marriage. But the Mo family's practice of killing first and telling later put your mother on the fire. Trapped by family ties, your mother finally chose to accept the family's arrangements. In the end, she left a letter and left without saying goodbye. This made me very angry, but at that time I was only a rank 8 martial artist, far less influential than I am now. Although I'm angry, this is the marriage chosen by this disciple after all, so I didn't say anything more. After attending her wedding banquet, I had some insights, and soon entered retreat, preparing to hit the rank 9 realm. When I leave the customs, I will successfully reach the climbing heaven realm. Just after I came out of seclusion, I received the news from your uncle. Only then did I realize that a lot of things had happened during my 2 years of retreat. The most shocking thing is that the Sword Emperor who has been missing for 3,000 years suddenly has news. As expected, the Wong family regained its footing and struck the Mo family with the first sword. The Mo family can only run to the frontier in despair to make a living. But your mother was targeted by the Morong family and the Wong family. Your grandfather found me, knelt beside me, and begged me to rescue your mother. But I let him down. Speaking of this, Lin Ju's face showed a trace of guilt. Faced with the marriage of two well-established emperor clan, the Lin family does not want me to go into this muddy water. I am imprisoned by my family. After your mother heard about this, she used her finger as a pen and blood as ink to write a letter in blood, severing the master-disciple relationship with me. She said in the letter that she is not that pitiful and that she has her own happiness. She begged me not to have mercy on her. I agreed. Hearing this, Wang Shenxian's heart felt like a knife piercing his heart. Lin Ju looked at the trembling boy and paused. Do you know what her happiness is? Without giving the boy a chance to answer, Lin Ju sighed. It's you. Your mother asked me to help her with something. She begged me to help her children gain freedom. After that day, there was an imaginary person in the world, Yunju. After saying all this, Lin Ju and Wang Shenxian fell into silence. Lin Ju waited for the boy to finish crying. After a long time, the boy's body stopped shaking. Lin Ju said softly, "Get up." Yes. Looking at the young man's sad face, Lin Ju gently wiped away his remaining tears. You must have suffered a lot along the way. Wang Shenxian tried his best to raise the corners of his mouth. It's not bitter. Lin Ju rubbed the boy's head. My child, from now on, this is your home. Do you understand what master means? Wang Shenxian held back tears and nodded frantically. Seeing the young man's appearance, Lin Ju's heart trembled slightly. Cry if you want. There is no shame in crying in front of your elders. In an instant, the boy's sobs kept ringing in the room. Can't stop for a long time. After Wang Shenxian calmed down, Lin Ju said softly. Child, you don't have to be afraid from now on, you can also trust your uncles. After speaking, Lin Ju called Li Jianzhou over. As soon as he entered the room, Li Jianzhou felt that the atmosphere in the room was a little wrong. His teacher seemed very sad. What happened? Lin Ju did not keep it a secret, he pointed at Wang Shenxian. He is the son of your sister. Li Jianzhou's eyes widened instantly. Wang Shenxian. But, why is the sister's child here? Lin Ju simply explained to his disciples what happened that year. He did not tell his disciples many things, but kept them in his heart. After listening, Li Jianzhou was more silent. He walked to Wang Shenxian and patted his shoulder. Child, let's get to know each other again. My name is Li Jianzhou, and I am your great master uncle. Hello, uncle. Lin Ju waved his hand and motioned Wang Shenxian to sit down. Shenxian, tell master about your experiences over the years. Okay. 2 hours later, the slightly sad atmosphere in the room had long since disappeared, replaced by endless anger. Li Jianzhou slammed the coffee table. Beast, beast, beast. When he heard that Wang Shenxian was expelled from the family in this way, Li Jianzhou, who was always known for his gentleness and elegance, could not restrain his anger. Li Jianzhou looked at his very calm master and said angrily, Master, we must ask Wang for an explanation for this matter. Seeing Lin Ju remain silent, Li Jianzhou was a little unbelievable. Master, you have always been. Why? Lin Ju looked up at Li Jianzhou, and his eyes contained endless anger. When Li Jianzhou saw it, his heart suddenly stopped. Stand. Lin Ju suppressed his anger. Jianzhou, give me a stand to intervene in this matter. When Li Jianzhou heard it, he was directly silent. Yes, they have no stand to deal with this matter now. Not to mention that this is Wang's family affair, the junior sister has also clearly severed her relationship with the master. In other words, they are pure outsiders. In China, no matter big or small, it has always been important to have a legitimate reason for the master's actions. They are just outsiders, and they have no right to interfere with the Wong family in public or private. Li Jianzhou was a little unwilling. Are you going to let it go like this? Forget it. Lin Ju's veins were exposed. I will definitely kill that little beast Wang Jianian. Absolutely not. Li Jianzhou was shocked. Master, the Wong family is no longer the same as before. According to reliable information, the Three Emperors' Palace has found some clues. The Sword Emperor. Before Li Jianzhou finished speaking, he was interrupted by Lin Ju. Do you think your teacher is a fool? Jianzhou, you still haven't realized the point. The point, your nephew just said that his talent awakening failed, his bloodline was damaged, and his spirit vein was destroyed. I ask you, he is right next to you now, don't you notice anything? Listening to the teacher's words, Li Jianzhou finally began to seriously inquire about Wang Shenxian. He touched Wang Shenxian's body with his hand and then explored it. After a moment, his eyes widened. Why is your body? From his perspective, Wang Shenxian's spirit vein is strong and powerful, and his body contains tenacious power. His physical and mental strength is far beyond that of his peers. Ordinary children of the same age, both physically and mentally, are only about 10 points. Wang Shenxian's physical and mental values are at least 100 or above. Incredible. Lin Ju looked at his disciple with burning eyes. Son, if you hadn't lied to Master, I can only think of one possibility in your situation. That's the talent you originally failed to awaken. After you were injured, you awakened for the second time. And this awakening not only brings you a powerful talent, but also repairs the wounds on your body. The ability you had just now to enchant spirits with ordinary wine is probably the effect of your talent. Seeing his master and uncle looking at him expectantly, Wang Shenxian nodded lightly. He called up the vocation panel disguised by gourd Immortal for himself. My vocation is wine swordsman, talent is wine entering, talent level, X level. The young man's voice was like a giant hammer, striking the hearts of both master and disciple. After being shocked for a moment, Lin Ju looked up to the sky and smiled. Ha ha ha. After laughing, he stared at Wang Shenxian with his eyes wide open. There is hatred in my heart. Break your bones and scatter your ashes, until you die. The young man said sonorously. Okay, tell me your future plans with Master. 20 minutes later. Wang Shenxian, who was a little thirsty, drank the tea handed to him by his uncle. His eyes widened for a moment. What kind of tea is this? Before he could ask, Li Jianzhou asked first. So, you plan to expose talent and gain support from the country? Seeing the excitement on the faces of his uncle and master, Wang Shenxian asked cautiously. Is something wrong? There is nothing wrong. You handled it very well. Lin Ju replied, but you are too young and you don't know many things, so you don't think about the problem so thoroughly. X-level talent holders are known as the seeds of the Great Emperor. As long as they don't die, they will definitely become the Great Emperor. This is an accepted fact. Your choice to rely on the state is indeed a clear choice. But what you may not know is that when you join a national force, you have to make a choice. When the state wants to investigate you, all disguises will be revealed. In other words, the country will clearly know that you are a member of the Wong clan. Joining the country means you have to completely separate yourself from your family. I think you should know what complete separation means. No matter its blood or grudges, we must let go. If you feel strange, why don't you think about it carefully? Why does the country not allow the Emperor clan to participate in politics? Wang Shenxian understood instantly. He had originally guessed that there would be restrictions on joining the country, but he did not expect that the restrictions would be so strong. The country cannot be shaken. Behind it are the three emperors. Faced with the existential crisis caused by alien beasts, the country must be strong enough, and if it wants to become strong, monopoly is not advisable. China's long history tells us that only when the people are the masters of the country can the country burst out with a steady stream of energy. Otherwise, monopoly and hegemony will only drag down the country and lead to its destruction. The three sovereigns are selfless. They return all the rights in their hands to the country and act as the protectors of China. Even the emperor sets an example and gives power to the people, let alone us. The emperor does not participate in politics, and the country does not involve the emperor. This is something written in the constitution. Hearing this, Wong Shenxian frowned. Could it be that he could only keep on living? If he is stubborn, his cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. He couldn't wait. He dreams of revenge, and if he is asked to wait for dozens or hundreds of years, he will probably be killed by his inner demon first. What can master do? Wong Shenxian asked. Of course. Lin Ju raised the corner of his mouth. If the country's road doesn't work, then take another road. Another way. The other way is the emperor clan. Lin Ju continued to explain. Out of respect for the great emperor, although the country took back the power from the hands of the emperor clan, it also retained the greatest respect for the emperor clan. The state has a new cake for the emperor clan. The great emperor has a high status. Every time there is an additional great emperor, it means that the interests of the rest of the emperor clan will be damaged. After all, the cake is only so big. Every time there is an extra piece, the portion you think you can eat will become smaller. So, the emperor clan is deeply intertwined and has complicated relationships. But no matter what, the development of human race is the first priority. We, the emperor clan, cannot do anything but kill geniuses for our own benefit. What's more, multiple great emperors also mean there are opportunities to make the cake bigger. Because of this, the new emperor clan has received support from the old emperor clan, without exception. To have your cake and eat it, you have to get permission from the majority. Hearing this, Wong Shenxian suddenly realized. You mean, the Lin family? Lin Ju smiled and shook his head. To be precise, it's the interest alliance that Lin belongs to. My Lin family does not have such a right to speak. Mrs. Lin touched Wong Shenxian's head. But the foundation of all this is your talent. You have to show your amazing talent and let them understand that your growth is unstoppable. Only in this way will they put down their arrogance and treat you with courtesy. Wong Shenxian said in a serious voice, Master, please help me. Do you still know that I am your master? Lin Ju said angrily, as a family, why don't you invite me? Zhangzhou, go and prepare and revise Yunzhou's experience in the past few years. Also, don't forget to register him for the martial arts exam for high school. You can figure out your academic status yourself. Li Zhangzhou took the information about Yunhai from Wong Shenxian and said solemnly. Master, don't worry, I'll do it now. After that, he quickly left the office. Wong Shenxian asked curiously as he watched his uncle leave the room. Master, why do you want to register for the martial arts exam for high school? Silly boy. Lin Ju smiled fondly. Master asked you, why do we emperor clan children go to school? Wong Shenxian replied quickly. Because this is a mandatory requirement of the country. In order to prevent the major families from having ideological problems. Whether it is the emperor clan or the sovereign clan, young clan members must undergo 9 years of compulsory education. Lin Ju nodded and then asked. Then do you know why we also choose to go to school after 9 years of compulsory education? After thinking for a moment, Wong Shenxian still couldn't get the answer. Why? Lin Ju led Wong Shenxian to the window. An old man and a young man looked down at the huge Tianju city through the window. Because of resources, the resources the country possesses are far beyond what our emperor clan can match. That's why we let young people continue to go to school. One is that it can reduce the consumption of resources of the tribe. The second is the special resources held by the country. Large-scale examinations organized by the state are highly authoritative. The best way to show your talent is to get crushing scores in these exams. The high school entrance examination is just the beginning. Your real goal is to skip ahead and take the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination can be said to be one of the most valuable exams for young people. Only after you achieve excellent results in the high school entrance examination can you be qualified to skip the college entrance examination. Wong Shenxian took a deep breath. Master, I will work hard. Lin Ju chuckled. Don't be nervous, and don't belittle yourself. With your talent, these are nothing. What are the specific effects of your vocation and talent? Let me help you plan a growth path. Wong Shenxian quickly revealed his disguised vocation. Master, my vocation is wine swordsman and my vocation skills are brewing and drunk sword. My talent will enter the wine has 4 effects. First, it strengthens my brewing skills. My brew must be supreme grade, and it has a special blessing effect. Second, it strengthens my drunken sword skill and enhances the effect of spiritual wine on me. After entering the drunken state, my combat power has been greatly improved, and I can freely control wine and sword. Third, if you drink the wine I brewed, you can also condense the natal wine sword. The specific effect has not been tested yet. It wasn't that Wong Shenxian wanted to hide it, but he had a feeling somewhere. His vocation must be hidden and not allowed to be known to anyone. Listening to Wong Shenxian's description, Lin Ju frowned and fell into deep thought. From your description, we are somewhat similar. My master, your talent, is that drinking wine can increase the mark of the wine, and the mark can increase the combat power. The more marks, the stronger the combat power. In addition, my vocation is to be a drunkard. The combination of the two allows me to increase my combat power to a very strong level. I feel that the key to improving your strength should be the so-called natal wine sword. Can only wine brewed by oneself be used to condense the natal sword wine? Wong Shenxian. Yeah, Lin Ju thought for a moment. Restricted talent often has more stringent prerequisites. It seems that the strength of your natal sword wine is extraordinary. At this point, Lin Ju's tone changed. But what amazes me the most is your amazing brewing talent. It must be supreme grade, and it comes with special effects. This kind of brewing talent is really unheard of. You kid, could you be the reincarnation of the wine saint? Wong Shenxian looked at his master dumbfounded. It's not that exaggerated, master. Exaggerated? Lin Ju seemed amused. You are too exaggerated. You kid don't know your own value at all. What I'm telling you now is just playing the piano to a cow. You kid doesn't understand anything. There are still 5 days until the high school entrance exam. During these 5 days, you stay here with me and I will help you strengthen your foundation. In addition, 3 hours later, ha ha ha, Lao Wu, I'm leaving first. Why do you insist on sending me away? Roll, ha 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 ha, old boy, I guess you won't be able to sleep tonight, right? Lin Ju, you grandma, you really deserve to die, you really deserve to die. Wong Shenxian followed his master and left the office of a senior executive amidst a burst of scolding. Looking at the master walking in front, laughing maniacally, Wong Shenxian couldn't help but feel ashamed. His master, since the afternoon, has been taking him around the Brewers Association. Show off your brewing talent to everyone you meet. The words, "This is my disciple," never stopped. He kept quarreling with other high-level officials. After 3 hours, he shouted at all the senior officials he could see. Lin Ju walked in front, counting on his hands. Lao Li, Lao Wu, Lao Lu. Let me think about who else. Wong Shenxian followed behind and asked weakly, Master, are we doing this too much to attract hatred? Are you ruthless? Lin Ju's eyes widened. Those old fools have been quarreling in front of labor and management all these years. Now that the situation has changed, I want to go back. What's wrong? 30 years to the east of Hedong and 30 years to the west of Hexi. I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. See if I don't discuss them to death. What a pity. Du Laogui is currently conducting research abroad. What a pity. Wong Shenxian. Before they could go to the next house, they were stopped by Li Jianzhou, who came in a hurry. Master, where have you been? I looked everywhere for you just now and couldn't find you. Also, why did Uncle Li look at me wrong just now? Ahem. Lin Ju coughed lightly. Jianzhou, you can take a rest these days. Don't show up all the time, otherwise you'll get slapped. Li Jianzhou felt something bad in his heart, don't you think? When he saw his master's hidden eyes and his nephew's slightly ashamed expression, he understood everything instantly. Master, you know that you are busy now, why can't you just calm down? Li Jianzhou said resentfully. Lin Ju, who knew he was in the wrong, quickly changed the topic. Next time, I will definitely do it. Master, I will pay attention next time. Let's not talk about this topic for now. Have you finished Shenxian's affairs? Hearing that it was a serious matter, Li Jianzhou's face straightened. It has been arranged. Yunzhou's original identity was that he was the disciple accepted by the second junior brother 5 years ago. After the junior sister passed away, I helped Yunzhou to handle the procedures for home leave. Just now I simplified his experience in the past few years again. Lin Ju nodded with satisfaction. The second brother's identity is indeed the most suitable for your nephew's master, Zhangzhou. You did a good job. What about the school? Li Zhangzhou took out a stack of documents. As for the school, I arranged for my nephew to go to Tianju No. 2 Middle School. As for my nephew's original identity, I will make arrangements after he finishes the high school entrance examination. In fact, I think Wong Shenxian's identity should not be changed. This identity exists mainly to shut up the Wong family. No matter how suspicious they are, they have no position to verify Yunzhou's identity. Lin Ju nodded slightly. That's right, those people in the Wong family are not fools, they will definitely find clues after a while. Wong Shenxian, who was standing aside, was a little confused after hearing this. Is this a disguise? After a brief review, Lin Ju handed the document back. In this way, you don't have to worry about your identity as a nephew. After everything was arranged, Lin Ju turned and looked at Wong Shenxian. Shenxian, today is May 12th. The middle school entrance examination will start on May 17th, and the college entrance examination will start on June 7th. It will be hard during this period. Wong Shenxian nodded heavily. Master, don't worry, I will never slack off. Lin Ju rubbed the boy's head. The middle school entrance examination is nothing to you, but I am more worried about the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination has been reformed this year. The Ministry of Education has added a portal to the Imperial Palace in the college entrance examination venue. If you want to stand out in the college entrance examination, you must challenge the Imperial Palace. Wong Shenxian was a little confused. Master, what is the Emperor's Palace? Lin Ju sighed. The Emperor's Palace enshrines the projections of the 36 emperors. Each great emperor left his own battle power projections in it, from rank 2 Blood Refining Realm to rank 6 Burning Sun Realm. The Emperor's Palace was originally used for special recruitment exams and various tests in colleges and universities. Its main purpose was to test students' talents. Now that the country has added the Emperor's Palace to the college entrance examination, it is also to motivate the top students. Li Zhangzhou also interjected here. Because of this year's reform, many talented Emperor clan children gave up the special recruitment exam and chose to skip the grade to take the college entrance examination. Under normal circumstances, you won't see Emperor clan prodigy in the college entrance examination, because they will all choose the special recruitment route. And in the college entrance examination, the challenge to the Emperor's Palace will be broadcast live. Challenging the great emperor in front of the people of the whole country is a temptation that those prodigy can't refuse. Even for major families, this is a good opportunity to fight for honor for the family. Losing to the great emperor is a matter of course, and winning the great emperor will be the focus of everyone's attention. Hearing this, Wong Shenxian's heart was also boiling with blood. Li Zhangzhou and Lin Ju looked at each other and laughed. Obviously, for teenagers, such an opportunity to show off in front of people is fatal to their attraction. Li Zhangzhou patted Wong Shenxian on the shoulder. Besides, Master also found out something that you must be very interested in. What is it? Wong clan publicly announced that their prodigy Wong Baiken will take the college entrance examination and challenge the ancestor Sword Emperor. Hearing this, Wong Shenxian's chi was shaken. Seeing that the encouragement was almost enough, Li Zhangzhou touched Wong Shenxian's head. Before you take the college entrance examination, you must first stand out in the high school entrance examination. Although you have outstanding talents, you should not be arrogant, understand? Wong Shenxian nodded heavily. Master, I understand. Li Zhangzhou smiled and nodded. Shenxian, this high school entrance examination is similar to the usual ones, both of which are secret realm hunting exams. My uncle recommends that you go to Secret Realm for actual combat practice in the past few days. You need to familiarize yourself with your vocation skills and find your own fighting style. Upon hearing this, Wong Shenxian asked directly, Master, what secret realm is suitable for me? This question instantly stopped Li Zhangzhou. This. Lin Ju on the side laughed directly when he saw this. Zhangzhou, I've been sitting in the clouds for too long, it's embarrassing. If you accept a disciple, you will definitely know these things. It was Wong Shenxian's turn to be confused. He felt that his uncle should know about Secret Realm. Lin Ju didn't give in. Shenxian, Heavenly wine is not as good as heavenly sword. Our secret realm of heavenly wine is open to the public, and the total number of large and small ones is almost more than 3,000. Among them, there are probably more than 500 suitable for novices. Due to special reasons, all public secret realms are opened at intervals, and the time is irregular. Your uncle is busy with the association's affairs every day. If you ask him about the secret realm above high level, he can tell you about it. Ha ha ha, I lost my voice halfway. The master's unbridled ridicule made Li Jianzhou blush rarely. Master, do you know? Ha, silence as Cambridge tonight. Li Jianzhou showed a sly smile. In that case, call Xiao Zhou over and ask. As if he couldn't let go of face, Lin Ju coughed lightly. What the hell, a mere newbie to secret realm, how can a teacher not know about it? Shenxian, you will go to the bamboo forest secret realm tomorrow. Li Jianzhou was full of regret when he heard about Zhulin's secret realm. Why didn't he think of that? Bamboo forest secret realm, Wong Shenxian asked. Lin Ju's eyes held some memories. That's also your mother's favorite secret realm. When you see a young man, you still have to ask. Lin Ju quickly interrupted. It's too late now. I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. You can stay here tonight. Hearing this, Wong Shenxian nodded slightly. It all depends on master's arrangement. 9 page M. Staying in the luxurious lounge of the winemaker's headquarters, Wong Shenxian recalled what happened today with endless emotion in his heart. He gently stroked his little gourd. Thank you. Thinking of going to Secret Realm to practice tomorrow, he planned to rest early. Lying on the bed, I recalled the relationship between my master and my uncle. Wong Shenxian took out his mobile phone from his pocket and started searching for the bamboo forest secret realm. You wouldn't know this if you didn't search it, but you'll be shocked if you search it. Secret Realm is a special product of the Tianmu era. It has its own space, and a large number of strange beasts live in it. Because the wild is too dangerous, novice martial artists often go to the secret realm controlled by the state to practice. Secret Realm is divided into 6 levels, respectively. Newbie Secret Realm, Elementary Level Secret Realm, Middle Level Secret Realm, High Level Secret Realm, Apex Level Secret Realm and Emperor Level Secret Realm. The Bamboo Forest Secret Realm mentioned by Master is a genuine Emperor Level Secret Realm. When he saw the Secret Realm level, he couldn't hold himself any longer. Emperor level. He tried to find more information online, but found that information about Secret Realm required completing the martial artist certification to unlock it. Wong Shenxian has just awakened to his vocation and has not yet registered for certification. I wanted to go to the forum to browse, but I thought I would go directly tomorrow, so Wong Shenxian decided to practice first. Just as he was about to meditate cross-legged, his phone screen lit up. Wong Shenxian picked up the phone. Cat doesn't like fish, please add you as a friend. Wong Shenxian clicked on the friend application with some surprise. Application note. The wine is delicious. Seeing the note, Wong Shenxian jumped up from the bed. He couldn't hide his excitement and agreed to the other party's friend application with trembling fingers. Cats don't like fish. Hello, Panda JPG. Seeing his benefactor's greetings, Wong Shenxian was a little at a loss. He kept thinking about how he should reply without being rude. After thinking for a long time, he finally choked out a sentence. Shenxian. Hello. After sending the message, Wong Shenxian held her cell phone and waited anxiously for the message. Thousands of miles away in the Wong family's ancestral home, Yu Xianer, lying on the bed in the guest room, fell into silence as she looked at the other party's reply. The back of her left hand was placed on her forehead, and the fingers of her right hand were clicking rapidly on the screen. Cats don't like fish. You're so cool. Seeing his benefactor's reply, Wong Shenxian quickly explained. Shenxian. I'm sorry, I'm not cold, I just don't know how to reply to you. The corners of the girl's mouth slightly raised. Cat Mao doesn't like fish. Chatting should be relaxed. Use honorifics to show how old I am. I'm still a few months younger than you. Shenxian. Then how should I call you? Cats don't like fish. My name is Yuan Xianer. Shu. Wong Shenxian knew that the girl's status was very noble, but he did not expect that she would be so noble. Your dignity is like the clouds in the sky. That is the supreme clan that is above the emperor clan. Prince Ling's heir. Wong Shenxian murmured to himself. After a brief shock, He fell into confusion again. It's a bit impolite to call her by her full name, and calling her shenan by her name is a bit disrespectful. Mao Mao doesn't like fish. According to your personality, you won't call me by my full name, let alone shenan, so just call me your highness like them. Wong Shenxian took a long breath of relief. Shenxian. Okay, your highness. Mao Mao doesn't like fish. I heard from your employee that you left a few days ago. Is your injury healed? Shenxian. Thank you for your concern, your highness. Your blessing has a very strong effect. My injury was healed the next day. Seeing that the boy still used honorifics, Yu Xianer felt helpless, but she still discovered Hua Dian. His injury was healed the next day. Although the blessing effect I gave him was extremely powerful, it couldn't be cured overnight, right? But Yu Xianer didn't think much about it. She felt that Wang Shenxian had deliberately concealed her injury. Cats don't like fish. So where are you now and what are your plans for the future? Faced with the benefactor's inquiry, Wang Shenxian thought for a moment and chose to hide part of it. Shenxian. Your Highness, I am in Tianju City now. I have decided to study winemaking at Beishui College. I just arrived at the dormitory today. After Yu Xianer learned about the other party's news, she directly searched for Whitewater Academy on her mobile phone. After reading the introduction to Whitewater Academy, she couldn't help but frown. Mao Mao loves to eat fish. Are you in a vocational high school? Shenxian. Yes, my calling is to be a winemaker, and this place is more suitable for me. People always have to look forward, right? Yu Xianer felt a little uncomfortable. She knew the hatred in the young man's heart, but he chose a vocational high school. The girl remained silent for a long time. Cats don't like fish. What about your hatred? Shenxian. Don't worry, I will find a way. Mao Mao doesn't like to eat fish. Come to the Imperial City, I will help you reshape the spirit vein, and I will arrange the best school for you. Seeing this, Wang Shenxian was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party was willing to help him like this. Spirit vein is the foundation of martial artists' practice. Once damaged, it is almost impossible to repair it again. Only the legendary treasures of heaven and earth can reshape the spirit vein. Even the Emperor clan regards such a natural treasure as a peerless treasure. This is a treasure that cannot be measured in money. Shenxian. Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept it. Cats don't like fish. I'm serious. I hope you won't refuse because you are embarrassed. Shenxian. I'm sorry, thank you for your generosity, and I take my rejection very seriously. Seeing being rejected again, Yu Xianer became a little more angry than usual. Mao Mao doesn't like fish. What do you think vocational high school can bring to you? Cats don't like fish. The spirit vein has been deposed and you have no relatives. Your father secretly wants to get rid of you. If you don't even understand your current situation, then how can you talk about revenge? Mao Mao doesn't like fish. I don't mean to give you alms. If you feel uncomfortable, then we can issue an IOU and you can treat it as an investment. Cats don't like fish. I know I may be a little presumptuous when I say this, but I really don't want you to ruin your future. Mao Mao doesn't like fish. If you don't want to come to the imperial capital, you can continue to stay in Tianju City. I know the president of Jusage University. With your winemaking talent, as long as spirit vein is reshaped, you will definitely get their approval. Wang Shenxian looked at the bombardment of news, and he could feel the hatred hidden in the words. Although all the words were criticizing himself, Wang Shenxian felt an unprecedented warmth. It is obvious that the two of them are not related by blood, and it is obvious that they have never met each other. Wang Shenxian is not so narcissistic that he thinks that the other party invests in him because of his talent in brewing wine. After a long silence, Wang Shenxian finally asked the question that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Shenxian. Why? It's obvious that I'm just a family outcast. Seeing the boy's question, Yu Xianer also calmed down. Cats don't like fish. That day, I learned the truth about your mother's death. Mao Mao doesn't like fish. After learning about your bet with Elder Wong, I ran into the crowd to see you. Cats don't like to eat fish. My talent is very strange. Not only can I identify people's hearts and feel emotions, but I also have a strong insight into everything around them. Cats don't like fish. In fact, I know that compared to hatred and anger, what is really hidden in your heart is self-blame. What you really hate is yourself, just like me. Cats don't like to eat fish. I have a big physical defect and was born short-lived. This is a curse from the rules. No medical skills can change my fate. Cats don't like fish, but my mother is better than a doctor. She kept me alive and changed my fate, but the price was her own life. Cats don't like to eat fish. I often wonder if a defective child like me would just have another child. I still can't understand my parents' choice. Cats don't like fish. After my mother passed away, I lived a very depressed life every day. Every moment I thought, it would have been better if I had died earlier, it would have been better if I had not been born, and if it weren't for me, Mom won't die. Cats don't like to eat fish. That's what you thought that day, and what you think now, and even in the future, you will still think that way. In the room, Wong Shenxian was breathing heavily. This was the first time his emotions had such strong fluctuations since he left Opening Heaven Sword Market. The truth hidden in the heart was ruthlessly torn apart by others. Ever since he learned the truth about his mother's death, a huge feeling of guilt had been eating away at his heart every day. Even if he awakens the supreme talent, it cannot alleviate the guilt in his heart. Whenever he thought of his mother kneeling at Wang Jianyan's feet and begging for him, his heart felt like a knife. Even if he succeeds in revenge, his mother will never come back. He always felt that he was the murderer of his mother. Seeing that the other party had not sent any message for a long time, Yu Xianer knew that she had guessed correctly. Cats don't like fish. Even if your mother's death has become a fact, there is still a lot you can do. Cats don't like to eat fish. Even if you feel this kind of guilt for the rest of your life, the most important thing to you is still to avenge your mother. Cats don't like fish. You don't have to feel bad. This is not a charity, let alone a free lunch. I fall in love with your innocent heart. Cats don't like to eat fish. A strong person is easy to meet, but sincerity is hard to find. When you finish your revenge, you will be used by me. Cats don't like fish. This is why I want to help you, so do you still want to refuse my help? Wang Shenxian tried hard to control his inner emotions. After experiencing the ups and downs of the world, he put a lock on his heart. As of 20 minutes ago, he naively believed that no one could understand his pain. However, his benefactor, the girl who was a few months younger than him, slapped him in the face domineeringly with just a few words. Maybe it's the identity of the savior, maybe it's the mentality of feeling sympathy for the same person. The boy's frozen heart melted slightly. Suppressing the strange emotions rising in his heart, Wang Shenxian began to analyze calmly. First of all, although he has accepted his master's help, he has not yet fully trusted him in his heart. To be precise, he didn't believe in the Emperor clan behind his master. The water in the Emperor clan is too deep, and it is simply not something he can play now. If the Wong family offers a bargaining chip that they cannot refuse, will the Emperor clan still choose to help them? He needs to consider these issues. Now he doesn't want to believe anyone, he only wants to believe in himself. The hustle and bustle in the world is all for benefit, and the hustle and bustle in the world is for benefit. But, facing the girl in front of him, he didn't want to think like this. The impact of helping him when he was at his most desperate has been deeply implanted in his soul. Wang Shenxian now has 3 wishes, ranked according to their ranking. Revenge, repay kindness, and live the way your mother expects. Besides revenge, the most important thing to him is repaying kindness. At this moment, the golden words came to mind again. Fate, wonderful beyond words. After thinking for a moment, Wang Shenxian's fingertips moved slightly. Shenxian, that day, when the sun set, I thought I would never see the sun again the next day. Shenxian, because of you, I saw it. Shenxian, the night is long and it's difficult for me to be alone. Please help me. For some reason, when Yu Xianer saw this sentence, her heart suddenly trembled. Cats don't like fish. Okay. Cats don't like fish. Send me your current address and I'll arrange for someone to send you something. Shenxian. Location map link. After getting the detailed location of Wang Shenxian, Yu Xianer immediately made arrangements. Half an hour later, Yu Xianer, who had finished her work, continued to ask. Mao Mao doesn't like fish. Then do you want to come to the imperial capital? Shenxian. Your Highness, to be honest, my talent has a lot to do with wine. Compared to the imperial capital, Tianju city may be more suitable for me. Cats don't like fish. If this is the case, the wine market is indeed more suitable for you that day, but has your talent awakened successfully? What is the quality and what is the effect? Shenxian. Thanks to you, my talent awakening was successful. Shenxian. As for my talent quality and current situation, please forgive me. I don't want to deceive you, so please allow me to keep it secret. Shenxian. But the general effect of talent is that drinking can improve combat power. For Wong Shenxian, the other party was the little warmth left in his heart, so even if he couldn't tell the truth, he was unwilling to deceive. Yu Shaner looked at the phone screen and couldn't help pouting. Mao Mao doesn't like fish. You are so particular, but after hearing your words, you probably awakened a great talent. Cats don't like fish. Talent's second awakening, your spirit vein should have been repaired, right? In front of the screen, Wong Shenxian's pupils shrank suddenly. Shenxian. Your Highness is smart. Perhaps it is the power brought by talent's awakening. My spirit vein has indeed repaired itself. Mao Mao doesn't like fish. No wonder you are willing to go to a vocational high school. You want to take advantage of the relatively relaxed learning environment of a technical secondary school to practice secretly. Shenxian. Yes, drinking can improve your combat power. I learn winemaking, which can be regarded as a disguised improvement in my strength. Cats don't like fish. Then I want to apologize to you. Those harsh words I just said to you were my errors in judgment. I'm sorry. Shenxian. There is no reason for a benefactor to apologize. I think you were right, and I deliberately concealed it. In their words, this is my fault. Yu Shaner, who was lying on the bed, suddenly burst into laughter. Cats don't like fish. Ha 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 ha, do you want to be the scapegoat? Shenxian. I will only be your scapegoat. For some reason, Yu Shaner's face turned red inexplicably, and she quickly changed the subject. Mao Mao doesn't like to eat fish, so how do you plan to improve your strength? Shenxian. I plan to go to Secret Realm to practice. Cats don't like fish. An expected reply, but do you really don't need me to arrange a teacher for you? Shenxian. The famous teacher may accept me as a registered disciple because of your face, but if I want to really get the other party to recognize me, I still have to work hard on my own. Don't worry, Your Highness, I know it well. Mao Mao doesn't like fish. Well, since you have your own ideas, I won't interfere. After all, with your brewing skills, it's more than enough to conquer a few old drunkards. Shenxian. Your Highness, this is too exaggerated. Cats don't like fish. Not at all, the wine you make is the best in the world. Seeing these words, Wong Shenxian's heart jumped suddenly, and an unprecedented emotion kept growing in his heart. Shenxian. Your Highness likes it, I will make it for you every day. Mao Mao doesn't like fish. Okay, but I don't want my teacher to arrange it, but don't refuse the training resources. Shenxian. Okay, Mao Mao doesn't like fish. Have you decided which secret realm to go to experience it? Shenxian. I feel a bit ashamed to say it. I haven't thought about it yet. Someone told me that Bamboo Forest Secret Realm is most suitable for novices. But after I checked, I found that Bamboo Forest Secret Realm is Emperor level. I don't know why it is most suitable for novices. I plan to ask again tomorrow. Cats don't like fish. Bamboo Forest Secret Realm, you don't need to ask others, I know it. Cats don't like fish. Take notes and I'll explain it to you. Half an hour later, with Yu Shaner's explanation, Wong Shenxian answered his doubts. Although the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm is the Emperor-level secret realm, the people living in the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm are the Bamboo Bear clan. With the revival of spirit qi, not only humans can practice cultivation, but the original flora and fauna of Blue Star have also undergone great changes. In order to distinguish the difference between native animals and exotic animals in Blue Star, humans call these animals that evolved because of spirit qi, demon. Human beings can survive the invasion of alien beasts, and they cannot do without the help of demons. Monster race is also an important part of China. Among them, the Bamboo Bear family's spiritual intelligence and physical fitness have increased tremendously. They can also practice like humans. After the Bamboo Bear clan awakened their spiritual wisdom, they practiced together as a family. In the era of invasion by alien beasts, humans have not given up on the bamboo bears, which are national treasures. Because of the protection of humans, the Bamboo Bear family has survived the most difficult period. The Bamboo Bear clan has lived up to human expectations, and the most powerful bamboo bear has reached the terrifying emperor level. That bamboo bear is also called the Bamboo Forest Monster Emperor and is one of the 10 emperors of monster race. The Bamboo Forest Secret Realm is the habitat of the Bamboo Bear clan. Bamboo bears regard humans as family members, so they are not averse to humans appearing in their homes. This is also the core reason why Bamboo Forest Secret Realm is suitable for newcomers to experience. In order to prevent accidents to Bamboo Bear, Bamboo Forest Secret Realm is only open to martial artists from rank 1 to rank 3. Shenxian, can you touch bamboo bears in the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm? Cats don't like to eat fish. The Bamboo Forest Secret Realm is very big, and it's hard to see cute little bamboo bears in the experience area. Cats don't like fish. Of course, some playful little bamboo bears will take the initiative to come to the experience area to interact with humans, but this depends on luck. Cats don't like fish. I don't see that you quite like bamboo bears. Shenxian, after all, it is a national treasure of our country. If I have the chance to see it, I still want to touch it. Cats don't like fish. Don't worry, you'll see. Cats don't like fish. Okay, it's a little late. Go to bed. Your body is not healed yet, so don't stay up late. Cats don't like fish. Good night, JPG. Wong Shenxian looked at the message sent by the other party, and suddenly felt a trace of reluctance in his heart. He has never used chat software to chat with someone alone for so long. Even if they are classmates, they only chat for a few words, and most of them are about study issues. He is very lonely and has no other friends except Li Yu and Zhao Hu. I was isolated from my peers at home, and at school I only knew how to study. In the past, when he saw others chatting for a long time with their mobile phones, he would always feel doubtful. Aren't they bored? Now Wong Shenxian finally knows the answer. Indeed not. Even though they had been chatting for several hours, Wong Shenxian never felt bored. Although he wanted to continue chatting for a while, His Highness had already said good night. So the young man's finger gently touched the screen. Shenxian, good night. When Yu Xianer saw these two words, she smiled softly, and then clicked on Wong Shenxian's circle of friends. What an empty life. Wong Shenxian, on the other side, silently flipped through the chat records between the two of them, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise. It was 6 in the morning, and the sky was not yet completely bright. Wong Shenxian, lying in bed, slowly opened his eyes. His biological clock was very accurate, and he always woke up 1 minute earlier than the alarm clock. After a simple wash, Wong Shenxian left the headquarters of the Brewers Association directly. After having breakfast at a stall outside the square, Wong Shenxian took a taxi directly to the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm. After getting off the taxi, Wong Shenxian looked at the crowded square and couldn't hide his surprise. Although he had listened to the driver's explanation when he really came to the gate of the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm, he still couldn't help but marvel at the popularity here. Outside the gate of the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm is a square with several huge bamboo bear statues standing on the square. It took Wong Shenxian half an hour to walk into the gate of the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm. As soon as he entered the secret realm, the sense of absurdity grew from the bottom of his heart again. Rather than saying that the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm is an emperor-level secret realm, it is better to say that it is a theme park. There are all kinds of bamboo bear peripheral products. On the street, many staff members were wearing bamboo bear doll costumes and interacting with tourists. The various amusement facilities were dazzling, and the children were running back and forth on the road excitedly. Wong Shenxian never expected that the world-famous Bamboo Bear Happy World was actually in this secret realm in the bamboo forest. No wonder the master said that this was the secret realm that his mother liked to go to the most. As the most popular monster race in China, Bamboo Bear has a terrifying ability to attract money. When Wong Shenxian was a child, he saw the promotional video of Bamboo Bear Happy World on TV. But because Wang Shi did not allow Mo Wanj to take his son out of Tianjin City, he never had the opportunity to go. During the summer vacation of the 5th grade, Wang Jianian took his stepmother and Wang Baikan to play for a few days. Only Wang Shenxian was left at home, and Wang Shenxian was sad for a long time because of this. After walking on the main road for a while, there was a fork in the road ahead. The road sign on the left read Bamboo Bear Happy World. The road sign on the right read Bamboo Forest Secret Realm Training Area. Most tourists are heading to Happy World, so the road on the right seems a bit deserted. But this is only relative, there are also many people on the right. After walking on the road on the right for about 5 minutes, Wong Shenxian saw a huge building full of technology. Secret Realm Management Center in Bamboo Forest. After entering the hall, Wong Shenxian was surprised to find that there were already crowds of people here. After a moment of confusion, he remembered that the college entrance examination would be held in a while. With more than half a month to go before the exam, most students will choose to come to Secret Realm to practice, in order to familiarize themselves with the battle and adjust their bodies to the peak state. This is also the biggest reason why the Secret Realm Management Bureau is crowded early in the morning. After buying the ticket, Wong Shenxian, led by the guard, continued to go deeper and finally came to a metal gate. On the gate was written Novice Training or A. Hello. A soldier came out from the soldiers standing guard at the door. Please show your ticket. After checking the ticket information, the soldier saluted and then spoke. Student, according to your registration information, this is your first time entering the Bamboo Forest Secret Realm. Let me briefly explain the precautions to you. The Bamboo Forest Secret Realm Novice Area has 3 areas, namely the elementary level area, the middle level area and the high level area. The 3 areas correspond to Rank 1 Meridian Opening Realm, Rank 2 Blood Refining Realm, and Rank 3 Bone Tempering Realm. I hope you can choose the area to train according to your own strength. Wong Shenxian listened very seriously. The soldier continued. Under non-combat situations, the environment in the secret realm cannot be destroyed or changed. When you encounter trouble in the secret realm, you can use the distress device. After using the distress device, you can deploy an energy shield that lasts for 10 minutes. Wong Shenxian looked at the small black square in his hand and couldn't help but get a little interested. This is a brief topographic map of the novice area. The soldier handed the map to Wong Shenxian and pressed his other hand on the scanner on the side of the door. As the palm print was recorded, the thick door slowly opened and the soldier nodded. If you encounter difficulties, you can contact the security personnel at any time. I wish you good luck in military affairs. Wong Shenxian saluted the soldier as a martial artist and walked directly into the door. Walking out of the door, the boundless bamboo sea came into view. The breeze blew, and the tender green bamboo leaves kept making rustling sounds of branches and leaves colliding. Wong Shenxian took a deep breath, and his nose was full of the fragrance of grass and soil, which was very comfortable. He walked into the bamboo forest, and the door behind him looked very abrupt in the bamboo sea, as if it was a subway station entrance built in the wrong place. The concentration of spirit chi here is ridiculously high. After standing in place and letting his body simply adapt to the new spirit chi environment, the boy suddenly opened his eyes and slowly walked into the depths of the bamboo forest. The elementary level secret realm in the novice area is mainly distributed with 3 kinds of exotic beasts: killer apes, bloodthirsty bears, bamboo forest wolves. The beasts are ferocious. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for a talent without AD level or above novice martial artist to kill a beast of the same level alone. Wong Shenxian, who had never been in actual combat, did not feel nervous. On the contrary, he was even a little excited. Such confidence was given by his vocation. The talent of Sword Immortal can comprehend the sword intent from the wine and transform the sword intent into the wine sword of his destiny. So far, Wong Shenxian has only comprehended one sword intent. That sword intent came from the Shenxian brew brewed by his mother for him. Suddenly, a burst of rapid bird calls came from the bamboo forest. Wong Shenxian immediately put the map in his arms and took a fighting posture at the same time. The bamboo forest in front kept coming with the sound of bamboo poles colliding and breaking, and a burly figure slowly approached. Wong Shenxian soon saw that it was a giant bear with hair all over its body like spikes and a shoulder height of 2 meters. The blood that had not yet dried kept dripping down its huge fangs. This violent aura was enough to scare most rookies. Wong Shenxian threw a detection skill over. Bloodthirsty bear. Level: Rank 1 peak. Skills: Bloodthirsty, Bite, Shocking Roar. Introduction: a bloodthirsty bear that is about to break through Rank 2. Be careful of its claws. Bloodthirsty bear, my first blood is you. Wong Shenxian looked at the bloodthirsty bear with a slight smile on his face. Roar. The bloodthirsty bear stared at the empty-handed human boy in front of him and let out a low roar. In this secret realm, it has seen many human boys like him. But those human boys all held weapons and protective gear, without exception. It thought this was a provocation from the other party. Then the sturdy limbs stomped the ground violently, splashing a piece of bamboo leaves, and rushed towards Wong Shenxian with a bloody breath. It was like a car running fast hitting it. Facing the attack of the bloodthirsty bear, Wong Shenxian did not panic. With a thought, a yellow gourd appeared at his waist. The next moment, accompanied by the charming aroma of wine, the yellow gourd began to spray out a large amount of wine. The wine was entangled in the boy's right hand, and finally turned into a wine sword made entirely of wine. When the bloodthirsty bear rushed over, Wong Shenxian dodged quickly and flashed directly to the side of the bloodthirsty bear. The bloodthirsty bear, which was running fast, had no time to stop. Seeing this, Wong Shenxian's eyes flashed with cold light, and his whole body's spiritual power suddenly burst out. The right hand holding the sword ruthlessly lifted it up. The wine sword cut off the head of the bloodthirsty bear from bottom to top. The fierce bare head of the bloodthirsty bear flew directly out of the body, and blood gushed out from the neck like a fountain. The body broke dozens of thick bamboos by inertia during the run, and then fell down with a bang. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.